All right. Welcome, everybody. Hold on. Let me see if I can get some background stuff functioning real fast. Give me 1 second. There we go. I'm just going to turn that on for a moment. Just something to have in the background while I chat. So welcome, everybody. 10 win, 90. Everybody, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy New Year. I hope you all had a great holiday season. Why is VBridger still fucking up? Because it is barely registering my facial movements. What the hell? I thought we had this fixed. Huh? What the fuck? There we go. That's a little bit better. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I think I got it. There we go. It's opening the mouth better now. There we go. All right, save that again. Yes, please, VBridger. Please save that. No, you can't see me making ugly faces at you. No. I actually do want VBridger to actually function properly. Otherwise, what was the point of getting it? And it just works better than... it just straight up works better than the standard VTube Studio software. Not saying VTube Studio is bad. VBridger just gives you a lot more control over things. But yes, I hope you all had a glorious holiday time. I did very well. Got to go see my brother. Got to go see my his side of the family. Got to see my niece and nephew. They were adorable. And finally got back to my ship yesterday. And thankfully, everything seems to be working, which is nice. And the weather cooperated, which was perhaps the best thing. Didn't have to worry too much about anything getting in my way of getting home and getting back. Oh, and my sister-in-law made me some sourdough bread that I still have. So I'm going to be enjoying that over the course of stream. I'm probably going to go cut myself off a hunk of that when the first break comes in, because I spent the entirety of this ad break trying to fix VBridger. But no, it's been good. I figured we would get a surprise Saturday stream in, kick off the new year with a little bit of ranting, a little bit of argumentativeness, and just chatting with everybody, talking with everybody. Traveling through space can be intensely tiring. Hey, Kataka. Thank you. Oh, wow. Yeah, it is 12 months for you.
Holy shit. I've been subscribed to Savani
Thank God the TTS works.
Happy New Year, bud, and can't wait to see what the next year brings for you.
Thank you, Kataka. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. It means a lot that you've been giving me the subscription for a whole year. Hot damn. Oh, I don't know why your message... Okay, so apparently subscription resubs do not appear in the chat log. I don't know why. I have no idea. Speaking of nephew, my 8-year-old nephew's comment the other day, I want to work for Xbox when I grow up. The leaders of Minecraft make the most money in the company. Not having the heart to pop his childhood naivete. Sure. Here's a better idea. Go work for NVIDIA. Apparently, nearly every employee at NVIDIA is a bloody millionaire at this point because of the way their stock sharing worked. Oh, God. Speaking of which, actually, we can rant about many a thing now, because while the Christmas season was full of joy and laughter and family times and really good food, yeah, NVIDIA's already threatening to increase the price of their high-end graphics cards from around $2,000 to $2,500 upwards of $5,000. So I'm glad I got everything upgraded. I feel sorry for anyone who is thinking of getting into VTubing or streaming or anything else like that. Is shoving the bubble popping needle. We can only hope. We can only hope. There is no other way to put it, Tenwin. It looks like the world goes Cyberpunk 2077 timeline, but shitty one, as we have no augments. Yeah. It's like we're getting the worst aspects of the Cyberpunk setting. Hell, I would take Shadowrun at this point. You know, like, at least then I could throw a fireball or something. Oh, there's another set of games I need to add to the list. Maybe not Shadowrun Returns because it's pretty basic, but I would love to do Dragonfall and Hong Kong on stream because they are quite good. The problem is I pretty much only play mage in Shadowrun. I know that it's a cyberpunk style setting, but I like the idea of using magic against cyborgs. It's just such a cool aesthetic. Also, it lets me geek out a little bit about the setting, which I do know a little bit about. I don't know all the story of Shadowrun, but it does have some hilarious bits in it regarding things like dragons, elves, and stuff that have lived for centuries and take full advantage of that fact. Like the dragon that ran for president of the United States and won, and then was assassinated the moment he took office. And then it turned out his will had a whole bunch of stipulations that basically screwed over the geopolitical scene of the entire world's magical community for the next century. Because he started handing out incredibly powerful artifacts and various magical items willy-nilly. And it was basically a case of, yeah, but this is my will. It's both legally and magically binding. You can't do anything about it. Shadowrun kind of sucks, as you can summarize it as dragons, elves have done everything and are behind everything to a certain extent, but at the same time, 90, they're just as fallible as everybody else, which is the, in my opinion, interesting part. You need to change the resolution of the video. Current resolution. What? I thought I set it to YouTube. I did not change anything. Stream's bitrate is lower than recommended. No, well, I can't go higher than that, YouTube, because if I go higher than that, it causes problems on Twitch's end. Dragon Age turning its head. Yeah. I mean, it's, in my opinion, well, okay, so first of all, 10, when the whole dragons and elves have done everything and are behind everything was only put in Veilguard and to a lesser extent Inquisition, which we don't talk about for very obvious reasons. Now, seriously, hold on. YouTube, what the fuck are you talking about? Hold on. OBS, did you change my settings? No, you didn't change my... Well, I can't change anything while we're active, so sorry, YouTube. I will fix it later. Honestly, I shouldn't be surprised that shit was broken. I really should not have been surprised. Inquisition was half decent. The less we talk about Veilguard, the better. Agreed. Even its fans describe Veilguard's changes as childish. Yep, agreed. Which is why I just don't even think about it. But no, in all seriousness, I do like Shadowrun's overall aesthetic. I do like its overall lore. I would love to do some playthroughs of it. Again, mainly just because I like it. And also, to be fair, all three of the RPGs, or CRPGs, I should say, for it, are not that long, but they are very combat intensive. Because that's kind of literally all Shadowrunners do, is infiltrate a place, get as far as they can on stealth, and then inevitably have to make a very, very loud exit. Usually paid for that loud exit. Like, even most jobs that are like, yes, we would like you to stealthily sneak your way into this corporate facility, usually end with, oh, and by the way, on your way out, please set off as many explosives as you can. It's totally not because we want you to die and not have to pay you afterwards. No. It's totally a tactical and strategic move that we need you to do. Speaking of Veilguard, glances Reddit. Inquisition Veilguard is better than DOA. Ha ha! Bullshit. That's a rage post. Also, it's Reddit. I've learned to just not listen to Reddit. I occasionally check the 40K meme subreddit, Grimdank, and I occasionally check the Dark Angels subreddit, which is called The Unforgiven. Because if you go to the actual subreddit called Dark Angels, it's a porn subreddit. So we are The Unforgiven, as we should be. Although I guess technically we should change the name because the lion came back and we are now not The Unforgiven anymore. Either way, regardless, but no, I have learned not to deal with Reddit's insanity. It's not worth it. It's just not. But no, other than that, I've had a great day. I've had some time to rest. The there was a part of me, I'm going to be honest, when I woke up yesterday to begin the trip back to my ship and out here to the Outer Rim, there was part of me that was really tempted to stream, like to just be like, I'm just going to go live and I'm going to do exactly what I'm doing now, which is yant and yap and rant. And then by the time I got home, by the time I got back to my ship, I was just like, absolutely not. It's not happening. Nope. Nada. Zippo. Zilch. It's not going to happen. I carved off a hunk of that sourdough bread that my sister-in-law gave me, and I did nothing for the rest of the day. Oh. Though I should have drank more water. I should have drank more water. I was dehydrated this morning when I woke up. I already have my gamer subs over here in my Lucy Pyre cup. And I'm probably going to be drinking like 3 of these over the course of the next 2 to 3 hours. I mean, I get someone liking Inquisition more than Origins. Origins hasn't aged that gracefully, but Veilguard, no. See, but Origins hasn't aged that gracefully mechanically. Its story is still good. Its overall aesthetic is still amazing. And I think its presentation of that story is still stronger than than pretty much any of the other games. Honestly, I would say the presentation of Origins story is up there with being almost better than Mass Effect 1. Story is great, but man, some of those areas are rough. Okay, so see, among the Dragon Age community, this is gonna get me some flack, but I like the Veil, the Mage Tower area. Like, I know people say they hate it, but I had no problem with it, and I played through it multiple times. So like, maybe I'm just weird, because we had this same conversation, Tenwin, with Rogue Trader. And you were like, wow, a lot of people really don't like going through Kamara. And I was just like, but I do. Like, I felt the Kamara section was quite nice. I liked it. I would have liked the big storybook section towards the end where you're fighting the, oh, what are they called? The Scourge, the winged Dark Elf, the winged Drukhari. I would have liked more options for what you could do with that, because it does seem like some builds would be easily able to pass all the checks, whereas my Psyker build, despite dominating the entire rest of Kamara because the Drukhari were stupid enough to let a Psyker run around untouched, for some reason had a really hard time with the Scourge, which again, Drukhari don't have defenses against Psykers for the most part, so you think my Psyker would have had more options. Fade, pain in the ass. Orzammar, pain in the ass. Ostagar, pain in the ass on any secondary playthrough. See, Ostagar to a slight. The swamp in Ostagar, if you haven't built your character right, can be an absolute pain in the ass, because it's kind of the first time you fight like real combat. But in my opinion, I love Orzammar, and I love the Fade section. I didn't have a problem with either of them. I don't know. Maybe I'd have to do a replay of Origins and see how I feel about it. It has been a long time. Ostagar's annoying both in the swamp and also because every choice in Ostagar means nothing, except the dog. See, that's where I don't really... See, what do you mean by every choice means nothing? Because I see Ostagar alongside the actual origin segment that you do at the beginning where you meet Duncan as very telling for who your character is. You say it doesn't have, the choices don't matter. I say it allows you to establish what your character is. You know, actually role play your character and put yourself in the role of your character. You know, role playing. Like these games are supposed to be. Now, yes, from a mechanical perspective, there's no consequences for Ostagar. I get that. But not every single thing has to have story and narrative mechanics. Just want to say it's always good to take a day to chill, do nothing, get a little extra recharge. Sorry for the delayed response, a bit of payload at the moment. Please, Kataka, if you are driving, please do not feel the need to have to clarify things, please, especially since you drive farm equipment, okay? I know you drive farm equipment, both in real life and when you stream. So please, do not get into a wreck on my account. Ugh. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Doesn't Kamara have a lot of wards, or could a Psyker of enough power run around and snap out rifts at a whim? So the thing with Kamara, Tenwin, is that it has incredibly powerful defenses against Psykers on its outer edges. All the entryways into Kamara have specially designed wards made from a combination of living Psykers and living blanks to ensure that demons cannot get in, because there are several holes into the webway that lead to Kamara, some of which are controlled by the Drukhari and they don't really have to worry, so they only need a nominal presence of security, and others like the Gate of Cain, which is literally a giant gateway in the middle of Kamara that extends directly into a chaos-controlled segment of the webway that has had demons pounding on it for the last 10,000 years. That gate is specially guarded by by basically the closest thing the Drukhari have to a neutral military force. It's like a combined arms force from both the Cabal of the Black Heart and many of Vex's other allied cabals, and they directly supply the Psykers and blanks needed to keep the wards running. The whole point, though, is that when a Psyker is brought into Kamara, they are supposed to be kept under very, very, very close guard. Which is why it's hilarious, and I actually do find it somewhat lore accurate, that when the Drukhari that bring you there, I can't see, it's been too long since I played Rogue Trader, I can't remember the name exactly of the Cabal we fight against. When they dump you in essentially a body pile because they're convinced you're going to die, it is incredibly stupid, but incredibly on point for the Drukhari's pride that they didn't put something on you to prevent you from using your psychic abilities. And that's why I do love some people would say it might be a little Ludo narrative dissonance, because like, well, you're supposed to be injured and hurt and everything. Oh, TTS, you gonna work?
We are pleased to see your return, Captain. Both Cadet Tenwin and Cadet Lord Brown Bear have been sent to the brig for repeated altercation. We await discipline to be dispersed at your discretion.
Well, guess what? You guys get latrine duty for the next 2 weeks. Sorry. That's just how it is. Get to scrubbing those toilets, lads. But yes, Tenwin, the Reaving Tempest. The Reaving Tempest. The fact that the Reaving Tempest is so... And especially if you do resist their little plan at the trial, because then it adds a layer of... They're just angry and not thinking straight, which, you know, it's the Drukhari. They don't all have to be masterminds. Sometimes they are just petulant fucking children. And then, so to get back to my point, like some people say, well, it's a little ludonarrative dissonance because you're meant to be like really weakened and it should be like you should be evading these guys. It's like, yes, for most people you should, but you're a psyker. And they were dumb enough to let you run around without something to keep you controlled. So yeah, I just set all of them on fire because they were dumb. It's hilarious to me. I love that part of the game. Like, yeah, if you're playing a traditional gun build or a traditional melee build, you've got a problem. Wasn't it a plot point that Ymyrus was intentionally trying to cause a disjunction? I think you're correct on that, Lord Brown Bear. I do believe you're right on that. Which is why, again, it is kind of hilarious that the iconoclast option is to not do that, which I get because the iconoclast is the only one who's kind of like, you know, the Drukhari are bad and killing them is usually good, but feeding thousands of their souls to Slaanesh, which will then lead to the birth of powerful Slaaneshi demons, because that's usually what Slaanesh does with the Eldari souls, is devour them, and the pleasure that that creates spawns incredibly powerful demons, might not be the best idea. Plus, we got to deal with the homunculi later when we found his final lab, and I burned everything inside to cinders. And I got a sweet Wraithbone staff, or a Wraithbone spear, which would have been cool if I was doing a melee psyker, but alas, I was playing psychic artillery. Wasn't the worm in your head supposed to keep you controlled? It was supposed to make you delusional, Tenwin. That was the thing. Because they had to make it look like you were still telling the truth. They couldn't just dope you up to the gills because, well, the people interrogating you were other Drukhari. They would have picked up on that real quick. Especially since they were representatives from the Cabal of the Black Heart. You know, Vex's personal troops. That's the kind of shit they would pick up on right quick. You have to remember that the Cabal of the Black Heart is about the closest thing the Drukhari have to a centralized military. They're actually expected to be fairly competent because if they're not, Vect will quite literally yeet them into a black hole and laugh. I can save all these sadistic perverts and monsters or give them a major problem. It's a case of, because do remember, Iconoclast does have a bit more foresight than traditional 40k characters. Iconoclast isn't just, oh, I'm the good guy. It's more of a, you know, I could do this, but it's going to cause us some serious problems down the line. Now, not always, because you have the inverse with the demon planet at the very beginning, because even my Iconoclast character was just like, no, like, yeah, it would be nice if we could save all these people, but that's a demon world at the heart of our sector. No, this has to go now before it kills all of us. Naive dumbass. All three of the alignments get their naive dumbass moments. Like, we didn't play much of the heretical line, but we did see some dogmatic choices. Like, there are dogmatic choices that make sense. Blowing up the planet before it becomes a demon world. Like, if you know 40k, that is definitively the correct choice of action. Feed them to the demons, of course not, just kill them. Yeah, I had no problem wiping out the entire cabal of the Reaving Tempest. I walked through their fortifications and I set all of them on fire. It was one of the best things I could have done. See, this is why when we inevitably do my dogmatic run, I'm tempted to just run another pyromancer. Partially also because pyromancer dogmatic is even stronger, because there are better items that are dogmatic only that work for it. You have a tendency to kill all pirates, space rogues, or otherwise. Look, if they didn't, look, if the pirate, the rogue, whatever, didn't betray me, I'm more than happy to leave them alive. But so far in most CRPGs, I mean, they tend to backstab me. And once you do that, if you're not a companion character, congratulations, my dude. You're on the shit list. You agreed on Minotaurum Priest? Well, except Minotaurum Priest is a background. Minotaurum Priest is a background, not a class. Or no, wait, how do they build? No, wait, no, I'm thinking of the planetary origins. You're right. No, you're right, Tenwin, you're right. I'm forgetting how Rogue Trader does its character building because they made Psyker a background, not a main class, which I still think that's stupid. But all right. Go for a Flamer build without Psyker powers. We'll see. We'll see. You can't be a Psyker and a Minotaur Priest until levels 1. Yeah, and to be fair, I remember looking at that and like how that was built. You also can't get that much. You can't get that much psychic ability even if you become an awakened Psyker towards the end of the game. Like, I'm sure there's some builds that can make it work, but if you're going for like damage builds like I was, there's really not a way to do it. If you're going like maybe Sanctified for the buffs, you could probably do it. Not much single target damage, but man, you can clear a room fast. Yeah, but I was able to do that as Psyker from much further away because the whole thing with Pyromancer in Rogue Trader is set you on fire, set you on fire, set you on fire, and then I can cause an explosion from any of them. Psychers are OP across the board. I know. Switched up how Priest works. You build up zeal with certain weapons. Oh, as I said, this is why I want to wait until all the DLC has been released. I want to have maximum options. I want to have maximum choices. I want to actually feel like I've got more options than I did before. That's kind of what I'm at. At least, unfortunately, it does seem at this rate, we're not going to get to that playthrough until probably next year at this rate, because it seems like it's going to take all of 2026 just for them to release the remaining DLC. Now, admittedly, I hope that's because Alcat is using that time to properly do Dark Heresy and to properly do their Expanse game, both of which I am absolutely interested in playing on stream. Absolutely. The Expanse game as well. Someone on Twitter tried to argue the Space Marines could beat Warframes, and the discussion is extremely one-sided. Most likely engagement bait, but man, it was fun. I mean, I am not familiar over much with Warframe, but from what I know, that is... I mean, maybe a one-on-one, if they were limited solely to melee weapons, the Astartes could beat some of the Warframes, but no, because the Warframes are basically a combination of Astartes and Assassins. Leona, welcome. Sorry about that. I was busy ranting, and that's going to be a common feature of today. Depends, like a vortex grenade. Yeah. Because as far as I know with Warframe is that, yes, they are not, most Warframes, I should say, are not the tankiest of builds. There are some Warframes that basically give Astartes power armor / Terminator armor a run for its money, but most of the default ones are closer to like Carapace armor, but with enhancements to strength and speed. So somewhat closer to how Assassins work in 40k, or how maybe the Eldar work. Warframes are as agile as Harlequins, have power stronger than a Beta plus Psyker, have well, I mean, they would be on par with a Beta Psyker. They would be on par. See, here's the thing, Tenwin, here's the thing though, because I have seen some of the like animations and stuff for the attacks in Warframe. And it's that each Warframe is highly specialized. And you have to remember that the alpha, beta, gamma, that whole scale isn't just a measure of raw power, it's a measure of control. They would be a low beta in control. They would be probably a gamma in raw power, but they would be a low beta to a medium beta in control, which allows them to focus that power very well. They are much closer to Astartes librarians in terms of that than they are traditional battle psychers. Or maybe I would even say closer to Eldar Farseers, because people forget the Eldar have a very, very focused way of doing their psychicry. Or maybe not Farseers, Warlocks. Beta is in the range of using starships from orbit to kill you. No, because most Astartes librarians rank as low betas, 90. Most Astartes librarians rank as low betas. Again, there's part of a problem with this, mainly because a Psyker's rank can change over the course of its life. The Imperium doesn't like using Psykers that are above a low beta. Most librarians and most inquisitorial psychers start either in the low gamma or medium gamma range. And even then, that's usually the really, really skilled ones. The vast majority that are used in everyday parlance are usually deltas or high epsilons. And they're expected to be hyper specialized into singular forms of psychic capability. Gauss can run fast enough to strip the atmosphere of a moon. Okay, yeah. Now, as I said, that's getting into insanity. Mags would be able to instantly kill 3 to 4 squads of Space Marines by squishing their armor like cans. Yeah, because he's basically a gravity gun. Single Warframe with their Arcwing could possibly take out a chapter fleet. That's, yeah, okay. I don't know anything about the Arcwings, so I don't know how powerful those are. Yeah, I feel like that last one is a little much. Again, I don't know enough about Warframe. Is the power scaling narratively accurate? Considering you start carving through. Well, to be fair, you only really do that at the very end of Act 4 before you go, or yeah, Act 4. Yes, because you come back from Kamara, and then you have to deal with the besiegement of the last stand of the cult. So yes, Act 4. Archwings are essentially fancy jetpacks. I'm not exaggerating. They destroy ships solo. Again, okay, now we're getting into naval power scaling and how much damage an Imperial ship can take, which, to be fair, Imperial ships can take a beating. But getting back to Lord Brownbear's point, it's interesting because okay, so here's the thing, Lord Brownbear. Going by the original rulebook done by Fantasy Flight Games for the Rogue Trader, it's totally in line with what high-end Rogue Traders can do. Totally in line. As far as narratively within the universe, as far as I know, we've never had an example in like a lore book or in a lore blurb of a Rogue Trader taking on Astartes. We're talking about the same ships that need like a minute to fly a kilometer. I don't know. I don't know. Are you talking about Imperial ships? Wait, what? I don't know which one you're talking about, 90. Before any DLC, Abelard tanked hits from a Hellbrute in Act 3. Yeah. That's a bit harder to parse. Like if if Abelard from like Act 3 was in like inquisitorial style human scale power armor, maybe, but it's hard to, that one's a little hard to parse, because if that's the case, Abelard should be built more like a Skitarii with just like 80% of his body replaced by cybernetics. But that would not be very fun. We would lose out on Grandpa because Abelard is one of the best, and I'm going to have a very hard time not taking him when we do our second playthrough, even though I'll have a bunch of DLC characters to play with. They could have anything ranging from fancy las weaponry to ancient Dark Age of technology artifacts, and almost any allies. Yeah. Yeah, that is the thing with Rogue Traders, Tenwood, is they are massive wildcards. You also have to remember that while any Rogue Trader will have at least some people on board who can handle the away team style, we are very out of place. And to be fair, the lore implies that our predecessor, Theodora, was also very out of place for constantly involving herself in the minutia of like landing parties and things like that. Most Rogue Traders do not do that. Most, like even the tabletop version is very much a case of, I have people to do that for me. Like, Rogue Traders will employ Xenos mercenaries and high-end, chemically augmented, biologically augmented, cybernetically augmented soldiers exactly so that they don't have to deal with that. Theodora was a walking gremlin, not necessarily heroically. Yes. Back to Chaos Space Marines. I don't know their power scale, but I do a Caiaphas Kane could parry blows from a coordinate berserker. Yes, although to be fair, if I recall correctly, Caiaphas... So this is where we get into another thing, because Caiaphas, if I remember correctly, in that fight was dueling with a chainsword. And the lore has mentioned several times that chain weapon dueling is a very strange fighting style. Because most of the time, people who are equipped with chain weapons are using them because they are overwhelmingly powerful in terms of killing low armor enemies. Like, there's a reason the Astartes favor it as their standard melee weapon for the most part. It's very, very good at killing lightly armored and no armored targets. Insanely good. It's another example where it's like this weapon was probably designed to fight orcs. There's a lot of speculation that bolters and chainswords in general were designed to fight orcs, like right out the gate. And they were only really used as general weapons for Astartes because they were cheaper to make them Volkite. But we do know from both the Gaunts and Ghost novels and from the Caiaphas K novels that you can duel with a chainsword. And that a big thing with chain weapons is when chain weapons go up against other chain weapons, it's much more to do with how powerful the engine is on the chain weapon than the finesse of the user. Caiaphas, if I recall correctly, flat out states that it was a miracle he managed to do this. Yes, 90, but then you have to remember that it's his girlfriend, the Inquisitor. I can't remember her name. It's been too long since I've read the Caiaphas Cain books. Valerie, I think, who has notes in the Caiaphas Cain novels that basically says, yeah, Cain, it is miraculous that Cain managed to do this time, but I've seen him fight and he's selling himself short. She says that in multiple cases throughout the novels. I do like the idea that Cain is basically an Imperial Saint who doesn't realize he's an Imperial Saint, because it would explain a lot of shit regarding how he manages to survive. And yes, Jurgen is always the coup de grace because Cain doesn't give a shit about honor. And he knows that at the end of the day, no Imperial Guardsman is going to harp about honor watching a commissar and his attendant take on a Chaos Space Marine. They're just going to be happy they didn't have to do it and that they killed the Chaos Space Marine. Being an Inquisitor, people remember you as Cain's girlfriend. I'm sorry, Lord Bramber. It has been a long time. And I swear, it either begins with an A or a V, and I can't remember off the top of my head. Theodora was a really bad rogue trader, at least in far as the being a rogue trader and not just the I do what the fuck I want. I mean, she took the mandate she took the part of the rogue trader's mandate that was all about expanding the Imperium's knowledge of the universe way more seriously than running her noble house, which unfortunately for her noble house is very old, very well established, and has a lot of shit that it needs to have handled. And she chose not to do that. Amberley Vale, that was it. It's Amberly. It's Amberly for the first name, Vale for the second name. I don't know why I spliced that together into Valerie. It's Amberly Vale. That's what it is. CM's rage for him survived things like tank shots too, killed by sharpened stick used by caveman. Yeah, we don't talk about that particular moment. I know which one that's a reference to, and that was just stupid. Ugh. Hold on. Let me take some more gamer subs. But yes, in the books, if I recall, Amberly Vale multiple times has to be like, early in his career, Kane might have actually needed a miracle to survive this, but I've seen him in action and he's actually far better than what he says. She has to make that point multiple times. This actually reminds me, need to buy some more 40k books. I'm out in the booties right now, so gotta go as I'm losing bars. I'll see if I can show up again too. I mean, all else fails, switch over to the YouTube player and just drop the quality down, Lord Brown Bear. I would highly recommend that. That's how, if I'm watching somebody's stream out in the boonies, the YouTube app is, I hate to say it, it's just far superior. I've got the YouTube one pulled up on my side. I hope it's working okay over there. The signal still says it's poor, but that's on my end, not your guys' end. Just set it to like 144p so you can still hear me. Apparently Custodes is being beaten by standard space marines during the Horus Heresy. One Custodes is sent to keep an eye on Lorgar. I don't remember how no, there was more than one. There was more than one. An entire squad was assigned to Lorgar after Monarchia. They were all butchered and then their bodies were strapped to the outside of the hull of his ship, if I recall afterwards. They're so expensive. Yeah, yeah. Oh, God. Sorry, bit of phlegm in my throat. That is kind of bullshit level. Oh, it absolutely is. And some of the Horus Heresy, it's amazing how some of the Horus Heresy novels are very good at giving us an idea of the scale of the pre-Heresy Imperium. And then there's other books that just make no fucking sense. Las guns with bounces from laser pointers to burn anything with hits and melts half a wall behind it. Yep, yep, yep. Some things are just, oh god. It's why I used to do this power scaling bullshit. I remember distinctly back in high school, I got into all sorts of arguments regarding 40k and other universes. I don't do that anymore. I try to keep it within its own universe because there's no point in trying to compare it to others. This is what happened when you have, what is it, like 80 books written in relatively quick succession? Yep. Yep. But, oh, right. I was mentioning Caiaphas Cade and the theory that he's an Imperial Saint. So, funny story, I did do a reread of one of my favorite 40k fan fictions, which is the Rebutian Heresy. Oh, Space Battle Forum member? Then you might know this, because I know for a fact the Rebutian Heresy got its start on Space Battle. And in that, the author does just canonize that. It's like, no, Caiaphas he does become an Imperial Saint. He finally dies, and he just gets revived as an Imperial Saint. And he's like, I really thought I was done. It is a little sad because his ascension comes at the cost of Jurgen, basically. Like, Jurgen dies taking a hit that still ends up killing Kane. And Kane has a moment where he's kind of at a crossroads where he can choose to just let him. He's like in a psychic fugue. And he has a moment where he's like, I could just let go. I could just die. And at the same time, he has like Kane or Korn whispering in his ear, like, I could give you power. And Kane has this whole moment where he's just like, no, fuck that. I'm not doing this for the Emperor. I'm doing this for my friend. He flips Korn the middle finger, revives as an Imperial Saint, and blasts a Chaos Space Marine with like divine light. It's actually a really good moment. Did you see Huron's new model? It's the face. That's what happens when you get blasted by melt. It's not the damage to the face, Tenwin. It's the fact that the cybernetic jaw they put on him looks derpy as shit. Like, I've already seen a couple of people who they've already suggested using the it's one of the Space Marine Chaplain models has like half of its face as a cybernetic, and they're just like, yeah, we're gonna use that. I'm gonna use that instead of the default face. He does so while playing a guitar riff. Are you talking about what I said about Kane, or are you talking about Huron? Because I have no idea what you're going on about if that's about Huron. Kane. No, it was actually a somber, like, it was really well done because, like, he hits the Chaos Spacery with the light, the Imperium forces rally because, you know, living saint and everything like that. And then the chapter ends with Kane weeping over Jurgen's body, like, for obvious reasons. Oh, and then Kane ends up in charge of Cadia's defense as it gets destroyed, because that still happens in the Rebutian Heresy universe. It's not Abaddon that does it, though, obviously. It's Vulcan, actually. The Rebutian Heresy, I could rant for like a solid 2 hours on the Rebutian Heresy alone, because it's actually one of my favorite what ifs. It's a very interesting flip of the sides of the heresy. The way you described it made it sound like Flip Cord the bird and then blasted the Chaos Marine with light. I mean, it was a little bit of that. Like, it has a whole moment where Korn is just like whispering in his ear about like war is inevitable. I can help you. You know, he's trying to tempt Kane. It makes a lot of sense. Kane is the leader of the Imperial forces right now, and it's Korn trying to corrupt him. And finally, Kane kind of finally has a breakthrough. So if you've read the Kane books, you know that he constantly harps on is like, I'm not a hero. I'm not this. I'm not that. I'm just someone trying to survive. I'm a coward. He has a whole he has imposter syndrome. Hard. Korn trying to corrupt him and losing Jurgen and basically awakening as an Imperial Saint as a combination finally is just, it kind of like breaks his imposter syndrome where he's just like, I know I'm not a hero. I don't need to be a hero. These people are relying on me to keep them alive. That is what I'm fighting for. It's basically Kane finally has a breakthrough where he's like, I am a hero, but war is not heroic. War is not glory, like the way Korn tries to portray it. War is hell, and I will do everything in my power to save my fellow guardsmen from having to die in that hell. And that is what basically awakens him as an Imperial Saint. Although it is a bit weird because the lore explanation for Imperial Saints in the Rebutian Heresy universe is a bit different because the author went in a very interesting direction to explain where the Imperial Saints come from. They're not he actually made it so that they're not actually demons. They're not like Imperial demons, like how or not technically Imperial demons, like how Celestine and the others are sometimes portrayed or even outright stated in their novels in current 40K. I guess you know what? We've got time. I can rant a bit more before we get to the angry stuff. What is required to become an Imperial Saint? Just curious because it makes me wonder why some other character isn't. There is no hard and fast rule. And the power levels of the various saints also vary. Like, you've got people like Celestine who could just straight up come back from the dead. And then you have ones like Saint Sabat, who does seem to have very powerful, like, psychological effects on those around her. But it took her, 5,000 years to reincarnate. Like, she didn't come back like Celestine. And there's even some argument that maybe she technically didn't. Sabat is an interesting case because you could argue that she's less reincarnated and more that her soul she died, her soul went to the warp, it did not get consumed, and then her pre-existing soul possessed someone in real life. So technically the current Saint Sabat could be seen as a Imperial Saint demon host, just without most of the negative, side effects of that. It's a bit weird. Actually, I'm gonna have to say, Tenwin, the not giving a clear definition of what an Imperial Saint is actually probably for the best. I don't think we need hard and fast rules regarding that because it would just invite too many plot holes. Saints are 100% demons or similar anyway. Warful beings with divine-like beings. The only difference is they serve the Imperium. Most of them. That's the thing. Most of them. Because that's the thing you have to remember is that demons are made by the warp. They are the warp. They are made of warp stuff. And while you could argue that certain Imperial Saints like Celestine absolutely are, not all of the examples of Imperial Saints who had abilities fit that definition. Slams hand on the table. Tau Saint. I mean, if the whole shit with the fourth sphere expansion fleet and the blue quasi deity they ran into I don't know. That would require them to actually figure out what the hell they're doing with the Tau. And I don't think Games Workshop has even thought about the Tau that much outside of the crew model refresh. But no, the Rebutian Heresy is one of my favorite alternatives. Partially because it gives a massive glow up to a lot of the traitor Primarchs, and it gives very good explanations for why it does rewrite some of their backstories to fit better with why the Primarchs that we know as loyalists would end up as traitors in this version of the universe. Like Corvus Corax. Oh god, Corvus and Vulcan in the Rebutian Heresy just get trauma conga lined their entire childhoods. It's no surprise that in that version of the universe they end up as traitors. They like Vulcan in the Rebutian Heresy is straight up trying to replace the Chaos Gods because he wants to become the Chaos God of ambition and power. He straight up wants to find a way to enslave the other Chaos Gods once he's achieved enough power. It's actually insane how evil he is. And he is like metamorphosizing into a giant dragon. Like Gilliman was a privileged lucky kid compared to many of his brethren. Yep. Well, not in the Rebutian Heresy. In the Rebutian Heresy, some of those, you know how Macragge is very Roman influenced. Well, let's just say that some of the more brutal side of Roman politics interrupts that early life and puts Gilliman on a very different path in the Rebutian Heresy. Coming home and seeing your father's head on a pike and your adopted mother flayed alive on what looks to be something very similar to an altar, but totally couldn't be an altar because, you know, Macragge was an enlightened people who weren't tempted by the dark forces of chaos. No. Yeah, no, that kind of put him on a very different path. He got the Sparta treatment. No, he got the Roman Civil War treatment. He got the, I came home and found my entire family dead, brutally murdered, and the political rivals of theirs gloating over the corpses. And then instead of going through the legal system of, you know, defeating their armies, arresting them, and then putting them on trial, Gilliman just started going, I was making a joke about male love, and I was just clarifying what I meant, which is much more Roman than Spartan. Because, yeah, no, Gilliman did not have a fun time in the Rebutian Heresy universe, and he only got worse. By contrast, Conrad Kurz ended up as one of the most beloved Primarchs of the Imperium. Because I love how Conrad's in each chapter of the Rebutian Heresy, when he's going over the history of the Primarchs, you can kind of tell where some Primarchs had to have a lot of things changed about their backstory to make them fit. And Conrad's, it was literally, he saved one person when he first got out of his, you know, because his initial story is the same. He crash lands on Nostromo. He has to climb literally hundreds of meters out of his crash site. And then as soon as he gets to the top, he's immediately attacked and nearly killed. The only difference is that he gets to the top and the person who in the regular timeline is about to attack him ends up attacking someone else nearby, and that person screams for help. So instead of being attacked and immediately come to the conclusion that all humans are evil, he instead intervenes, saves someone. The person he saves shows him even just a tiny bit of decency, and that causes Conrad's entire character arc to shift. At least it starts. He's still brutal. Like, he can still be brutal, but it's now he's much more actual 40K Batman rather than, you know, joke 40K Batman who kills everyone around him. He becomes actual 40K Batman, and the Night Lords of that timeline are like one of the most beloved of the Astartes legions, because that's the other thing in the Rebutian Heresy is the legions don't go away. The whole chapter system doesn't exist in that. All the legions are still whole because, well, there was no Codex Astartes. But yeah. I think I will keep ranting about 40K until the ad. I will then refill my water, and then we can get to my angry rant, because this has been a generally pretty fun rant, but I have an angry rant that I need to get to. And that's what we will be doing for most of the rest of the stream, because, oh boy, Oh boy, I got to watch all of this happen while I was on vacation, and then I had to stop watching it because it was making me incredibly angry, and I did not want to have to deal with that anymore. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. But no, the Rebutian Heresy is one of my favorites. In my opinion, it's probably one of the best written of the alternate heresy, like timeline stories that the 40K fandom has come up with. It's helped that the guy who's writing 40K Batman, interesting concept. I mean, unironically, that's what he became. Like, he did still kill people. It's 40K after all. But the Conrad Kurz of the Rebutian Heresy was much more about actually applying the correct amount of force. And he started, like, rallying people to his side. He actually took advantage of the whole Primarch charisma thing to begin allowing his reforms of Nostromo to actually reform Nostromo rather than just, hey guys, welcome to my live stream where I flay alive someone who jaywalked so that you all remember that if you commit any crime on Nostromo, I'm going to find you and kill you. Which he was in the standard timeline. I did see someone joke that Conrad Kurz was a live streamer, and now I can't get that image out of my head. Just imagining Conrad Kurz going live on Nostromo, because he did. Like, he straight up hijacked TV signals on Nostromo and would broadcast what he did to the people he captured. And it was always killing them in the longest and most convoluted way possible. You misused grammar, I'll use your entrails for Christmas stencils. Yeah. I mean, there's always the joke from his book where he stops a woman from killing herself just so that he can then torture her to death because suicide was a crime under his rule. Like, it's OG Conrad is fucked up in a way that even most 40K characters just can't meet. Like, there's a reason he has an entire fan base, because he is the most unapologetically evil of most of the Primarchs. There's a reason him and Perturabo have just, because they're both just so unrepentant in what they do. Chaos in general is like that, but you know what I mean. But no. Oh, sorry. I hate seeing my mic peak when I do something that I've done 1,000 times before and it didn't peak during any of those. Blah. But no. What else happens in the Rebutian Heresy that's pretty cool? The Alpha Legion stay loyalists, which means the Imperium has, like, the best counterintelligence operatives in the galaxy. They still fuck up occasionally, and the author even notes that, like, every time the Alpha Legion fucks up when it's loyalist, the end result is inevitably absolutely horrible for the Imperium. The Alpha Legion become a very high risk, high reward kind of thing, where it's like, when they work, the Imperium absolutely gets the upper hand on their enemies. When the Alpha Legion fuck up, oh, it's a bad time for everyone. Makes a suicide attempt, man is rushed to the hospital, brought back to life, only to be brought back to the hospital and killed the next day. Yeah, that's a bit fucked up. I mean, now I'm just imagining that in the Imperium, where it's like, you just know they would probably turn his body into a servitor after that too. Why is the ad not showing up? Because it's not all the way at the top on this version, because I haven't used that. There we go. There we go. Just had to adjust that. But yeah, once we get into the ad, I'm going to refill my water. And we can move on to our next topic. Which will be my angry rant on Fallout. Will this be a 3-hour or 6-hour? Probably a 3-hour, maybe a 4. If I do decide to do gameplay, Tenwin, probably a 4-hour, but we'll see. It depends on how long it takes me to rant about Fallout. Cause, as I said, this was all stuff that I just saw while I was on vacation. I didn't really interact with it. I didn't have the ability to watch the episodes, but I've seen the clips, and I don't. Oh yeah, no, Tenwin, we'll get to that. That was the start. When I saw that, I was like, wait, did they really just? And no, trying to claim, well, this group of Brotherhood are idiots is like, no, that's not an excuse. That's called poor fucking writing. Especially because that's not the only stupid thing they're doing with the Brotherhood this year. I could maybe forgive it if it was a bunch of Brotherhood initiates, because we saw how absolutely brain dead dumb the initiates that Maximus was with were acting like. But it's not. It's the leadership. And that's just, okay, well, we're just character assassinating the Brotherhood. Sorry. This is Todd's show. We're character assassinating the Western Brotherhood for no fucking reason other than, I guess, they're not cool enough, Todd. Ugh. See, you've already got me started. I've got pictures. I've got shit to pull up. We're gonna get to that. Has ever been good at writing. Bethesda can write good. We know they can write good. It's the fact that they seem to choose not to most of the time that is insane. I mean, we can get into the Fallout 4 controversy where it's like, Fallout 4 has some fairly well-written quests. Is its main quest one of those? Oh, fuck no. Far Harbor's got amazing writing. And that's about it. Oh, I got receipts. Oh, I've got pictures. I've got screenshots. I'm just gonna rant. I know, Ted, when you specifically said you don't have much interest in Fallout, but as I even told you when we were chatting, this has killed like, I wanted to do a Fallout 4 and a Fallout New Vegas playthrough on stream at some point. This has killed my desire to do either of those for the near future. Like, it's just dead in a ditch. I'm starting to think I got a tiny taste of what's to come yesterday in the VC. Yes, you did a little bit when I dropped in on you in the Discord to see what you guys were doing. We've been a nuclear wasteland for 200 years despite radiation not being dangerous for even a fourth of that. Oh, we can get into that time, because I know you said you're not interested very much in Fallout. I can clarify as to why some of those design decisions have been made, because funnily enough, that's an issue that's been talked about in the lore, and part of it is simply straight up the Chinese and American nuclear weapon designers in the Fallout universe intentionally made their bombs as dirty as possible. But that reduces the overall destructive capability of it. Yes, they did that on purpose too. It's straight up stupidity on a choice, because they were literally of the case of, if we can't win, no one can win. All right, Twitch, are you going to start the ad so I can go refill my water and get ready to keep ranting? Or are you just going to have that ad starting soon thing up there for the rest of the fucking 10 minutes? I don't think it's possible to make bombs that dirty because it breaks the physical logic of radiation. There's some ways to increase it. Like, it doesn't solve the whole problem, but it does at least address that they tried. Also, okay, ads in progress. I'm going to run to the restroom, refill my water, and then we'll come back and rant about Fallout for however long I can do that for. Be right back. Let me see here. What are you talking about? WoW stuff, craft certain decor items, very few classical decor pieces cost absurd resources. Why does the alchemist desk cost 8 Black Lotus each? A single Black Lotus on the auction house costs 5k. I farmed Silithus for 3 hours and found 1. Yeah, well, from the sound of it, Tenwin, they really, really want to give a reason to, well, go back and farm old shit for the resources, which, as far as encouraging people to re-explore old zones, that's one way to do it. All right, we're back. Let me see if I can start this properly. Hold on. First of all, Twitch, are you working properly? Yes, you are. Good. It's so expensive. I know. Believe me, I know. I do need to try getting... see, the thing is, I am enjoying playing WoW again. I am actually playing a little bit of WoW again, but I don't think I'll stream it. At least, maybe when Midnight comes out, we could do a little bit, but eh. All right. Okay, this was one of the one. Let me, hold on. I need to, hold on. Where's the webpage? It should be this, right? And it's not showing up. Why is it not showing? Oh, okay. What the fuck? Oh, wait, hold on. I remember what I fucked up. There we go. We'll just turn off the camera into my room. Scarlet Crusader armor this month. Ooh, I'll have to take a look at that. Okay, so let's just, I literally just have a list of these things that I want to rant about. So we'll start with this one, because this one I found when I was looking up stuff for Fallout. This was literally at the top, and I'm surprised more people are not talking about this. This is literally a shot. This is literally a shot of the fucking Brotherhood talking about women. Because for some fucking reason, I swear to God, if this is literally just, well, they're called the Brotherhood of Steel, so of course they're misogynists. When the Brotherhood has literally never in its entire existence among all of its groups ever mentioned this. I thought the Brotherhood was a firm meritocracy. Yes. Well, it's not even technically a meritocracy because it does have knightly order virtues and stuff like that. There is a little bit of nepotism. I would be remiss not to say that. Like, there definitely is. But this, like, layer in particular. So, and here's the thing. I know exactly where this came from. And here's the really annoying thing. Whatever writer wrote this is going to be the, actually, I played New Vegas, and this is based off of something that Victoria, one of the NPC companions, tells you regarding how women are treated in the Brotherhood. Okay. Victoria is a lesbian woman in the Brotherhood. She is a woman who is attracted to other women. The Brotherhood doesn't give a shit about that, but she is a woman, and the Brotherhood does not, well, the Western Brotherhood does not recruit outside of its own ranks, save for extreme circumstances. So yes, women can be scribes, elders, paladins, and knights in the Brotherhood. They are still expected to have kids, though, at some point, because that, for almost 150 years, was the only way the Brotherhood could have more troops. Big shocker. However, the Brotherhood has had examples in the Western Brotherhood, the Midwestern Brotherhood, and the Eastern Brotherhood of women in high-ranking positions. What are we talking about? I am about to rant about Fallout and how the show can go fucking spin on a dick. Because, see, part of the reason, 90, that I even had this thought was in my infinite naivete, since apparently I need to just stop, I defended season 1 of the Fallout show. I did, because I was like, okay, look, they're setting things up that could be a problem, but they don't have to be a problem. Only for season 2 to come around and for every single thing that people said this is gonna be a problem to be proven true. So fuck me, right? This happened when I defended The Force Awakens, and Rian Johnson decided to make The Last Jedi into one of the most abysmal pieces of dog shit in the universe. And now it's happening with Fallout. And the only way I can get this out of my system is just to rant and rave about all of this. So that's what we're doing today, so I can get it all out of my system and we can get back to doing video games tomorrow. I'm going to need so much water for this. I even cut off a piece of that sourdough bread I mentioned. Ow. That's how it seems to go. New show, great first season, then downhill slide afterward. Well, here's the thing, Kataka. Hold on, let me finish chewing. God, sourdough bread is so good. Is that the first season? Okay, so if you don't know, the first season already had massive, massive issues because it blew up Shady Sands. It blew up the capital of the NCR. That's already a massive issue because the NCR is the primary Western faction. It has slowly been built up over the course of 3 games set in the Western United States as the ascendant power. It is the rebuilding of an actual society, of a democracy, and all the issues that come with it. New Vegas does not pull any punches on the many myriad problems that the new California Republic is facing, from lack of water, lack of resources, lack of economic opportunity that leads many of its populace to join the military just to ensure that they have a stable income, only for the NCR to turn around and use that military in some of the most imperialistic possible ways. Wasn't the first season where a cabal of evil capitalists actually planning a nuclear problem? Yes, that is also a massive retcon. Did they tell us why? Because money. Well, Vault-Tec has this whole thing about, well, if we're the only ones to rebuild, then we can make humanity in our image kind of thing. So a little bit, social Darwinist, utopian, the rest of the world has to burn, which is not surprising because the Enclave has a very similar mindset. This was just from a different direction. I wasn't necessarily against that, though we'll get to them later, 90, because we have to talk about Robert House later and how they appear so far to be basically just rewriting the character to make him evil, like straight up evil. Vault-Tec was always evil, stupid. Yes, but there was always implied that there was someone far more intelligent than them behind the scenes pushing them in that direction. Whereas the TV show just went with, oh no, they're evil, stupid, and they're the ones doing it on purpose, which, what? But no, let's get back to this because as I said, I've got quite a few of these. So again, yes, the Brotherhood, because again, as I said, there's going to be someone out there who's like, actually, Victoria was always lawful evil with a heavy emphasis on the big L, lawful evil. He was more than willing, again, okay, hold on. I have a lot of these. We will get to all of it eventually, 90. Let's start with the Brotherhood right now because that's what I'm focused on. Yes, the Brotherhood largely is a meritocracy. You do your job well, you rise in the ranks. Whether you're a scribe, a knight, or a paladin. The only thing the Brotherhood expected of its female members, they could do anything they wanted within the Brotherhood's ranks as a scribe, as an elder, as a paladin, as a knight, was that they were still expected at the end of the day to have some kids because, again, the Brotherhood initially was a very insular culture. They were all descended from the military members and military contractors that Roger Maxson picked up from the, oh God, which one was it? I can't remember the name of the base. It was a West Tech research facility that was initially doing the FEV radiation trials. As they moved from that base, Mariposa, that was it. Mariposa military base. Don't give a fuck who you fuck, just have a kid. Yes, that was literally, because how else do you get new members? If you're not going to recruit from the wasteland, how else are you going to get people? McNamara, that is that's in the Mojave chapter. We'll get to them. The entire point with the Brotherhood was that they were made up of Maxson's military command, his actual troops, their families, the civilians on the base, and any military personnel they picked up on the way down to Lost Hills. Because Mariposa is in Northern California, and Lost Hills, the central headquarters of the Brotherhood, is in Southern California. The Brotherhood basically has a whole a quasi-spiritual mythos around this great exodus as they marched from one end of California to the other in order to establish the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood from Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 do mention this, and it is also mentioned, I believe, in some of the audio logs and data files in 3 and New Vegas, where the trek from Mariposa to Lost Hills has a very quasi-religious meaning to the Brotherhood. It is where they stripped themselves of what they were before, members of the US military, and became the Brotherhood of Steel. Which for the next century was pretty much the only source of stability in California. There's a reason towns grew up near Lost Hills, because for all their problems, if you're parked near the Brotherhood and you don't piss them off, having guys nearby with miniguns and power armor to keep the raiders away is usually a pretty good plan. The Brotherhood was largely a strict meritocracy. There was politicking. That was unavoidable once the original Maxon, Roger Maxon, died. That was kind of inevitable. And the Maxon line has kind of existed as the High Elders mainly as a way to keep the Brotherhood united, because they all revere Maxon for what he did. But there was never any talk about shit like this. And again, I know the immediate argument is going to be from people about, well, this shows how far the Brotherhood has fallen. Okay, if you did that for one group and the rest of the groups were calling them out on it because they would, that might mean something, but you don't. You have a bunch of Brotherhood elders sitting around a table and they're pulling lines like these and no one is arguing with them. No one is discussing it. No one is mentioning it. They're just like, yeah, that's our policy now. And this ties into what I mentioned with do I have it here? Yeah, you know what? Let's talk about the vehicle issue. Let's talk about the vehicle issue. And don't even get me started. There's a handful of these accounts, like a Servo Fallout, Fallout Movie, Fallout Hub, who have just been glazing this series since it started. I'm like, I hope they're getting paid, because if they ain't getting paid, God, they are just deep-throating Todd Howard's cock right now. And I'm sick and tired of seeing it. This is a pristine pre-war vehicle. Oh, but it's not military. This shows that the Brotherhood's only interested in military. No, because that's never been the Brotherhood's modus operandi. The Brotherhood does have issues with hoarding technology, because they're convinced that if even regular wastelanders figure out how to rebuild pre-war tech, they will inevitably start building the shit that ended the world in the first place. So yes, the Brotherhood would be interested in an internal combustion engine. Now, you could make the argument, well, there's not much oil left, so why would they give a shit about a car that runs on gasoline? That's not the point. This is a pristine pre-war vehicle, meaning that it has all the parts. The Brotherhood would disassemble it. They would try to learn everything they could about its internal workings so that they could understand how it works. Wasn't a majority of the cars nuclear pre-war? Yes, they were. They were. The majority of the cars that we see in the series pre-war ran on some variant of nuclear batteries. There's a heavy implication that this is not one of them, because this is actually based on a real-world design. It also doesn't explode. Here's the other thing you have to remember is that, at least since 3, shooting a car in the Fallout universe results in a essentially the equivalent of a mini nuke. If they shot it, they would nuke themselves. Yes. And as far as I know, this is supposed to be either a pre-war gasoline-powered vehicle or something to that extent. And here's the thing. We know first of all, it's very obviously based, I do think, so here's where we get into the issue. Either it's a pre-war gasoline vehicle, in which case the Brotherhood would carefully disassemble it so they could learn everything they could about its internal workings. Or it's based off of the Highwayman, from Fallout 2, the highway car that you can get, that you can repair and then use, in which case it is a nuclear-powered vehicle, and shooting it like that would be among the dumbest fucking things any Brotherhood chapter could possibly do. Why? Because we already know what happens when a Brotherhood chapter starts encountering vehicles that they can actually use. They're called the Midwest Brotherhood. And they built an entire vehicle, they built their entire military around utilizing mechanized and motorized transportation. Because, and here's the thing. Yes, I am aware that Fallout Tactics is not considered fully canon anymore, because thanks, Todd. Well, no, to be fair, that was also Interplay. Interplay also wasn't quite sure where Fallout Tactics was going to fit into the canon, but Bethesda has made a point that some kind of Fallout Tactics happened, some kind of Midwest Brotherhood chapter exists, we're just not sure on the details. So until they feel like revealing those details, which they might be doing in Fallout 2 if the other Brotherhood chapters are anything to go by, which is going to make me hate them even more, then we're going to just have to go off tactics. The Midwest Brotherhood chapter arrived in the Midwest after their airship crashed, because they made a primitive version of the airship to get over the Rockies, and then it crashed on the other side. they realized that the heartland of the United States, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Nebraska, is very, very flat. Very flat, not overly populated outside of Chicago and St. Louis, and very much trying to walk across that area, trying to maintain control of that region with infantry is pretty much impossible. So the first thing the Midwest Brotherhood did was work on getting old pre-war vehicles up and running and utilizing a lot of the infrastructure for their power armor instead on the vehicles. This is also why the Midwest Brotherhood had to use a different variant of power armor that didn't require as much maintenance and work as the T-51B did, which was the standard Western power armor for the longest time. They instead developed what is called I think it's called the Advanced Tactical Armor. It's a very lightweight power armor. Its main advantage is that it's about as easy to repair as the T-45, but it's actually weaker than the T-45. It's still better than not having power armor because it still boosts strength, it boosts all of the physical stats, but it just doesn't have quite as much capability. The Brotherhood of the Midwest also relied on a lot of psychological warfare. You'll notice that the Brotherhood, the Midwest Brotherhood, hold on, I forgot I can move my mouse onto my other monitor so you can actually see where I'm directing my attention to. The silhouette of the Midwest Brotherhood armor is much closer to Enclave armor. The Midwest Brotherhood had no compunctions about like, actually, if we can walk into a town and they're just scared shitless of us and nobody has to even open fire, that's a win in our book. So we already know what the Brotherhood would do with these kind of things. We already know what they were capable of. We also know for a fact that the NCR, I believe this was made for a mod for Hearts of Iron, but it is based off of the Fallout Bible, where Chris Avallone and other writers from both New Vegas and Interplay talk about the NCR outside of the Mojave. We already know they were capable of great evil. I mean, funny you should say that, because we can get back into the meritocracy argument for the Midwest Brotherhood, where the entire, like, if you think it's bad enough that they talk about, well, we don't even want women in the Brotherhood, the Midwest Brotherhood doesn't give a shit. The Midwest Brotherhood didn't care. The Midwest Brotherhood recruited former super mutants and then used them as cannon fodder. They recruited former ghouls to use in high radiation zones. They even recruited an intelligent Deathclaw to use as a shock troop. The Midwest Brotherhood came to the conclusion of, if you are willing to serve the Brotherhood, it doesn't matter what you look like on the outside. We'll find a way to use you. Now, if they wanted to emphasize that that was a regional variant of the Brotherhood, that would make sense. Like, because this is, okay, we can get back into more of the Brotherhood outside of the vehicle shit. The Western Brotherhood never really had a problem with ghouls so long as the ghouls didn't get too close. They just saw the ghouls as, well, it's another inevitable consequence of the world we live in. The Eastern Brotherhood had major problems because the East Coast is overrun with feral ghouls. So the East Coast Brotherhood developed just stay away. Like, don't come close and we won't have a reason to shoot you, because if you come close, we're going to assume that you're feral and going to try to attack us. And that has somehow morphed into all forms of mutation must be annihilated from the Wasteland 40K style. Right now, the Brotherhood is no different than your average batshit insane cult tribe of the Wasteland. Yes, and that is a problem. They did have cultish tendencies, don't get me wrong. They absolutely do. Their quasi-spiritual belief in their mission alone does open them up to that. I'm not arguing that that couldn't happen, but showing how far it's extended and how poorly it's written, because it shows the Brotherhood acting contrary to their founding beliefs, is a little aggravating. Especially when now they have Todd Howard's Eastern Commonwealth Brotherhood being like, well, we're the real Brotherhood and we're the ones who built all these airships. We're the ones who built the T-60 power armor, yada, yada, yada. Meanwhile, the Western Brotherhood has descended into insanity. Just, they're recruiting outsiders, but they're not propagating their own culture, which makes no sense if you know anything about how the Brotherhood in Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 acted. Because they did occasionally recruit outsiders. If someone was extremely capable, or if someone was extremely, if someone did something for the Brotherhood that was of great value, the Brotherhood would name them an honorary, they would either name them an honorary initiate or an honorary knight. And that person would have the potential to keep pushing, or not pushing, but keep working with the Brotherhood until they earned full status within them. We did everything, and women must be in the kitchen. Tenwin, I know you're joking, but that does seem to be the way they're going, which is, it's also more hilarious because we're going to get to the Legion later. The Legion who actually say shit like that And they still managed to make the Legion look even dumber. Like, the Legion already looks stupid, and Chris Avellone and the other writers from Obsidian admitted that they weren't able to flesh out the Legion as much as they wanted. So making them even dumber for seemingly no reason other than let's make the entirety of Caesar's Legion a joke is a little infuriating. Because it tells me that the writers of the show do not respect any of the source material. Oh, here's this interesting faction that could actually make some sense as to why they exist in this post-apocalyptic environment. Let's just turn them into a walking joke. Because that's what we want to do. We want to take this nuanced writing, this careful world building, this actual attempt to build up a realistic case of why this happened in a post-apocalyptic environment, and let's just poke fun at it to the point that it makes no sense. It's infuriating. We did that. I'll get back to that. Let me just go down the list. We've got this, which is just another case of infuriation. So this is apparently from a scene in, I think, the second episode of season 2, where they don't care for the source material, or, hey, these annoying or racist fans like this fashion, so let's make it impossible. Are you for that? Yes. Yeah. No. Oh, no. When we get to the Legion, they have straight up done that. They've straight up done that. They've basically tried to undo the last 15 years of fans trying to figure out how Caesar's Legion would work, and people actually coming up with good ways that they would actually work. I haven't watched the show, do not plan to, but any chance the protagonist is a strong, powerful woman who will prove that the faction are all dumb as rocks? We'll get to that with the Legion, because that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. And it's, oh God. So this is one of the stupid ones as well. This is apparently the nuke that destroyed Shady Sands. So again, as I mentioned to Tenwin, the MC Volter is a woman. Yes. Yeah. Well, her being the main character isn't the problem. The way she's interacting with some of the factions is strong woman. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, 90. The writing for Lucy in season 1, from what I saw, because I did watch all of season 1, is actually pretty solid. She's the naive vault dweller who has to suddenly be exposed to the wasteland. Her character arc actually mirrors a lot of what happens to the original vault dweller from Fallout 1. That was actually really well done. But now they have her doing jokes constantly and pointing things out to factions that have lived in the wasteland long enough that they would be able to tell her, no, you're wrong, shut up. But they're not treating it that way. They're treating it as, oh, she's pointing out the flaws in them. It's like, no, she's pointing out what the writers see as flaws, which just means you're just making fun of the faction again. You're dumbing it down so that your character, who doesn't know much about how the world outside the vault works, can seem smarter than everyone else because she's because she's a woman. Because she's a woman and willing to call out isn't even really the right word. Let's get back to the nuke. Let's get back to the nuke, because this is a quick one. This is a tactical nuclear warhead that is used in the games as a weapon for Liberty Prime, which is the giant stonking robot. Death is a preferable alternative to communism. That guy. Yeah, these things are devastating. They could probably blow up a building. They are not wiping out a city of over 50,000, because that's how big Shady Sands was. Shady Sands was one of the largest settlements in the wasteland. It was a full-blown city with vehicles and roads and infrastructure. Very few people hate female characters. Most people hate being preached to, which is exactly what Lucy has become, which is part of my problem. She was fine in season 1. Her being a little preachy in season 1 even makes sense, because she's from a vault. She's from a safe environment. Now she is in the wasteland. She has to adapt. She wants to hold to some of her values, which is also fitting for her character, but she has to adapt at least somewhat in order to survive. So far in season 2, they have her preaching to the Legion, of all people, which, ugh. Now, where was I? So this bomb is basically a tactical nuke designed to destroy a building. And they're saying that it wipes out an entire city. Now, maybe it's like, oh, but they've got all these wires and shit. Maybe they did it up. It's like, even so, the bombs in Fallout were purposely designed to be inefficient. The tactical nuke building, so it's the same idea behind the Fat Man Tenwin. I don't know if you've seen it. Hold on, I can't really, if I start pulling things up, I don't know if you guys can see like my internet search history, and I don't need that right now. The portable nuke launcher. Yes, this is basically the next step up. So you have the Fat Man, which is a tactical, like, low-end tactical. And then you have something like this, which is a what I would call high-end tactical. It's meant for breaking open, like, entire fortifications and defensive positions. Because, again, this is the same bomb that was equipped to Liberty Prime. Because, like, the regular Fat Man bomb is like a bit bigger than a hand grenade. This thing is, you know, large enough that you would need a vehicle or a mech in order to transport it. But again, most of the nuclear weapons in Fallout were designed around quantity rather than quality. These are not the Zarbombas and the hydrogen bombs of our timeline of the 20th century. Why would you use nukes for that kind of demolition? Because Fallout, Tenwin. Because Fallout. Also, do keep in mind, they never invented the microprocessor in this universe, so there's not much they can do to make, like, more efficient explosives the way we think of them. Like, most of the explosives in Fallout are either jury-rigged nuclear devices or some combination of basically Cold War tech that never went further than that. The rocket launcher in Fallout, for example, is basically a World War II bazooka. Can't like a bundle of TNT do the same? Oh, they absolutely have that too. But the Fallout universe was obsessed with radiation. You also have to remember that weapons like this were intended to be used alongside power armored infantry who don't have to worry about radiation because the power armor will actually protect them. It is one of the better sources of protection from radiation. The US by the time of the Great War in the Fallout timeline, the US was already redesigning its military to operate almost entirely with power armored infantry in mind. Whereas the Chinese, based on what we saw with the Operation Anchorage DLC, were building more for laser weapons and stealth suits. The Chinese had a full-blown stealth system that was far more advanced than what the US had at the time. Chinese basically went light infantry, the US was going heavy infantry alongside its vehicles. The end point, though, is that even if this was Tau vs. Space Marines, got it, not entirely wrong. Not entirely wrong, actually. Screw logic because video games, especially Fallout. That is part of the problem, Kotaka, because I have seen some people say, well, the games have always been a bit goofy. Well, yeah, the games have been a bit goofy, but they've been at least somewhat grounded in reality. A nuke of this size does not destroy a city. Why do we know that? Because we've seen what the actual city nukes were in Fallout, and they are a hell of a lot bigger than this. And also, we only have one example of the full-sized ones actually being seen unexploded. In Fallout 3, we encounter the town of Megaton, which is built around the crater of an unexploded nuclear warhead, which you have an entire quest to disarm or set off. These nukes were essentially tactical. How big and inefficient is the full-size one? Well, to put it in perspective, most of the cities in the US required dozens of nuclear weapons just to wipe out most of the population. Again, things like the Zarbomba and the hydrogen bomb were not really designed in this universe. Most of the weapons, as far as we know, were basically the exact same design as the Fat Man and Little Boy that were dropped on Hiroshima. Both sides just made so fucking many of them. And again, at some point in the universe, in the timeline, the designers of these weapons also purposely designed them to be as dirty as possible, to release as much radiation as possible, and for that radiation to linger for as long as possible. Mostly because how inefficient your towns are in terms of usage space. Yes, we're not going to get into the argument about scale, because that's Bethesda just forgetting sometimes that that just because you want to set a game in a large area, maybe you should just tighten up your game design, make that area actually feel like it's properly populated, and not make it try to cover the entire side of a state. Some people want to argue that Fallout armor is better than Cyberpunk's Atom Smasher. No, I'm not even going to argue that because it's not. People have to remember that Fallout's power armor is designed to allow infantry to carry heavy weapons and to resist small arms fire. And later today, we will be seeing a great example of that, because we're going to be watching Sodaz's Operation Sunburst animation. And I am going to enjoy commenting on that heavily. So that's enough about that. Oh, good. Now we can talk about... Actually, hold on. We'll continue with some NCR stuff before we get to House and the Legion. We've been cut off from reinforcements for more than a decade. I don't even need to comment on this. This is, do you fuckers not understand how basic logistics work? The Mojave in the time of New Vegas already did not have the food production to support the population that the NCR had brought into the region. There is an entire quest in which you deal with the Brahmin barons of California, who are the ones actually shipping food into the Mojave to support the NCR population that has been brought in and the existing population of the New Vegas Strip. Trying to argue the guy from Fallout 2, the big bad tough guy. Oh, Frank Horrigan. Okay, no, Frank Horrigan is a different question. See, here's the thing, Tenwin. Frank Horrigan is an interesting. Frank Horrigan might be. Does he beat Atom Smasher? Probably not. Is the fight one hell of a fight? Oh, fuck yes. The designers of Fallout 2 are on record, Tenwin, as saying the only reason you're allowed to win against Frank Horrigan is because you need to have a way to beat the game. Frank Horrigan is canonically one of the strongest things in the entire Fallout universe, and it's not even a Atom Smasher can dodge bullets mid-fight. Frank Horrigan don't care. Frank Horrigan runs in and power slams him. It doesn't matter. He's not even going to bother shooting. It's going to turn into a brawl. That's what it's going to be. Now, the thing is, though, Cyberpunk has enough guns that I'm sure Atom Smasher probably wins in the end. But again, let me put it this way, Tenwin. That's an episode of Death Battle I actually would like to see, because it would be kind of fun. I do think in the end, Atom Smasher wins, but that's also because, much like Frank Horrigan, the actual Cyberpunk 2077 book, the actual TTRPG, actively says, when your game gets too powerful, just kill the party with Atom Smasher. That is something that is suggested in the game, like in the TTRPG. If the party gets to the point where they're just a bunch of murder hobos running around, unable to be stopped, just use Atom Smasher. Because in the original TTRPG, Atom Smasher isn't really statted. He shows up and you die. He's the Lady of Pain of Cyberpunk. There's a reason that in D&D, the Lady of Pain has never been statted. You don't fuck with her. She just ends you. Atom Smasher filled the same role in the traditional TTRPG of Cyberpunk. The party's getting out of control, the campaign is at an end, and you need to find a way to wrap it up, and the players are just not cooperating. Insert Atom Smasher. Game over. Speed up mode puts explosive bullets into his opponent's bare arms. Artwork I saw of him had pegs and make him armless. Yeah, no, like again, it would be a fun fight because they're both meant to be like the epitome of what their settings can build. But I would admit, yeah, Frank Horrigan's going to lose that. He's going to lose that. He's going to put up one hell of a fight, but he's going to lose it. Again, though, it is always funny to me when people bring up Frank Horrigan because it's like, no, I think it's Tim Kaine and Chris Avalon have both gone on record where it's like, the only reason you beat Frank is because they didn't want to have the game just end with you dying. Like, that is the only reason. Based on how they wrote Frank, he should just wipe the floor with you. And to be fair, if I recall correctly, canonically, the Chosen One has to have basically all of the best gear, all of the best weapons, has to convince an entire squad of Enclave troops to stand with him so that they can get off the platform, and has to rewire all of Frank's backup security measures just to take him down. Frank Horrigan is an absolute monster. He is basically a super mutant behemoth in power armor. And that is, he is the universe, he is one of the strongest things in all of Fallout. There's a reason he exists. But moving on. So let's get back to the NCR and this one line that is all I need to know that nobody on the season 2 staff understands anything about a post-apocalyptic. Again, the Mojave does not have enough food to feed its existing population. The existing population before the NCR showed up was living basically hand to mouth. When the NCR showed up, installed garrisons, brought in an entire regiment of ground troops, brought in settlers to try and farm in the region, they were not producing much food. The whole region is only viable because the Brahmin barons and the NCR are actively shipping food into the Mojave. So the idea that they have been cut off from reinforcements, which also implies they've been cut off from the NCR's logistics for the better part of a decade, there should not be an NCR presence in the Mojave. There is no way that would work. The NCR was already low on morale. Oh, and supposedly, this is something I saw people talking about, but which I wasn't able to find an actual like screenshot for. The NCR and the Mojave apparently don't know that Shady Sands got nuked. The NCR has a courier system. The NCR has essentially a news system. They have radio broadcasts. How in the fuck do they not know that Shady Sands, the, as far as we know, largest human settlement left on the planet, was nuked out of existence? And this is really sad because there was a lot of speculation that it's like, okay, the NCR still exists. It just lost its capital, which obviously caused a lot of problems, but the NCR still exists. Whereas now we have season 2 footage and season 2 shit talking about this, where it's like, no, there's no way they could be, because this entire thing is basically implying that the NCR has completely fallen apart. And even if they do exist in Northern and Central California, further away from where Shady Sands was located, because but we can get into this retcon as well, they moved Shady Sands down to LA for some reason. Shady Sands was originally in Central California. They instead moved it further down towards Los Angeles, probably because Hollywood writers think that Los Angeles is the center of the world. They can't comprehend the idea that after a nuclear apocalypse, people might want to live elsewhere because they are people from Los Angeles. They're worse than New Yorkers in that regard. Moving on. The NCR was already in a position where the only reason their people were able to survive in the Mojave was the constant logistical reinforcement from California itself. There is even a big talk that's one of the things you can do in New Vegas is launch a nuke towards California, and by blowing up one of their supply lines, it basically implies in the ending that even if the NCR won the war, they would be unable to hold the Mojave because they wouldn't even be able to put people there. Let's live in one of the hottest and least hospitable places in the US. No, you're not wrong. Without modern water infrastructure, you can't, there are portions of California that are just uninhabitable. But how their Malibu houses could go up in smoke, like, I bet if there was a shot of Shady Sands Elite, it would be no different from modern LA. Well, actually, did I keep it open? I think I might have closed it. Yeah, I did. So there was that shot of the vehicles. That was Shady Sands. They built, here's the thing you have to remember, Shady Sands isn't based on an existing town. Shady Sands was built by people living in the wasteland, rebuilding their own civilization. They built first like mud and thatch huts, then they upgraded to brick. Then they began to use more modern, the NCR actually does produce concrete. They do know how to build modern buildings. The NCR was actually, they couldn't really build skyscrapers, so to speak, because they just didn't have the infrastructure for it. But they were able to build quasi-modern buildings. They could build houses. They could build their own things. And here's the funny thing. There are, in the Fallout universe, there are a lot of people who do live in the ruins of LA. It's not, first of all, it's not called LA. It's called the Boneyard because the husks of all the skyscrapers are everywhere. And those people are far, when we do see them in Fallout 2, they are more prone to living in essentially the ruins of those skyscrapers, much more ramshackle in how they're building. That said, the people in the Boneyard is also the birthplace of the followers of the apocalypse. Pretty much the only group of intellectuals left in the NCR by the time of Fallout 2 in New Vegas. The followers of the apocalypse are even a actively quasi-anarchistic group. They do not follow the NCR. In fact, they've quarreled with them quite often. The thing is, though, is that the followers are pacifists. They only believe in using force for self-defense. And even then, they usually outsource it. They have a number of contracts with mercenary groups and other groups to keep an eye on things for them. Most of their members do not intentionally know how to use firearms. The followers of the apocalypse focus on getting medical knowledge, on building infrastructure, on building purifying water, reintroducing medical care. The fact that we really haven't seen any side of them is also kind of fucking annoying. While we're at it, I know a cozy place to live. Let's move to Death Valley. Yep. Nope. I mean, people forget that the Mojave, Death Valley is on the California side of the Mojave Desert. As far as we know, nobody lives there. We didn't have any sign that anyone lived there at all during the events of Fallout 1 and 2, even when we went towards Southern California. But, where was I? We did that. Let me see. So, the NCR was already on a shoestring budget for when they were trying to take the Mojave. The idea that they have not received reinforcements in a decade makes no sense simply on its face. If they can barely support an invasion of the Mojave with a full-blown logistical chain that uses vehicles, again, the NCR did have trucks and vehicles to move its major logistics. They even had the remnants of the, what's the word? Railroad, sorry, of a rail system in California to move large freight. Now, when it got to the Mojave, because the Mojave had very little infrastructure, it then had to be moved by Brahmin cart and by hand, which limited the supplies that were there. But they could move those supplies towards the Mojave en masse. If the NCR had been cut off in the Mojave for a decade, that would not exist. There would not be an NCR presence outside of maybe Camp McCarran, which is their largest fortification. But even that would be a case of the NCR bottling themselves up there and waiting for some kind of contact from the rest of the NCR. They would basically go into the same mode that the Brotherhood does, which is bunker down in the one place you can hold and then don't leave unless you absolutely need to. Most likely, I don't think we've seen Hoover Dam in Season 2 yet because Season 2 is only halfway out. But those would be pretty much the only two locations they'd be able to hold would be the Hoover Dam for power supply and fresh water, and Camp McCarran because it's a centralized and fortified pre-war military installation that has built-in defenses that the NCR can use to hold off anyone who they don't want to come through them. It also is the central supply hub for the NCR in the Mojave, meaning that if they did have enough supplies to hold out, rationing and all that stuff, it would be at Camp McCarran, which is a former Air Force base. What is/was the state of Washington in the Fallout universe, just out of curiosity? So we don't know about Washington. We do know about Southern Oregon because that is where Arroyo in Fallout 2 is located. Arroyo is the starting village that your character comes from because you are descended from the Vault Dweller from Vault 11 who left, or no, Vault 11? Yes. Or is it Vault 13? No, it's Vault 13. My apologies, Vault 13. When the protagonist from Fallout 1 left Vault 13 for the final time, he took a bunch of people with him north, and they would eventually settle in Southern Oregon. It's largely tribal. We only really get a shot of Southern Oregon, so we don't really know about Washington. There was some talk about a Washington Brotherhood, an expedition from the Brotherhood of Steel up there. But the only people I've seen expound on that is from the Hearts of Iron Old World Blues mod. They expand that as a Brotherhood faction that is obsessed with uncovering the secret of immortality. They are one of the more morally dark factions, but a lot of that was written by them from very sparse lore entries from, I believe, the Fallout Bible. There's no confirmation about what happened. Oh, no, you're talking about Washington, D.C. Okay, so we were talking about the West Coast, Tenwin. I thought you meant Washington State. Washington, D.C. is a hole in the ground for the most part. That's the events of Fallout 3. Fallout 3 is centered around around the D.C. wasteland. The White House got nuked. Most of the major monuments were either destroyed or partially annihilated because there was because of how saturated the region was in radiation, there was no real attempt to build an overriding government of the region. And the number of super mutants in the area made it nearly impossible for any real organized government to get started. This is where we can get into the problems of Fallout 3 is set 200 years after the bombs fell, but its themes and the way the world is presented read much more like the bombs were dropped 50 years ago. There's no confirmation about what happened to the government. Most of the government died. The ones that didn't were the Enclave. They were the main villains for Fallout 2. Now, there does seem to be some implication that the Enclave will play a bigger role in the Fallout TV series, which makes no sense because 90% of the Enclave is supposed to be dead. As far as we know, based on what was written for Fallout what was written for Fallout 2, Fallout Tactics, and Fallout New Vegas, the western portion of the Enclave is supposed to be gone. The Western Enclave was wiped out. The president didn't manage to escape. Oh no, the president did. He escaped to the oil rig, where the Enclave made their main headquarters on the West Coast for the better part of 100 years. Okay, so Tenwood, we're gonna have to explain the Enclave here real fast. So, the Enclave was a group of government and industry leaders in the pre-war times who it was Eisenhower's warning of the military-industrial complex as an actual thing. Not quite the Illuminati, not quite the more military-industrial complex, more the classic 1950s, 1960s military-industrial complex. Politician supports military, leaves his politician job, and is now an advisor for a military firm. That kind of thing. The only difference is that the Enclave very much came to the conclusion of if nuclear... See, this is also why why the show is annoying. The Enclave came to the conclusion of nuclear war is inevitable. We're going to set it up so that we're the winners out of that. There is no hard confirmation prior to the show that we know exactly who fired the first bomb. Tim Kaine and I believe Chris Avalon have both implied that it was indeed China, that China being invaded by the US finally said, fuck it, if we can't win, no one wins, and actually pushed the button. But we do know that the Enclave already had plans in place for it. The moment that they even got the hint that China was getting ready to just fuck the entire world, they were already in their bunkers. They were already ready to go. They knew it was coming, which also implies that there were Enclave members who were Chinese and who were reporting on what was going on in China. So there is some speculation that there might be some Enclave assets in China itself, which, given that the US military was actively invading China during the time, could be possible. Because people do forget this, that the majority of the US military at the time the nukes fell was actually in China. It was in China invading through Manchuria and Shanghai. People forget that. We don't know what happened to the remnants of the US military over in China. Oh, there we go. Okay, good to see that Seribot's still working because it just banned that person for trying to post links. Bye-bye. Spam detected. Goodbye. All right, but back to what I was saying. But yes, quasi-Illuminati, they're implied to have also financially backed Vault-Tec. 2,000 Brotherhoods of Steel. We just don't know. We just don't know. And to be fair, we don't need to know because Fallout is very centered on the US because it's built on the US's idea of how radiation worked. It's built on the 1950s aesthetic. It's built on a lot of that. There's a reason that we don't see the rest of the world. It's why I'm interested in playing Fallout London. I would love to see how a bunch of British people took the setting and applied it to Britain. The entire of China is a nation of Brotherhood of Steel. As I said, we just don't know. We just don't know. But the end result is the Enclave flees to the point where, if I remember correctly from the timeline, the president technically disappears a week before the nukes drop. He is already disappeared. He's been moved to a secret facility on the West Coast, along with the rest of the Enclave. They are already in their bunkers, ready to go when the nukes fall. Washington, D.C. gets absolutely leveled. Seems like a good nuke warning. Yeah, no, they were well aware of what was coming. To the point that it's actually funny. This is where I say, like, no, occasionally Bethesda can write gold, which is there is a random building in Fallout 4 in Boston where when you go inside, it's this high-end, like, bar, like a cigar lounge or like a smoking lounge kind of thing with a, you know, it's meant for like the 1% of the 1%. And the whole thing is a bunch of people dead on the floor. And their last lore entry is basically that these were people who weren't part of the Enclave, but thought that they were important enough for the Enclave to save and only realized that they weren't part of the real exclusive club as the bombs started to fall. And then basically going, well, fuck, I guess we're just as screwed as the regular Joes out in the street. And they all took, I think, poison and cyanide to kill themselves before the radiation did it. It's actually a really good world building thing because it's like the Enclave wasn't just the 1% of the 1%. It was also those connected to them that had political and military power. So there were generals, admirals, military men. It's implied that all of the Enclave's power armored troops are descendants of the special forces that the Enclave took with them into their bunkers. Illuminati. And funny, that's the thing though, Tenwin. The people in the bar are closer to the Illuminati types because some of the lore entries is them talking about like, we could change things from the background. It's basically the Illuminati not realizing that they've already been outflanked by another group. It's actually kind of funny. It's actually kind of funny. As I said, world building, Bethesda can occasionally still do a really good job, but that's not what we're here to talk about. Let's move on to House. So in season 1, this is the only shot we had of House. He was at the meeting that Vault-Tec was pitching the idea that they should start the nuclear war. He gets one major line, which is he talks about how he kind of talks dismissively about the plan, where he's like, there's a lot of profit to be made at the end of the world. So here's the thing, though. And this is where we're starting to get into the issue of what Season 2 appears to be doing with House. First of all, and now I think The Simpsons me, I thought the Soviet Union was disbanded. Press button, evil laugh. Yeah. People made that joke because there are other people at this meeting who are way more obviously evil than House. Okay, so Robert House. Robert House is absolutely lawful evil. He absolutely is. I would say he's borderline lawful neutral, but he's more than willing to acknowledge that he lives in a post-apocalyptic world by the time of Fallout New Vegas, and he has no compunction with using force because he's basically come to the conclusion that everyone else is willing to use force. I'd be an idiot not to. But so I defended, again, I feel like I'm paying penance for it now. I defended this portrayal because it seemed as if House was at the meeting in order to figure out what the rest of the world was doing so he would know what to do to keep Vegas safe. He has a messianic streak miles wide. Yes. And it's not helped by the fact that he did save Vegas. Like, that is in lore what he did. So in the I can't believe I have to say this, in the old lore in Fallout New Vegas the game, House basically came to the same conclusion the Enclave did. He wasn't a member of the Enclave. This is the important distinction. He was not a member of the Enclave, despite being a multi-billionaire, despite being the head of a massive industrial conglomerate. He was so egocentric that the Enclave, as far as we know, never approached him. They did not want him as part of their program. It also probably helped that he designed robots, and the last thing the Enclave wanted was someone who could program robots and have their own military and bypass the Enclave's ability to control things after the war. So I can kind of see their point. They did not want someone like that who could potentially bypass their carefully laid plans. Unfortunately, leaving him alone allowed him to come up with his own plan. So House came to the conclusion of, okay, in my lifetime, nuclear war is going to happen. He basically comes to this conclusion. So he starts preparing. House is a native of Las Vegas. He was born in Las Vegas. He is a resident of Nevada. We don't want to invite House. Why? He double dips and drinks all the scotch. I mean, you say that, he is based off of Howard Hughes, so he is eccentric. So it wouldn't surprise me if the Enclave also did just because their leadership didn't like him on a personal level. In fact, that would be so fitting for House because he is a jackass. He absolutely is. Very much think Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man 1. There's definitely some vibes there. He is an absolute jackass, a total egomaniac, but he's also the smartest man in the room. He really is. So I could totally see the Enclave choosing not to invite him simply because they found him infuriating. The Enclave could be petty like that. They really could. So again, we get into House. House comes to the, let me get back to my point. House comes to the conclusion that war is inevitable. He starts making preparations. He prepares private bunkers for himself. He begins building up his robots so that he'll have something to use to keep control of things once the war starts. I'm here to ask you quite, surprisingly, he's not, well, I was about to say he's not that bad, but there's one infamous line in New Vegas that is, I would honestly say, is so Andrew Ryan coded that it's hilarious. But to get back to my point, he builds up so he takes advantage of the fact that the US military is willing to work with a lot of private contractors in the Fallout universe with access to very advanced military tech. Read it. See, here's the problem. Do you want me to do Andrew Ryan's voice saying it, or do you want me to do something closer to House? Because I can kind of pull off an Andrew Ryan, but I can't really do House. I really can't do House. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says the man in Washington, it belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God. No, says the man in Moscow, it belongs to everyone. I rejected those answers. Instead, I chose something different. I chose the impossible. I chose New Vegas. Yeah, I can't do the voice. It also doesn't hit as hard because House, I would actually say House is an egomaniac, but he has a smaller ego than Andrew Ryan. He actually does. Now, he's a bit more of a megalomaniac than Andrew Ryan because House has some very strong thoughts of what he's going to be capable of once he has the platinum chip in New Vegas, but that's neither here nor there. House builds up his infrastructure. He prepares his robots. Everyone has less of an ego than Andrew Ryan. That's true. That's very true. He builds up the defenses. He gets a hold of military-grade anti-missile defenses and starts installing them all over Las Vegas. He builds his casino. First of all, he buys a casino and renovates it just so that he can put more anti-missile defenses on top of it to protect Las Vegas. He sees Las Vegas as his home, his property, his land. He will defend it more than anything. He knows he can't save the whole world. He knows he can't save the entirety of the United States. He knows he can't even save the state of Nevada. So if he's going to save anything, he's going to save what he can of his robotic infrastructure, and he's going to save the city that he grew up in. Andrew Ryan and Bioshock 1 is so well written. Too bad that Kevin Levine got an ego blow from that. Yes, many such cases, unfortunately. House does all of that. So again, I was willing to defend his portrayal in the first one as this is House scoping out the competition. Basically, he's getting a feel for these are the people I'm going to have to deal with once the world ends, which I could buy because he's a very intelligent man. He would do something like that. You should stream through the Bioshock series. I should. If I can get them running, because both the original release and the re-release have had some porting problems in the past, if I recall. I'll have to look into that. He builds up, so I could see his portrayal here. I could understand that. And then I started seeing the memes. Apparently, Fallout 2, or Fallout Season 2, is all about House using mind control chips and taking control of the entirety of New Vegas through mind control technology. And then, okay, hold on. We'll get to that. We'll get to this as soon as the ad is over. Let me eat my sourdough bread and drink some water. I'll be right back. Okay, you know what? I'm going to keep ranting. We've only got a minute left in the ad anyways. I'm going to keep ranting. Because this was the meme I saw being passed around when some people started complaining about House's portrayal in Season 2. So, some fans claiming the TV show did Mr. House dirty by turning him into just another cartoonish villain because he's rich, powerful, and has no morals and kills people for his own purposes. Meanwhile, video game Mr. House is all about please kill all these people I don't like and spare only those who are useful to me so I can become the perpetual ruler of New Vegas. First of all, he doesn't. Many of the cases, he tells you, as his acting lieutenant, to go in and figure out if any group is actually willing to work with him. House even acknowledges that he doesn't have a full picture of everything going on outside of the Lucky 38. That he isn't even sure he can trust his own the former tribals that he installed as the rulers of the various factions in New Vegas who took over the casinos. The only group that he says he needs you to wipe out is the Brotherhood of Steel. Why? Well, because the Brotherhood believes that all technology belongs to them, and House is currently sitting on the largest treasure trove of technology, probably in this half of the western portion of the United States. And to be fair, he has no reason to trust the Brotherhood at all, because in House's ending, he is pushing the other major factions out of the Mojave so he can secure it as an independent state. If he does that, the Brotherhood is sitting at the center of that and has no intention of giving an alliance to what they would see as either, quite frankly, the Brotherhood would see House as one of the instigators of the Great War and would probably go to war with him. Then you have the simple fact that he has access to this technology, and yes, one of the Brotherhood's main weaknesses, especially the Western Brotherhood, is that they don't really draw a line between military and civilian technology. Because again, the Western Brotherhood's main weakness is that ideologically, they think that if people have access to the peaceful side of technology, they will inevitably use the techniques to make that technology into something that makes a weapon. And they see that as a direct danger to not just themselves as the Brotherhood, but also to the human race in general, because it will lead to people making stupid decisions with things like nuclear bombs. So they would have no reason to side with House. There's also the fact that without the Courier's direct intervention, the existing leader of the Mojave chapter is Elder McNamara, but his second in command is Paladin Hardin. The said Paladin is concerned that McNamara is hiding things from him, which is a big problem because the way the Brotherhood's chain of command works... Okay, I'm going to have to explain this. The way the Brotherhood's chain of command works is that an elder or a high-ranking officer, a high paladin, cannot just give an order to someone lower ranked than them. Because Robert Maxson was appalled by what the U.S. military had done, by taking advantage of things like that, of just, you know, the excuse of I was just following orders. The Brotherhood has a built-in check on that. So in a traditional military, a general can order anyone below them to a certain extent, as long as they're within their chain of command. In the Brotherhood, you are only allowed to issue direct orders outside of combat, outside of like direct life or death combat, to the person directly below you. So for example, if the elder, I'll even use the example that's in the game. If an elder wants to send out a scouting mission using a pair of knights, usually knights equipped with either recon armor or stealth boys will be used as the Brotherhood's main recon elements. The elder can't just turn to those knights and give them that order. No, that's not how it works. The elder tells the head paladin. The head paladin then talks to the paladin who is in charge of those knights, and then that paladin delivers the order to those knights. That way, every single person who is in the direct chain of command knows what is happening. There's no going around officers who might have moral conundrums about something. If the elder wants to give a controversial order, he has to tell everyone in that direct chain of command. This is called, I believe, it's either called I can't remember what the concept is called, but the Brotherhood have a word for it. So McNamara, by going around Hardin, who is his head paladin, opens himself up to being removed from his position because he has chosen to do so. Now, he has a good reason to do so because he's trying to figure out if the Brotherhood can reemerge into the Mojave in a more peaceful way. But by the laws of the Brotherhood, he is essentially violating his duty to honor this commitment to prevent something like this from happening. If the player does not get involved, Hardin, it's essentially implied, Hardin eventually finds out, removes McNamara from power, and unfortunately, Hardin is a hardliner as far as the Brotherhood goes. If he's in charge in the actual game, you can't negotiate between him and the NCR, which leads to the NCR asking you to blow them up as well. This is the funny thing where it's like, this is especially galling again when we get back to this meme because, oh, he's rich, powerful, and kills people for his own purposes. I don't only spare those who are useful to me. The NCR says the exact same thing. And in fact, the NCR commander who you liaison with in New Vegas is, in my opinion, far more bloodthirsty than House. House tells you to investigate the situation and make the call. And then when you come back to him, it's usually pretty easy to say, yeah, I did this. I've got them on our side. And he'll go, good, that's a good thing. Hell, the good karma ending for House even basically implies that House is glad to have someone with a strong moral compass like you on his side. Which should really tell you something. He wouldn't be a total amoral sociopath if he actively encourages you to seek out good endings for people. That's not how a sociopath works, especially a power-hungry one. By contrast, the NCR's Colonel Moore pretty much tells you every time when you're contacting people to go in and clear them out so they don't bother us anymore. Colonel Moore takes the full-blown imperialist option. Oh, you want to negotiate with the Great Khans? Don't bother, just go in and kill them. Oh, you want to negotiate with the Brotherhood? Don't bother, just go in and kill them. Find out what's going on with the boomers so we can make sure they don't intervene. Now, the boomers, I think, is the only one she doesn't outright tell you to go after, and that's mainly because the boomers have pre-war artillery, which I think Moore just wants to get her hands on and would rather not have to wipe out an entire society in order to do it. So first of all, if he is less bloodthirsty than the quote-unquote good faction, which is the NCR, then yes, portraying him as a completely immoral, completely sociopathic, rich, powerful, white industrial dude who, let's be honest, because he's a tech fetishist, they're going to make Elon Musk references. I already calling that. There's no way they won't. Yeah, no, that's a character assassination of House. I don't care what you have to say about it. Oh, that's one's for the Legion. Also, they did change the actor, which I've only just noticing that they managed to get a guy who both simultaneously looks more like House and less like House at the same time. I've invented this new car. I call it the Tesla. No, thankfully, House only invented robots. The Securitron is the big one. Do I actually have a picture for them? I do. Oh, but that was going to be my point on the positives of the show, because I figured I would need at least a little bit of time to talk about the positives. Namely, the people who designed the costumes and the set design are amazing, and they should be very proud of their work. The story writers can go jump off a cliff in Minecraft as far as I'm concerned, but hey, the guys who are doing the practical effects, you guys are doing great. But no, I don't agree with this because, again, the game goes out of its way to point out that, yes, while House would prefer quick and efficient, he does actively reward you for finding the better option. And in the good karma House ending, the ending openly says that he is quite happy with having someone with such a strong moral compass as his second in command. And let's be honest, House is not an idiot. He does intend to live nearly forever. His brain is basically plugged into a machine. He wants to live forever. Make no mistake about that. But the good ending definitely seems to imply that he's very happy he's found someone that, should something happen to him, will not only still be able to lead New Vegas in his image, but also possesses a strong moral compass. Now we can move on to the Legion. Hello, Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone. I was not expecting to find you here, but the idea of you as a Roman legionary or as a Caesar's legionary is kind of fucking hilarious. So I will give them points for that. I don't give them points for the fact that you look like you literally stepped onto the set of a fashion commercial. They could have roughed up your hair and your face a little bit, given the fact that the only way to attain a high rank in the Legion is to literally fight and kill on the front line. He killed 2 adult men at the age of 8. He is a great leader. No, you're not wrong on that, Tenwin. The Legion has its problems. I would be the first to admit it. But this was where we were going to get into some of the issues I have with... So as I said, in general, I love the set design and the practical effects. The T-45 faceplate lifting up. It looks a little dorky, but this is the first version of power armor, so it looking a little weird, I'm fine with. But you have the contrast in some of this where they have simultaneously made Caesar's Legion look both more realistic to how it should be. I can't really adjust where this is, so you can't really see the guy that's off to the side here. I'm back with a pet with a great exuberance, and I can say I have a pet kangaroo. What? Why do you have a pet? Oh, you have pet a kangaroo. I thought you said you had a pet kangaroo, and I was very confused, Lord Brown Bear. I was very confused there for a moment. He looks like a cosplayer, a decently made cosplayer, but a cosplayer. Well, that's some of them. So Macaulay Culkin's character, the guy who's playing the new Caesar, are decent. This is meant to look like Caesar's outfit. This is meant to look like Lanius's outfit. This guy, however... Okay, so I wish I had pulled up some pictures of how... I even found a close-up of this guy because he's that annoying. Went to a petting zoo. Okay. So in the actual game, Caesar's Legion wears repurposed sports equipment because most of their enemies have been tribal. So wearing basic padded body armor, for the most part, works. Yeah, it's not going to stop a bullet, but Caesar has been fighting not people with ranged weapons very much. when your custom character with random gear appears in the cinematic. Yes, that is very much the case. They simultaneously made an armor that looks like it does less work than the absolute garbage armor that Caesar's Legion normally has. Now, I'm of the opinion that most of the Legion's armor would look closer to this because Chris Avallone and Tim Kaine have both talked about how the Legion does have blacksmiths. They're just traditional blacksmiths. Like they can make actual armor. The only people who get it, though, are the high-ranking members of the Legion. You have to prove yourself. And this gets into an entire argument. So I did see some people who lost their minds because the new Caesar, because this is not the OG Caesar, he dies. We know that much at least. The new Caesar, oh my God, he has an AK-47. Okay, both sides, both the pro Fallout TV show and the anti-TV show people lost their fucking minds at this. Because the anti-TV show people were like, oh my God, that can't be Caesar, he doesn't use a weapon, or he doesn't use a firearm. They're correct, but now we know this is not actually Caesar, so that doesn't really matter. Also got to pet a horse, a donkey, a chinchilla, goats, pigs, and a cat. The chinchilla sounds adorable. The rest are too smelly for me most of the time. And then the pro TV people are just like, well, Caesar's Legion are a bunch of dumbasses, so yada yada. And they went on that tangent. Okay, so to clarify things, because this gets lost every time anyone talks about Caesar's Legion. Oh, they're Luddites and they don't use any technology. No, they don't teach how to use technology. Didn't Caesar use a displacer gauntlet? Yes, he did, which is actually advanced tech, but it's a melee weapon, so Caesar kind of gets around his own rules on that. All of his Praetorians also use displacer gauntlets. So this is something that I've seen even people who are fans of New Vegas get wrong. The problem with Caesar is not that they don't use any technology. It's that the Legion follows a case of we will not make that technology for you. This is the thing. The only thing the Legion makes for its basic infantry, for the basic legionary, is the basic armor, survival supplies like food, water, traveling supplies, camping, you know, the stuff that you need to survive out in the wasteland, a machete, and throwing spears. He also has an autodoc, Caesar's primitivist approach. Towards building a legion was another method of control. Yes. But here's the thing. Caesar does not forbid his troops from using firearms. The only thing Caesar says is that we will not build those firearms for you. This is the interesting thing because Caesar's Legion has no problems using firearms. Bolt action rifles, pistols, submachine guns, high-end rifles, explosive rounds, explosives. But here's the thing. They don't manufacture any of them. The Legion builds its best troops off of battlefield salvage. We even see this because when the prime legionaries arrive for the Battle of Hoover Dam, Caesar's elite, the men who had been fighting under Lanius against the eastern tribes for the better part of the last decade, these men arrive with advanced weaponry, marksman carbines, 50 caliber sniper rifles, submachine guns chambered in armor-piercing 12.7 millimeter. They arrive with explosives, high-end gear, reinforced armor. The Legion doesn't make any of this, but they do salvage it. The Legion builds its military strategy off of the concept of no matter what, we know what every Legionnaire has. They have armor, they have a machete for melee combat, and they have throwing spears for ranged combat. Now, if a individual legionary or individual squad of prime legionaries has better equipment, that isn't taken in as a factor. They base all of their plans off, what if all of our infantry only have the basic equipment? Now, once you have better troops, once those troops know more, once they've salvaged better equipment, you do know that they're better at it, but you still build your plan off of that most basic formula. It also means that no matter the situation, every single legionary under Caesar knows that at the end of the day, when they're out of ammo, when their gun breaks, when something is not capable of being salvaged, they still have their machete, they still have their armor, they still have their throwing spears. It is the baseline equipment. Caesar has no problem using advanced tech. Caesar just never produces any of that advanced tech. Now, there are some rules about drugs that make less sense, and I've seen debates on those as well, but I'm mainly focusing on the weapon and military infrastructure. And yes, Lord Bramber, you are correct. His primitivist approach is to help control the Legion cultural. It's to control the Legion and keep them focused on singular operations, singular focus, and of course to build up his cult of personality. But Caesar has never made a point of, Caesar doesn't look at a legionary who salvaged an NCR service weapon and used it to kill more NCR and say, kill that man, he's using a piece of technology. No, that soldier salvaged it from the battlefield and used it to kill more enemies of Kaiser. Now, if that soldier suddenly started wanting to take the weapon apart, learn how it worked, and try to replicate it for other members, that would be against his son, because that would be against his primitivist approach. But he is not against battlefield salvage, and he's not against using that to kill his enemies. This is also why the Legion's brand of offensive guerrilla warfare actually works really well against the NCR, because all it takes is them ambushing a few squads of, or even just a few troops, even a few patrols, and suddenly you go from, oh, these legionaries only have machetes and throwing spears to, well, now they have some bolt action rifles, some AR-15s, really, not M16s, but AR-15s and pistols. And suddenly they're a hell of a lot more dangerous and you still don't know where they are. This is also why Caesar did so much to deal with the Rangers, because they were the only force in the NCR that could actively deal with his strategy. Wouldn't surprise me if Caesar explained his Displacer Gauntlet as being a gift from Mars. Yes. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. But part of my issue here, first of all, we have this stupidity. So Caesar is dead. Like, they canon confirm that. See, the OG Caesar, Edward Swallow, the original founder of the Legion, is dead. Okay, fine. We knew that was going to kind of come. The only ending where Caesar survives in the long term is the Legion one, where you go out of your way to perform surgery on him and cure his cancer. That is the only ending where Caesar lives in the long term. Even in the endings where you don't actively kill him, he still dies from his tumor within 2 to 3 years. And this is said, I think, 10 years after the events of New Vegas. So we all knew that was going to happen. But there is a quote unquote civil war happening in the Legion over who should succeed him. That is Caesar's body right there. And these are the two sides of the Legion civil war. And they have been like this for almost a decade. I don't even have words to describe how fucking stupid that is. I have zero words to describe how utterly brain dead, fucking stupid that is. Yes, that body is Caesar's. They show it. I don't know if I have a picture for it. I don't think I do. They literally show that Caesar is dead on a hill with a piece of paper in his pocket. Shouldn't it be a skeleton? Okay, maybe it's not that one, but I have seen the picture of the skeleton. Wasn't a major plot point the line of succession being so well established that killing Caesar is nearly pointless? In the short term, Lord Boundmare, the ending points out that killing Caesar will not stop the battle for Hoover Dam. But Caesar's cult of personality is so centered on himself that the Legion will inevitably fracture without him to lead it, because even Caesar in the game basically admits that he's not even going to address succession until he's taken New Vegas. There are some implications and a fan theory that if you go full pro Legion, Caesar is essentially grooming you to be his successor because you're the only person smart enough to do it. Lanius is an amazing military commander, solid military commander, and the fact that all of his legionnaires are equipped well when he shows up at the Battle of Hoover Dam kind of attests to that. But he is not a political leader. And in the endings of New Vegas where Caesar dies and Lanius is put in charge, he makes the ending slides go from, okay, Caesar at least can play the politics game, to no, Lanius just kills everyone and it's very obvious the Legion will not last very long with him in command. For example, here's a great example, the Boomers. If you convince the Boomers to assist the Legion in driving the NCR out of the Mojave, Caesar rightly declares them as basically an ally of the Legion and leaves them alone. Why? Because the Boomers have a fucking flying plane that drops bombs and the only remaining 110 millimeter howitzers that are still workable this side of the fucking continent. If Lanius is in charge, he sacrifices literally thousands of legionaries to wipe them out. The boomers drop so much artillery that it wipes out a massive portion of the Legion's strength to gain nothing. Handing the Legion to Lanius basically guarantees that they're going to come down on them hard. Giving the Legion to Lanius ensures that he will cause the entirety of the Legion to bleed out within a handful of years. But here's the thing. Now, maybe you might say, well, that sounds like maybe that's the ending they should have gone for with this. Nope. We have no idea what happened to Lanius. He's not. I think the only mention they have is that Macaulay Culkin is wearing his armor. Macaulay Culkin's character is wearing his armor. That's it. There's no talk of where he is, no talk of what happened to him, no talk of him taking control after Caesar's death. Nothing. Nothing. That's just, oh, and there is one other person who could have potentially succeeded Caesar after his death. That being the head of the Frumentari. Oh God, I'm now, Volpes Inculta. Yes, took me a second to remember. Volpes Inculta, head of the Frumentari, the man who basically single-handedly is winning the war against the NCR because the NCR's ability to counteract guerrilla warfare is nearly non-existent. Volpes is a master at that, a master at infiltration, good at intelligence gathering, good at using that intelligence to harm the NCR, and a man with quite literally zero moral compass. Volpes Inculta is considered one of the most evil characters in Fallout mechanically, where he is defined as even more evil than Caesar. Volpes does not care. Volpes has one mission, the victory of the Legion at all costs. And he's not mentioned either, despite being in charge of the Frumentari, who are the closest thing Caesar has to special forces. In fact, that's another thing where it shows that Caesar is overly dogmatic, but also does have ways to compromise, because the Legion has very strict rules regarding independent operations, shall we say. When you are given an order, you follow it. But Caesar is not an idiot either, despite what some members even of the New Vegas community will say, because, oh, he has an intelligence of 4 in the game. That means he's a moron. They say of the guy who has a brain tumor that is literally about to kill him. I'm sure that's not having any effect on his ability to plan short and long term. Also, he actually did manage to put the Legion together, teach them basic tactics, teach them how to repair and operate their basic equipment. So that is not an intelligence 4 build. I don't care what you say. When I think of Frumentari, I can't help but think of the Somebody series where a Frumentari fails to not let himself get corrupted by modern life and becomes a stereotypical pimp. I don't even know what that is, and I've never heard of that, but as far as we see in the game, the Frumentari are among the most capable and competent people Caesar has, and it's precisely because that is where most of the, I wouldn't exactly call them free thinkers, but tactically capable members of the Legion end up. Volpes Inculta was a line legionary until he decided to defy orders in order to break through what he saw as an opening in the enemy's lines, leading to a victory over a group that was fighting the Legion. Ordinarily, he would have been shot and killed, or I should say beheaded. However, Caesar at that time was still overseeing the front line of the Legion, so he saw what happened, saw that Volpes took this action to secure victory, and instead moved Volpes into the Frumentari. The Frumentari basically exist as a safety valve for Caesar to make use of those who are intelligent enough to perhaps see through his cult of personality, but are still loyal to the Legion as an idea. This is also why Volpes rose so quickly from just being a line legionary to a member of the Frumentari to the head of the Frumentari. And all the implications seem to be that as far as information and intelligence gathering and intelligence warfare goes, the NCR is not even on the same page as the Frumentari. Most famously, the Frumentari infiltrated the NCR military before the NCR military even arrived in the Mojave. Caesar was already ordering the Frumentari to begin infiltrating the NCR before their borders even touched. And it paid off remarkably well, as there's a lot of implications that many of the supply issues the NCR has in the Mojave and outside of it in California are caused by the Frumentari. They are constantly harassing the NCR supply lines, constantly causing issues with their logistics, and constantly doing things like the Nipton Massacre, where they just like, oh, this town is used by the NCR to hang out, get a beer, you know, fuck a prostitute. Well, we're going to infiltrate the town while a bunch of NCR guys are there. We're going to brutally murder everyone in the town and the soldiers, and then we're going to hang their bodies from a bunch of crucifixes. Because why not? So we have no indication of what happened to Lanius, no indication of what happened to Votepes. We just have a random old dude claiming to be the next Caesar. We have a guy wearing Lanius's armor who doesn't appear to be Lanius. And then we have this entire thing. And this is what I was getting into with Lucy. So first of all, now I get to rant about Braveheart of all things. I was not expecting to have to rant about Braveheart in a goddamn Fallout rant, but apparently I'm going to have to. Prima Noctis didn't fucking exist. And I hate the fact that Braveheart is such a good movie, horrible historical interpretation, but a great movie that popularized this idea that Prima Noctis ever existed at any point in human history, especially in European medieval history. This, as far as we can tell, it never happened. And if it maybe did happen, it happened once or twice, and everyone else at the time period said that was stupid. I wonder if you meant Fallout had something called Braveheart, or if you meant the movie. I mean the movie. Because the movie Braveheart, Mel Gibson's Braveheart, popularized the idea of, oh, Prima Noctis, that sometimes European nobles would just declare that they could take a bride before her husband could. We have zero historical evidence for it. We have literally, as far as I know, almost zero historical evidence that it was ever done anywhere. So to have it be referenced in Fallout of all things makes no fucking sense. Now, apparently this was a scene where Lucy was brought before the rest of the Legion. So, firstly, the Legion has no compunction against slavery, and Lucy is a profligate. She is a non-legionary and not under the laws of Caesar, which means, no, she wouldn't have been brought here, even if it was to be like, oh, we're going to auction her off to whichever Legion, because that's not true either. The Legion are all slaves. It's just that legionaries are higher ranking slaves than non-legionaries. She would have been stripped of her clothes, she would have been immediately tortured, and then she would have been put to work. She would not have gotten a chance to talk to anyone. She would not have gotten a chance to say anything. And then, I didn't get a screenshot of this, but I did see a clip. She then talks about how they're pronouncing Caesar wrong. Because Lucy, being educated in a vault, would have known the English pronunciation of Caesar is Caesar, because that's how it's usually taught. But in traditional Latin, it is Caesar, because the soft C sound does not exist in traditional Latin. The funny thing is, this is the one area where the Legion does know how it's pronounced and would correct her. And indeed, her insistence that she's correct would probably have led to her being executed, because the Legion doesn't give a shit. You could argue the fictional works can be mixed up with historical, but that's just me playing devil's advocate. Even if that's the case, Caesar didn't here's the thing, Caesar did not bother with that. He simply said, if a woman is a slave, a legionary can do whatever he wants with her. And indeed, in New Vegas, you run into a female slave character who tells you exactly that. There's no, ooh, we need to formalize it, we need to do that. No, it is the Legion quite literally, unironically believes that women are only for baby making. That's it. That's all. There is no other version of events where they think anything otherwise. The closest you get is the various NCR female soldiers and rangers that the Legion has run into, who they see as aberrations who deserve only death. It's just, it's one of these things where it's like, you can tell that the writers want to use Lucy to lecture at the legionaries, when the only response from the legionaries would be to kill her, or worse, but they can't show that on TV. I see why certain people like the Legion now. Not to say, I'm not even going to go that far, Tenwin, because that argument, I mean, to be fair, the only time I've seen that argument brought up is when it comes to the idea of the Legion needs to keep up its numbers, and they're running out of tribal societies to defeat and integrate into the Legion. In which case, yes, Caesar needs as many troops as possible. Hell, when you go to visit him at his fort, you see like children running around in Legion gear. They're being trained to become legionaries. That is the entire purpose of their existence. No, the Legion, from my perspective and the way I've seen it done, is that the Legion is simply a response to the way the world ended and Edward Sallow trying death. The other issue as well is that Edward Sallow was sent by the followers of the apocalypse into Arizona. from California into Arizona, not even dealing with Nevada. He went to Arizona. Every single bit of lore we have about what Arizona was like before the Legion is that the people he conquered have openly stated that him conquering them was better than what was going on in Arizona beforehand. Now, yes, you could say, well, they're subjects of Caesar now, so you can't really trust their sayings. Correct. However, we have merchants from California who operate in Caesar's Legion territory who also say that it's better than it was before. And we have a ghoul companion, Raul Tejas, who is a pre-war ghoul from Mexico, who also spent time in Arizona before the Legion. And he has no reason to glaze the Legion. He openly agrees with you if you choose to kill them. But even he admits Caesar invading and conquering Arizona made it better than it was before. And he has zero reason to lie. We also know from that implication that here's also the thing that people do forget. People even from the Vegas fandom forget this. Is that Caesar follows Caesar, rather, I'm trying to differentiate between fake Caesar that we see in the show and Caesar from the game. Caesar, Edward Sallow, follows a very Genghis Khan style of things. When the Legion comes up against another society, if it's a tribal society, well, the tribal society usually strikes first, and then the Legion just wipes them out, kills anyone who resists, integrates the rest into the Legion. That's a no-brainer. But we know the Legion controls towns and small settlements all across Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. And it's even implied Colorado as well. The 4-state area is pretty well controlled by them. When they run into an organized settlement, the Legion offers one chance: surrender or be destroyed. If the settlement surrenders, congratulations, they now live under the reign of Caesar. Caesar, we will collect taxes from you. You must follow our rules. You will support the Legion economically and militarily as needed. Done and dusted. If you resist, you get treated just like the tribals. Wiped out. Anyone who resists gets killed. Everyone else gets integrated into the Legion and culturally annihilated. Legion is much more live and let live as civilians in its own territory. They're cruel to NCR citizens as mean to bleed the NCR. Exactly. Because the NCR is operating as a nation state. Ergo, Caesar sees all NCR citizens, until the NCR surrenders to him, as legitimate targets. Again, very Genghis Khan. You get one chance: surrender, open your gates, allow the Legion to occupy your lands, and begin supporting the Legion economically and sociopolitically. If you choose not to take that deal, your settlement will be wiped from existence. All of your fighting men will be killed. All of your children will be indoctrinated into the Legion, and all of your women will be enslaved. End of story. There is no other choice under the Legion. That is it. Open your gates and spread your legs and let us in. Pretty much, Tenwin, pretty much. Although Caesar, once you are under the protection of Caesar's law, there's a heavy implication that a legionary has to actually show that you were trying to offend or work against the Legion in order to punish you. If they can't prove that, the legionary is equally they're going to execute him because it's a break in discipline. If the orders from Caesar, who you have to remember with the Legion, to the legionaries, Caesar is a god king. He is the direct descendant of Mars. He is the divinely chosen one who will bring unity to the wasteland. If you harm a settlement that is under Caesar's protection, and you cannot prove that they were either betraying Caesar or something else like that, your life is forfeit because you have harmed something that is under Caesar's protection. You have gone against Caesar's orders. There is no alternative. You are dead. Period. End of story. Again, people think that the entirety of the Legion is just the fighting men. We know that's not the case. You even see people who have played New Vegas making this argument, and it's stupid. Even Cass, a woman who was NCR raised, doesn't stop you from siding with Caesar. Yes, and she openly admits that she's done business with merchants out of Legion territory. And she has to admit, they don't even need to buy guards. The Legion has so thoroughly just removed any... You have to... Because, yes, the Legion is a totalitarian society. Highly totalitarian, highly authoritarian. You live where the Legion tells you. If the Legion says, okay, your settlement's now under protection, we need you to move your entire town over towards this river so that you can begin growing crops for the Legion. You don't have a say in that. You don't. which also means the Legion knows, as well as they can, where everyone in their territory is at nearly all times. And, again, within reason, because they don't use technology, they're mainly got garrisons all throughout Legion territory. So if they discover someone living off in the boonies, so to speak, they're not going to assume, oh, he's not hurting anyone, he's not breaking Kaiser's laws. They're going to assume he's out there, he's going to do something to break our laws, go kill him. There are no bandits or raiders in Legion territory because anyone who doesn't live in the areas that the Legion tells them to live is just considered an enemy of Kaiser. Because if you're not living where Kaiser told you to live, then obviously you're going against the will of Kaiser. Now again, how well is this done? We don't know because we never got a chance to see Legion territory under the Legion. But the constant reinforcement from people like Cass, Raoul, the merchants you run into from Legion territory does seem to imply that you don't have to worry about the usual wasteland problems, because it's not just raiders that have been expunged. Rad scorpions, cazadors, most of the wasteland's various creatures and animals that cause a problem even in NCR territory have been wiped out because the Legion brooks no dissent on them. Animals and wildlife is still seen as an affront to Kaiser because it's interfering with the Legion's operations and thus must be expunged. I've seen mod quests with NPCs who mock this argument because Legion is evil, not even letting the player counter argue. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. The Legion is evil. There's no argument with that. I'm not going to sit here and try to claim that the Caesar's Legion is morally superior to House, Independent Vegas ending, or the NCR ending. There's no argument with that whatsoever. They are definitively evil. But you can see how a society like them would develop in a world in the aftermath of the Great War of Fallout. And indeed, Kaiser takes exactly that. And if I remember correctly, when you do talk with Kaiser more, he openly acknowledges he knows the Legion is going to fall apart eventually, even if he picks a good successor. He openly acknowledges that this is not so much about... It's not so much about the Legion itself being perpetual. It is trying to destroy the various cultural differences that emerged in the aftermath of the Great War so that when the Legion disintegrates, there will be a core territory that will remain peaceful because the people there were all at one point part of the Legion. Now that you can take issue with because it's no different than any society trying to survive an apocalypse, but the fall of that still leads to cultural differences, sometimes along geographic breakdowns, sometimes along political breakdowns. In that regard, Kaiser is no different than any other state that sees the end coming and trying to do something about it. In some ways, despite his megalomania, his egomania, and his willingness to use force, Kaiser is a little nihilistic in that regard. He knows the Legion is going to die because he, as a follower of the apocalypse, he is fairly well educated. He already knows the world has ended once. What's to stop it from ending again? Kaiser just thinks that the ending of the world or the ending of the human race, basically as a whole, justifies anything that he can do to try and postpone it or to mitigate it in the long run. It's the same argument of the Emperor of Mankind from 40K, Leto II from Dune. It's the usual thing that a monster would use to justify their things. And unlike Leto, who at least has precognition that can actually see what the end result is, Kaiser obviously doesn't have that. The Legion is evil, but they're not as stupid as people make them out to be. They're ignorant. They're absolutely ignorant. But you don't conquer a region that is almost the size of 4 US states, unify most of its tribal population under a single culture, turn them into an all-conquering military capable of taking on enemies with a vastly more powerful industrial base by being a moron. And I know some people say, well, gameplay mechanics, they're wearing, football pads. That's not going to stop a bullet. If you watch most of the fighting the Legion does, they don't just run at you in their football pads. They set ambushes. They move into positions to ensure that, yes, you might have a machine gun, but they're going to give themselves the best shot where you're not going to be able to use it. And again, they're not total Luddites. They're not going to destroy your machine gun once they kill you. One of those legionaries is going to throw a throwing spear, catch you in the side, knock that weapon from your hand. He's going to run up, feed the belt in, and then he's going to mow down the rest of your squad because they're too busy fighting the rest of your unit. The Legion's main thing is that they have no compunction with losing basic infantry to get those, oh, the word is escaping from my brain. They have no compunction about wasting human life to achieve their strategic aims. The NCR, trying to frame itself as the more enlightened, democratic, heir to the American idea, still doesn't do that. The closest you get, you do see that some people in the NCR are willing to. Colonel Moore has no compunction about just using conscripts from California to wear down the Legion. She knows that in the end, they can outmatch the Legion in pure numbers. They just don't have it locally in the Mojave. Centurions wearing salvaged power armor shows that they can take on the Brotherhood. That is true. I think it was Chris Avalone, or it might have been Tim Kaine, did talk that there was a small Brotherhood contingent in New Mexico trying to salvage the area around Area 51 and the many Air Force bases out in that area. When Caesar's Legion finished their conquest of Arizona and pushed into New Mexico, they met this small chapter and annihilated them. I mean, we already know the Brotherhood can have problems dealing with mass numbers of infantry. We're going to go watch Operation Sunburst here later to show exactly how that can be portrayed in a very good way. The Brotherhood's emphasis on their paladins also means quite frankly, the Legion knows where to hit them. And they also know that Brotherhood paladins cannot be everywhere. Pick off a few scribes, kill a few knights who are out reconning the wasteland, and suddenly the Brotherhood goes into full bottle up mode. They pull back to their bunkers, they build up their defenses, and what do you have to do then? Well, then you can just sit there and wait and wait. And every time the Brotherhood even thinks about sticking their head out even a little bit, you cut them off with an overwhelming assault. And again, the Legion doesn't manufacture advanced weapons, but they have no problem with using them. All it takes is one fuck up for the Legion to get their hands on a more advanced weapon. And suddenly that one legionary goes from being the only survivor of an ambush that took down one Brotherhood guy to now having a weapon that could potentially wipe out a small squad of Brotherhood forces. And this is something we'll get into when we're watching Operation Sunburst. The Brotherhood's entire military strategy is built on facing enemies that do not have the ability to take out their power armor. Once you have the ability to take out their power armor, the entirety of the Brotherhood's tactical doctrine goes out the window. And it's understandable because they spent almost 120 years where their power armor was untouchable. The only way to take down a soldier in power armor was to overwhelm them massively. Like, we think of the classic full plate armored knight from medieval Europe. It takes 5 or 6 people to pin him to the ground and then 2 more to open the visor and stab him in the eye. You're talking 3 to 4 times that to try and pin a paladin in place and then take him down because of the armor's enhancements to physical strength. But it is still doable. There's also the fact that explosives survived the apocalypse a lot better than individual weapons. Once the Brotherhood started encountering people with makeshift explosives, that also got their attention. And that was before the NCR started manufacturing their own, which absolutely caused them problems. Oh, this was one of the smaller ones. This was one of the smaller ones that just shows that the writers don't even bother paying attention. So this is the town of Novak. It'd be more worthwhile to pin him, capture him, and then see if they can ransom him back. Well, yes, but you get what I'm saying. If the knight has killed 24 of your buddies and your village has just lost half its male population because your lord conscripted you to serve in his army, you might not be thinking of a ransom. You might just be thinking, I'm going to stab this guy and take his armor. Fuck him. He killed like 5 of my friends and 2 of my brothers. Fuck him. Then there's people like Lanius who could probably pile drive a paladin with his bare hands. Yes, there's some implications that Lanius is... I mean, there's some implications that everyone in the Fallout universe is to one extent or another technically a mutant. It's partially to explain why some people can just take bullets and not really die. But Lanius is a step beyond that. Lanius, I do think, is actually mutated just in a way that he's basically a superhuman. Dude could probably rip the power armor off of a knight and beat him to death with it. Provided he gets close enough, which he is pretty durable. But this was one of the points I was going to bring up for why the showrunners just aren't paying attention. So this is the town of Novak. This dinosaur is in front of the motel, which you can't really see because it's supposed to be down here. And the dinosaur itself is used as a sniper's post, which makes sense. It's overlooking a major highway. You can use it to see back this way, which leads into the back of the town. It has a full commanding view of the front of the town. Boone and the other sniper who work the watch post basically do exactly that. I think Manny is the other guy. He does the morning shift, and then Boone does the night shift. And it works. Novak has like no militia. It just has its snipers up here. And of course, being the wasteland, most of its populace is armed, but they could form a militia if they wanted, but they've never needed to. They just have their guards up in the top of the tower, and they're able to see anyone from miles around. In the show, the dinosaur is turned around and facing the inside of the hotel's courtyard, thus completely negating the entire reason for its existence. With RPG logic, there's probably a lot of people with builds who can take out paladins. Narratively and gameplay, it isn't super unified. That is true, Lord Member. It's why, again, it's why I was willing to defend season 1 of the show, because I was like, look, we're willing to, you know, we're willing to fudge a few details for the sake of showing this as a show in a more cohesive universe. But it's stuff like this and the way Lucy acts among the Legion and the way the Legion is acting that just shows me that the people who are writing this don't give a damn about any of it. And there's no real way to get around that. So yeah, in the show, the dinosaur is turned 180 degrees, is facing inside the courtyard, and pretty much has a commanding view of nothing except the back. Like, you could maybe argue that it would still allow you to keep an eye on, so this back road, I think the text blocks is, but you see, okay, my mouse cursor is here, just off to the side here. There's another road that leads towards the Repcon facility, which is where the town salvages a lot of its materials from. And then you could argue if it's turned around, you can keep an eye on that, and you can keep an eye on the back road. But that's not where most people come from. Most people come from the front road, which is on the major highway that is still used as a route to get to New Vegas. So it completely defeats the point of keeping this just so you can have a shot of Lucy. I think she's chatting with like some cannibals who are attacking the ghoul guy in this scene, if I recall correctly. That's all it did. They turned it around, negated the entire purpose of why this thing is here, why it survived the war, because people didn't disassemble it so they could use it as a watch point, just so you can have Lucy deliver some quirky Chungus dialogue to a bunch of cannibals that they're going to end up killing anyways. To say nothing of the fact that apparently those cannibals are supposed to be the Great Khans, who are supposed to either be dead or gone. There's not a single ending in New Vegas where the Great Khans just stick around. If the NCR wins, let me see here with the Great Khans. If you tell them to stay and ally with the NCR moves them onto a reservation and slowly starves them all to death. You know, Native American treaty style. If you convince them to leave, they go all the way up to Montana and they're just gone. They're just gone. If you tell them to side with the Legion, they help the Legion win the Battle of Hoover Dam, and then Caesar executes anyone who resists and enslaves all the rest, because that's what he does. I mean, with the Great Khans, it's Caesar being an asshole because he knows that the Great Khans won't abide by living the Legion lifestyle, so he already considers that as resistance to his rule the second they win. Ugh. But there is no ending where the Great Khans just stay in the Mojave area and nothing happens. Like, if we're trying to argue that the NCR bottles themselves up because everything goes to shit for them, then the Great Khans have room to operate, and they already know how to survive in the Mojave, even with its limited supplies. They did it for decades. Also, the Great Khans are one of the few tribal groups we see who don't engage in cannibalism, because while they are wasteland savages by the standards of the NCR, they're not brain-dead morons. They know how to manufacture chems. They know how to maintain their weapons. They used to run an underground weapons smuggling operation in the Mojave. That's part of the reason they're still operational, is they sell firearms and refurbish firearms to the various raider factions in the region. Like, they're not idiots. They know that eating people is a bad idea and should only be done as a last resort. They're not like the Legion, where cannibalism is actually fairly well accepted. Legion doesn't give a shit. Food is food. If it keeps you marching and keeps you fighting, they don't give a shit. Just, you know, don't kill your fellow legionaries for it. So they're willing to just, I mean, I think we've actually reached the end of everything I wanted to rant on. Although I did see this. There was some responses to this shit where it was like, well, I think Fallout 4 is also very good. You're telling me you think Fallout 4 actually delivered an extremely emotional story? Yes, and I'm tired of pretending it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It delivers emotional moments, but it is not an emotional story. It fails miserably on most of that front. Steam Awards got announced. Game of the Year, Silksong. Not surprising given the larger indie audience on Steam. VR, The Midnight Walk, Labor of Love, BG3. Why has BG3's been out for how long? How long is a game eligible for a Steam award? Steam Deck, Hades 2, no surprise. Peak, Better with Friends. Outstanding visual style, Silent Hill F. I would have given that to Expedition 33. I think Expedition 33 has a stronger visual art style than Silent Hill. Innovative gameplay, Arc Raiders. It's a battle royale shooter, isn't it? Best game you suck at, Silksong. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Best soundtrack, Expedition 33. No contest there. Outstanding story rich, Dispatch. I can see that. Sit back and relax, RV there yet. Yeah. Patches, I guess. Maybe. I would have still given Labor of Love to Expedition 33 because I don't see how else you define that. But no, I'm going to use this to give one last rant because again, Todd is already Todd Howard, lead designer at Bethesda, the guy who's also a assistant producer or assistant writer on the TV show, is going on and on and on and on and on about how the show is setting the ground for Fallout 5. And if it's anything like Fallout 4, no, the main story is not. And the fact that you're dumbing down the universe, wiping the slate clean on the Western factions that you did not touch, you did not have anything to do with, Todd. You did not want to do a game on the West Coast. You did not want to do stuff on the West Coast. You even handed it off to Obsidian so you didn't have to. And now you're coming back and wiping it clean. I know people made fun of you saying that you hated New Vegas, but it's starting to become really hard to believe that you don't after everything I've seen from Fallout Season 1 and Season 2. Age of Wonder 4 deserves that more than BG3. I wouldn't be convinced otherwise. Silksong is Game of the Year. What the fuck? I mean, again, 90, it is Steam specifically, and that I'm not surprised that a indie darling like Hollow Knight's follow-up game that also was a massive indie darling, that also got a lot of publicity, and also, while PC gamers in general do support what Expedition 33 did as far as giving a middle finger to games producers, PC gamers in particular do appreciate when a video game gives a giant middle finger to the console market. And given how many people bitched and moaned from the console side of things about Silksong, I think it might have won just so the PC players could spite console players. Silksong was absolutely one of the largest games this year. That is true. Again, let's be honest, it kind of came down to just Silksong versus Expedition 33. Here's also the other thing you got to imagine is this is post the actual Game Awards. There may just have been some Expedition 33 fatigue on the part of people voting, where it's just like, okay, we already know Expedition 33 is amazing. We already know it's great. We already know it's one of the greatest games of this generation. Let's just vote for something else, please. I don't think anyone wanted a repeat where Expedition 33 just swept the awards again. It's like, you've already done it once. You've already got the accolade. You don't need to do it again. It was also hyped for years due to hiatus. True. Maybe because I don't get the genre. Hey, 90, I don't either. I am not a platforming Souls-like kind of person. I love my Souls-like games, but not platforming. If we ever have to play Elden Ring or even Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3 on stream, you'll hear me bitch about what few times they use platforming in those games, because good lord, I hate them. Even then, they couldn't deny the soundtrack. Oh, no. Yeah, like there was no way that was going to change. There's no getting around that. No getting around that. They had to give it something, but I do think part of the reason the Steam Awards are the way they are is because people were like, okay, we already know Expedition 33 is great. Let's celebrate some other games, because it wasn't just Expedition 33 that came out this year. I think so. The last thing that I wanted to do that I was really focused on is I do have Operation Sunburst pulled up. So I would like to watch that. It is a bit awkward with how I've set it up. I might have to adjust some things on the screen so that we get it properly set up. In fact, let me do that right now. Hold on. Let me... How do I want to do this is the question. Hold on. Let's go ahead and turn you off for right now. And then... Oh, no, I have to be able to see it. Okay, no. We're not going to fiddle with it. It's already going to be weird enough as it is. Let me make sure that it's... Yeah, we probably just heard the beginning of it. There we go. Okay, so it is set up. Ugh. still awkwardly placed. Can I... Ugh. I can full screen it from here. All I want to do is see you react to a giant movie, Not an accurate statement, but it's the best I can make that song work. I mean, it's not a giant movie. It's 47 minutes. Don't get me wrong. And I do want to commentate on it because I'm not going to, if I don't want to do too much reaction content. Here's the thing. I actually don't mind reaction content. I do think there's a place for it on YouTube because, and maybe this is just my personal opinion, it stimulates that very particular dopamine sector of, I watched this thing for the first time long ago. I want to see someone else react to it for the first time to get a tiny taste of that again. I get it. Watch out for the fuel tank. Is that? Oh, right. That's the Jesse Cox. Is that supposed to be Barrett? Please tell me that's supposed to be Barrett. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Barrett. So if I adjust, no. I didn't mean to turn it off. Just, I need to adjust this because this shit is, there we go. There we go. So if I pull it all the way over here, I think it has everything on that side as well. Okay. So let me make sure that it's, yeah, okay. So it is set up properly. And then I think, oh, no. Is that gonna, wait. Oh, no. My bad. That was wrong. Okay, no. We're not going to fiddle with that then. I might turn off the chat box and the chat overlay and just rely on you guys checking when you guys post things. I don't want, well, maybe just the chat box. Hold on. Nope, not that. There we go. This is a balance between, you don't want to have people overreact, clip start, whoa, or underreact. This is the entire video, stone face, only going, never commenting or giving good perspective. Yeah. No, people like Alicia X Life, Kip Reacts, Chelsea the Destroyer. I would consider those, I would consider those solid reaction channels. You want to be adding, I would say, if a video is, let's take a nice even number, 30 minutes. Let's say it's a 30-minute video. Then I expect your final reaction to be in like the 40 to 50 minute range. Like I expect you to add some kind of commentary to it. And also I do this. I don't understand because I've seen people like Chelzor and Kip talk about this where they're like, oh, you pause too much. It's like, well, if it's a subject that you're actually versed on and you're making good commentary, what the fuck is your problem? You're here to watch the reaction. If you want to just watch the original video, go watch the original video. You're not here for like, that I don't understand because that I don't get. Like I'm here for, as I said, the simulacrum of watching it for the first time and getting someone's opinion on that. Or going full XQC. Yes, we've all seen the XQC. We've all seen the XQC jokes. Also, I'm going to go ahead and shrink down. Come over here. I'll go ahead and put my claws away so we're not too big. Leaves the stream running. Exactly. Let's go ahead and just, whoop. There we go. All right, it is a bit awkward because it's on multiple monitors. Actually, let me see if I can, hold on. Let me downsize this. Put you guys over there. And then, hold on. No, I don't want you doing that. No, YouTube, work with me here. Put you over there. Upsize you over here. There we go. Okay, now I have the YouTube. Wasn't also someone that reposted the reactions over different media or something? Maybe. They got accused of doxing or something when people call them out. Oh, I don't even know about that. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast. Let me turn on this again. There we go. And we're gonna do the full reaction once the ad is done. I'll be right back. Okay, restroom done. I can also provide some context while the ad is still going on, because I know, Tenwin, as you said, you're not very invested in Fallout, so I do need to provide some context. Operation Sunburst is the battle for the solar plant of Helios 1. You're a fast beer. Yes, I am. It also helps when I drink a lot of water because, I mean, it just comes through faster. Still on vacation, so I don't have the last of the Wrath of the Righteous stuff. Where did you leave off in Wrath? I'm going to be honest, Lord Brown Bear, I don't even remember. We'll find out tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow. So I can provide some context while we're here as well. So, this drunk too much eggnog. No, I actually tried some hard eggnog this year, and it just, I don't know what's up with my taste buds. All I taste is alcohol. I don't taste like, I don't drink. I just don't. You reached the Ivory Labyrinth. Oh, yes, because the stream ran long, right? Lord, I forgot you left before that. Yes, we finished the Ivory Labyrinth, and that's where I called it. I actually did finish the whole thing before I ended the stream on the last day before I went on vacation. That's what it was. That's what it was. Last time I drank it was at off K. I don't know what's up with me. Anything I drink with alcohol in it, all I taste is the alcohol, and it makes it miserable. Never said anything about hard eggnog, just that you drink too much eggnog and wipe your mouth. Okay, so Operation Sunburst. Why is it not picking up the very top of the screen? Are you shitting me? Hold on. Why is it not? Ah, there we go. I had the wrong. There we go. There we go. Okay. So it should. Why is it not? God, I hate you, OBS. What are you doing to me, man? There we go. Fallout Operation Sunburst fan animation by Sodaz. Amazing guy. He's done Halo animations. He did 40K animations back in the day before he got hammered by both the community and Games Workshop for bullshit reasons on both sides. And then he spent 2 years on this project as a solo animation because he's fucking amazing like that. I can only drink low alcohol cider. Everything else I can't stand. No, agreed. But so Operation Sunburst, the Battle of Helios 1, it can kind of be seen as the last battle of the NCR Brotherhood War, since after this, the remaining Brotherhood chapters went into hiding and the NCR had bigger fish to fry with the Legion. Helios 1 was the final battle of the war. It was a Hail Mary by the Brotherhood to try and seize control of the Mojave, and it failed miserably because while the strategic objective was important, the Brotherhood let its politics get in the way by assigning... Oh, I forgot to turn off the background music that I had on. One moment. Got to turn that off. There we go. Turn that off. Bring that back up. Okay. By basically putting a upstart elder in charge of this expedition that nobody liked, and once that happened, the various issues that Elder Elijah had with the rest of the Brotherhood High Command meant that this expedition went in basically with minimal equipment and a lot of newbies. They did still have some capable paladins because, I mean, it's the Brotherhood. They're not going to send them out there completely on their own. But a lot of the lower level personnel were basically anyone that the Lost Hills chapters didn't want, which had a lot of problems for them, as you will see. So we're going to go ahead and get started on this. Let me know about the audio, because we can adjust as needed. There we go. Oh, yes. Sodaz does such a good job with the animation. T51B Power Armor. The OG. And I will broke no argument on this. T60 is nice, don't get me wrong, but the T51 are all really good. As I recall, elders are usually former paladins, while Elijah was a former scribe. He cared more about tech than he did about the Brotherhood's lives. Yes, Elijah was an incredibly intelligent scribe, and implied to be a super genius, basically. His ability to lead people, though, was lacking in the extreme. But yes, the Mojave chapter was basically the Brotherhood's desperate attempt at a Hail Mary to outflank the NCR.
Teal Merge U 555 is now aboard.
Thank you, Teal. Welcome aboard. Yes, we're doing my very first reaction. Panels overlay. We can talk some other time, man. We're doing a reaction content right now. But as you can see, yeah, the Brotherhood has a full loadout as far as everything goes. They've got their T-51s, they've got the setups for it. The Knights and Scribes are doing all the maintenance work. Also love how he characterizes McNamara here, because that is actually Elder McNamara, or the one who will become Elder McNamara in New Vegas. I'm getting Star Wars Imperial Troopers from this scene. Not far off. The Brotherhood has more of a neo-feudalistic kind of feel to them. Paladins are the soldiers. Knights are the maintainers. Scribes are the researchers. So is a good way to see it. Now, it's kind of a bit weird because everyone in the Brotherhood, to one extent or the other, is trained in how to fight. There's no doubt about that. Even a lowly scribe is going to know how to work their weapons. It's just that most scribes only get, it's kind of like modern militaries. You don't expect the support personnel or the guy who does the logistics work to also be a frontline soldier with a rifle. The Brotherhood's not quite at that level. Most scribes, when they're being trained as teenagers, because again, the Brotherhood largely recruited from its own ranks as people had kids. You would have been trained for several years as an initiate or as a novice. And then they would have seen like, okay, you're decent at combat, but you're way better at maintaining stuff. So you'll be a knight. Or, okay, you know how to shoot a pistol, but you're not really that good under a lot of pressure in a firefight. So instead, we're going to assign you to the scribes where you can do research and also help. Again, it's when we get into a bit of an interesting area. It's like paladins know how to maintain their power armor, but knights do like the full blown repair work of it. A scribe knows how to take apart and put back together a laser rifle, but so does a paladin if he needs to in the field. It's the divisions are a lot more apparent when the Brotherhood is at their base camp, because out in the field, you mostly only see paladins and occasionally a knight. Scribes almost never went on frontline operations. The Eastern Brotherhood changed that up a bit, but in the traditional Western Brotherhood, scribes almost never left their bunkers under almost any circumstances. They largely stayed there in order to do research, understand things, archive things. They were also sort of the intelligence agents for the Brotherhood. Anything that was brought back on recon or by the paladins as information was collated by the scribes and then handed off to the elders. Asmund cleaned his room, took 3 hours and found 5 rotten burritos. I can believe it. I can believe it. All right, let me take a sip of water. So the divisions aren't as hard and fast as you would expect from like a military knightly order, but they're also in such a way that the main differentiation, as I said, is the scribes deal with raw information. The knights deal with the practical application of that information, maintaining weapons, maintaining armor, maintaining life support systems, purifying water, making food, that kind of thing. And the paladins exclusively deal with combat, and to a lesser extent, dealing with outsiders. That's what paladins exist for. And then elders, who are almost always drawn from the ranks of paladins, lead the Brotherhood as a whole. So this, I believe, is supposed to be McNamara. He is the head paladin of the Mojave chapter, which means he's basically their commander-in-chief military-wise, but he does still answer to the elder. Oh, hold on. I have it set to, no, it's at 720. Let's go up to 10. My apologies on that. I do love Sodaz's attention to detail. All of this is accurate to the games. Sloan is a town that has death claws near it. It's in the quarry. You've got Prim over here, which isn't under NCR control, so it's not even really marked. They just know it's the overpass. You've got Helios 1 marked here. You've got Novak, which is over here. You can kind of make it out. It's a little hard to see. And you've got the Hoover Dam behind my head. There we go. I love his attention to detail with this. The NCR checking everything, getting ready to go. And of course, the NCR being mainly light infantry do have an easier time moving around in like dusk and night conditions. The Brotherhood might have night vision on their power armor, but not on everybody. Operation Sunburst. And in general, the Brotherhood always has trouble moving their power armor over long distances. The crunch, the audio design that he's done. And please let me know if this is too dark. I might be able to up the contrast or something. So I'm looking at the OBS and it seems like it's still coming through mostly clear. You can still see Elijah's face here. You can see all the power armor stuff. You can see the monitor, the guy sitting there. So I'm hoping the lighting is still okay. Again, very first reaction I've ever done, so I don't know how this is supposed to be set up. It's like perfect Cell's walking sound. Yeah, it's crunchy. It sounds powerful. It's heavy. Because the power armor makes them break just by walking past them. Yeah, not wrong, Tedwin. You have to be careful. You have to be careful because you do have to remember, this is one area that I think Bethesda did do well. Let me see if they give me a better shot to talk about this. There we go. So in the original game, the power armor was much more form-fitting. And the one really good thing that I think Bethesda did was that they made a frame. You actually wear the frame and then the power armor parts are mounted to the frame, which gives them a much larger feel to them. They feel bigger. They feel heavier. And they feel more capable of taking a hit to the point where it also kind of serves the role of ablative armor, where if a piece gets hit hard enough, instead of just shattering and being destroyed, it will break off of the power armor frame so that the part can be salvaged later, and it will bleed off more kinetic energy from being hit from a pretty heavy piece. Now, that said, there are still weapons that can punch right through it, as we will see later.
Troop deployments have been completed, but this area is not defensible.
Okay, the voices are still
dangerous to make this our base, so we need to reload. Enough! Fortify and protect this place. That's an order.
And there we see one of the main issues is that Helios 1 is not very defensible. Its central location is nice. It's all compact, but there's pretty much no cover to, I think, to the south, to the east, and to the southwest. It's pretty much open hills and grounds that the NCR can use to close in on them. Could make different types of suits depending on need or use. Yep. Which the Brotherhood does do. You'll see that later as well.
Reinforce the base. Yes, sir. We might be here for a while.
And this is what I was talking about. You do see the knights are still armed. And the Brotherhood, so in their very early history, the Brotherhood only armed their paladins. Knights and scribes both tended to stay in the bunker. As the Brotherhood spread out over the next century and as they came into contact with other people, singular paladins and like small teams of paladins was just not enough in a lot of cases, which did see a lot of their knights getting armed and armored, usually with pre-war combat gear, laser rifles, and high caliber rifles. Stuff that they could use to support the paladins as needed. And of course, Helios 1 is also not their preferred environment. The Brotherhood likes to take over pre-war military installations, which tend to have a lot of built-in defenses that the knights can then use to support the paladins. Helios 1 was much more open, it was a civilian structure, by and large, which meant that the knights had to be more involved in the defense. Also, over the course of the Brotherhood NCR war, the knights had been militarized more and more over the course of the war.
What? Hey!
And here we see as well, I'll wait for it to... The NCR does have the advantage in light infantry, because again, the knights were largely, for most of the Brotherhood's history, a defensive force. They were meant as a supplement to the paladins when the enemy was approaching your position. But the NCR actively trained for light infantry tactics, which means infiltration, getting close to places, recon. We'll see the better version of that later when we encounter the first recon snipers and the rangers. The NCR's greatest strength, balaclavas. But no, in all honesty, it's a lot easier. For one thing, the laser rifle that you saw the Brotherhood soldiers armed with, let me see if I can back up. This is not the best shot, but you see what I'm saying. It's a good weapon, capable, more than capable of knocking out and killing most NCR troops. But it's also a higher maintenance weapon. This is another example where the Brotherhood has to be very careful about sending these kind of supplies out into the wasteland because it could get fucked up and beyond repair. The NCR, by contrast, is using essentially AR-15s, like Vietnam-era AR-15s. But having reliable 5.56 rifles is still good. Another issue, see, this is one area where I think Sodaz, it might be a case where we're just not sure because of the game lore and the world lore. We don't know how well spread radio technology is amongst the Brotherhood. We know the power armor has it, but there was never any indication, especially given, again, the Brotherhood mainly relied on their paladins early on. There's no real indication of any lower level usage of radios. Like the NCR, at least we know, had, I think, like World War II levels of radio distribution. So at a platoon and company level, it was pretty common. But there's no real sign that the Brotherhood ever instituted lower level communications gear, which leads to situations like this. You have a couple of guys on a patrol. They see that one of their guys is down, but they don't even have time to respond before they're overwhelmed by the NCR's ambush. They don't have a chance to get off a shot, to get off a flare, or to get off a message back to the base. Now, if this had been a power armored troop, he might have still been overwhelmed by the sheer number, but he definitely would have been able to respond. This is one of the common problems you're going to see with the Brotherhood's tactical doctrine. Their paladins cannot be everywhere. They're great. They're amazing troops, some of the best in the wasteland, but there's never enough of them. And again, Sodaz does such a good job with this. Yep, waits for it, proper hand signals, grenades first to disrupt the enemy. And of course, we had to have that moment where, you know, in real life, there would have been panic initially. And if they're not expecting it, yeah, some of them would have still been caught. But we had to have that cinematic shot of grenade before anything actually happens. You can't have a war movie. You can't have what is essentially a war film, let's be honest, 47 minutes without having something like that. I mean, come on. Yep. Now, of course, the Paladins heard that. Everyone heard that once you hear explosives. Grenades are loud as hell. And there we go. NCR moving up. Some men are opening fire. Others are advancing. And there we see right there. NCR. It's called NCR armor. Let me see if I can get a better view of it. You can kind of see it here, but it's basically a light Kevlar vest worn over the torso. The rest of this is just fatigues. They just have regular military stuff. Would the grenade explosion actually tear arms off? Not just singe his entire body instead? If he's actually using the idea of how grenades work in Fallout, all the fragmentation grenades in Fallout are pretty high explosive, and that might have also been a lean into how combat damage is portrayed in the Fallout universe, which is usually excessively bloody. Like, that's one area where I'm fine with that. Fallout grenades could also be tougher stuff than normal. Yeah, we don't know the exact, it's just, they're just called fragmentation grenades in the game. There's no definitive, like, we don't know exactly the type. They're definitely more based off of the pineapple grenades from World War II and the early Cold War, and not the modern grenades that the US military uses. And to be fair, it just seemed the damage was a bit too focused on that arm. I think that's more of a reference to how damage is dealt in the game, where body parts will fly off when the person dies. It's see, I don't like how overblown the show has used it, because the show used that as an excuse to be like, we can be so weird because things happen that are weird in Fallout, so we can do stupid shit. It's like, no, it's just that Bloody Mess has always been a perk in the game, and when you pick Bloody Mess, you got more visceral combat animations, partially to make fun of things being weird. Yeah, and you see the NCR has squad support weapons. I think in New Vegas they use the Browning automatic rifle. That's not actually something that shows up in the game too much. The NCR's infantry are almost entirely using AR-15s, but again, Sodaz was trying to extrapolate. You could say it was laser precise. I mean, you did see the laser shot took off the arm. That is kind of making sense. Or wait, was that what you were actually talking about the whole time, Tenwin? I didn't quite get that. I thought you were talking about the grenade, or did you mean the laser? Yeah. Oh, and simple things. He fires the flare so that they can see the NCR, and then they open fire with machine guns, because why wouldn't they? No, the initial grenade. Okay. Yeah. And then immediately the NCR starts using the Brotherhood's own fortifications against them, because sandbags are sandbags. It doesn't matter what side of it you're on. But this is a good one, because they do show, and that's a... Hold on, can I... Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, you can't really see it, but this is supposed to be, I think, an M60 light machine gun, a 5.56 chambered machine gun. So Again, this is stuff that you know that the Brotherhood has access to it. You just don't see knights armed with it typically. But if they're in a static defensive position, it would make sense. The Brotherhood's paladins have much heavier weapons that they can use because they can move them with power armor. And as we saw, let me back up and see if I can. So you do see some of the NCR. You see some of them equipped with 10mm submachine guns. That's what this one is here. And then the Browning automatic rifles and bolt action rifles. I think we get a good shot of it. Yeah, he takes fire with the AR-15 there. And then, yep, see, 10mm submachine gun. And then the other guy shows up with a bolt action rifle, 308. These are all weapons that we know the NCR has access to and that their major military gun supplier can make. We just don't see them in the game very often because pretty much every NCR soldier is equipped with their AR-15 service rifle. But it makes sense that the NCR would have access to this. And you do see that most of the units are equipped with AR-15s, but you do have some units equipped with probably what is the equivalent of a designated marksman's rifle or a submachine gun, in the same way that squad leaders in the US military World War II were often equipped with Thompson submachine guns, or maybe not squad leaders. Usually you would have in a squad, I believe in World War II, you had a squad of riflemen. 6 or 7 of them would have M1 Garands. 1 to 2 of them would have Thompson submachine guns, and then the squad leader would either have an M1 Garand or a Thompson submachine gun. I don't quite remember my order of battle for US infantry forces in World War II, but that's kind of the vibe he's going for. Part of me finds it hilarious that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, their fan base has been so fair about it, only has a single award so far. I mean, it was good, but some people have pointed out it's just not quite as good as the first one in terms of what people were looking for. Again, that's another set of games we're going to have to get to. But yeah, so the Brotherhood has machine guns as well. You can see them mainly equipped with laser rifles at this point, and most of the NCR have AR-15. And of course, as you can see, the Brotherhood's knights are good, but they're not capable of stopping an entire assault all by themselves. Which is where... Oh, I love that Soda has done. I need to see that again. I love how he does that. Literally just charging in. The second they come into contact with the enemy, backhand him. Just hit him with the full force of the power armor fist. Just slap him so hard he goes flying. And that is good because not only is this thing made of steel, the power armor's primary function, what the frame is primarily meant to do, is to increase physical strength and capability. It's to turn a single infantryman into the ability to carry basically a squad's worth of firepower. That soldier had to have shit himself, probably. Because again, by this point, the war with the Brotherhood, if I recall correctly, has been going on for 5 or 6 years. Let me take a sip of water. I don't remember the exact timeline. The regular troops of the NCR are well aware that they know how to fight most of the Brotherhood. But paladins are paladins. They are power armored infantry to their core. And no NCR trooper wants to be on the receiving end of a power armor soldier. We'll see their answer to this later, because right now the NCR is, of course, the NCR's first strategy is, hey, cover of night, we can get really close. If we get lucky, we might be able to seize the outside of the facility through a surprise infantry assault. But the paladins got there fast enough. Built-in headlamps, so they don't even need to, they can see everything now. And of course, the paladins will use heavier weapons, but for light infantry, there's no reason to use anything heavier than a laser. Oh, and there we go. Second squad has arrived, and yep, and the NCR knows they've got a problem. Because theoretically, they do have 308 rounds, and they do have grenades. So they do have weapons that could damage a T-51B power armor. But now there's also a unit of T-51s armed with miniguns, and that's going to be a much harder problem. Yep. And there we go. Get at it. Slink back off into the night because the attempt to take it in a single night has failed. This is not going to go. But no, I love how physical Sodaz is with the power armor because it makes sense. We do know that the Brotherhood does have some specialists who do use the power armor in a melee fashion when fighting against lower tech opponents. super sledges, frickin'
The
ripper
ambush failed while
blades,
the
stuff like
paladins were
that.
out scouting, but all necessary reconnaissance is complete.
Yep.
What about the surrounding hills?
And that's what I mean. This wasn't like, if that infantry assault had managed to take the outside of the facility, that would have been great. But that was not the purpose of the attack. The entire purpose was to see what the Brotherhood had available. And now they know they have paladins, they have knights, they have full control of the facility. But the NCR now knows that what they know the surrounding area, and they know they have the numbers. Rocket hammer. Oh, yes, the super sledge. Love that thing.
We finished scouting the surrounding hills as well. It's more than enough to use for the operation.
Good. The NCR main force will arrive soon and link up with our vanguard. Keep the reconnaissance reports coming until we move on to the final operation.
Of course, the paladins go back inside because we need a centralized point.
What a mess. Judging by the situation outside, there must be a war soon.
Paladin Lucius, welcome back.
I told you everything.
The NCR
Just let
attacked
me
us
go.
under cover of night.
No, wait.
And yes, there will soon be war.
And yes, that was an execution of a prisoner. It's important to note that this is one of the things that feeds into the Brotherhood's neo-feudalistic feel, is they don't really have a concept of enemy combatant, shall we say. You're either a civilian and not a threat to a Brotherhood person, or you're an enemy, in which case they will show no mercy. The Brotherhood doesn't really have a concept for prisoners of war or anything like that, because they spent the first 100 years of their history largely fighting against raiders and psychotic tribals. So they don't really have a concept for any of that. There was a little bit of it at their very earliest history because Roger Maxson was ex-military, but as that past disappeared, there really wasn't any point. Anyway, anything that runs as an enemy combatant, anything that stands still is a well-disciplined combatant. Yeah. The basic idea with the Brotherhood is that if you draw arms against them, they just treat you as an enemy. This is also why the Brotherhood started to develop a very poor reputation by this point and led to the Brotherhood NCR war in the first place. So remember what I said, that the Western Brotherhood doesn't really distinguish between military and civilian technology. Yes, their priority is military tech. They don't want people running around with laser rifles, not just because it's a threat to them, because laser rifles can punch through power armor, but also because they're concerned that people having access to that kind of tech leads to more casualties, leads to more war, leads to humanity destroying the world again. But the Western Brotherhood also had problems with things like, oh, you figured out how to make a forge to make steel at an industrial scale. That could also be a problem, because if you can make steel at an industrial scale, you can make weapons at an industrial scale. So the Western Brotherhood had a nasty habit of going into, so the Brotherhood is essentially Luddites, only for other people, Tenwin. The Brotherhood believes that they should possess the technology in order to properly allocate it to humanity to prevent the world from falling apart again. The Brotherhood also has a bit of a messiah complex. They honestly believe that only through the Brotherhood controlling technology can humanity regain what it lost in the Great War. Now, this has varied by chapter and varied by interpretation, but the Western Brotherhood in general tends to be the most dogmatic about this. To use my example, let's say a town in Southern California has access to a really advanced water purifier. And because they have access to a really advanced water purifier, a lot of people live in that area. A lot of people live in that area leads to higher crime, even if the place is well patrolled. The Brotherhood might move in and demand access to the water purifier because they believe that such thing could lead to that area developing problematic tendencies in the future. Again, when this was just military tech, which is what the Brotherhood was concerned with for the first part of their history, this wasn't as much of a concern. They moved into a place and took away somebody using a fat man, and everyone was happy because no one wanted a crazy raider running around with a fat man. But as California became more and more settled, as societies began to reemerge in California, especially Central and Southern California, where the NCR was starting to get set up, it went from we can negotiate to no, the Brotherhood controls the technology, you're going to hand it over. Now, that's not to say the NCR didn't have their own problems with it. Of course, nobody wants someone running around with a fat man who'll get sweaty and he'll stink. You know what I mean, though, Tenwin. The NCR had their own issues as well. The NCR purposely sought out advanced technology as they began to be established, which started putting their military directly in conflict with Brotherhood Paladin patrols. So, and once that happened, the NCR started claiming that the Brotherhood were no better than raiders, because they basically made the claim of, well, the NCR controls this territory. And of course, the Brotherhood's response was, well, nobody told us. You don't have a border here. There's nothing on the map that says that. And of course, the NCR made the claim of, it doesn't matter. The local town signed up for the NCR, so ergo, we own everything in the town. To which the Brotherhood said, but we've been trading with them for years, and they've handed over all their advanced technology to us. We're the ones who are supposed to protect the town. You had a combination of practical considerations regarding the salvaging of technology, clashing with the fact that the Brotherhood suddenly had to realize that they were dealing with a nascent nation state rather than just a band of tribals. And unfortunately, most of the Brotherhood's leadership didn't quite make that logical leap. There were some in the portions of Fallout 2. The Brotherhood actually had an embassy in Shady Sands. But the Brotherhood still kind of saw the NCR as they're tribals. There's just a lot of them and they're fairly well organized. It wasn't until the NCR started replicating technology, things like repairing vehicles and putting them back on the road, that the Brotherhood started becoming very concerned with what the NCR was going to do with that technology. The main distraction in the time of Fallout 2, though, was the Enclave. The Enclave was a threat to everyone, so the Brotherhood and the NCR kind of worked together, along with the Chosen One and the people of Arroyo, to deal with that threat. But in the aftermath, the Brotherhood kind of had a wake-up moment where they started sending out their Paladin patrols more heavily again, and they realized that the NCR wasn't just tribal, they were a nation. And unfortunately, this is kind of where the Brotherhood's quasi-oligarchic tendencies got in the way. The High Elder is technically in charge of the whole Brotherhood. And that was, I want to say it was Robert Maxon, which was Roger's grandson or great-grandson. But the High Elder isn't a king. He can't just force the entire Brotherhood to follow his orders. The rest of the Elder Council is consulted before making a decision. And the elders were very split between trying to find a way to work with the NCR or feeling like they needed to make a move to stop the NCR from becoming more powerful. By the time the Brotherhood finally decided, okay, we're going to do something about the NCR and it's going to involve a military operation, the NCR had already seized control of all of California, a slice of Nevada, a chunk of Baja California in Mexico, and portions of southern Oregon. By the time the Brotherhood made the definitive decision of we need to stop the NCR from acquiring more advanced technology, the NCR not only had an organized military, a capable industry, they outnumbered the Brotherhood something like 100 to 1 in total population and something at like 15 or 20 to 1 on the battlefield. The Brotherhood vacillated too long, and by the time they were ready to make a move, the NCR had a full-fledged military capable of fighting them. Now, the early engagement still went very poorly because being able to make AR-15s for all your troops doesn't help when the enemy has armor that can take hundreds of AR-15 rounds before it even begins to weaken. So it did take a little while for the NCR to finally acquire the weapons needed to kill Brotherhood Paladins. But as we'll see, once they did, the war shifted dramatically very quickly.
I need you to reinforce the defenses here to prepare for the next attack. I'll report to Elder Elijah.
Yes, sir.
Ad Victorium. What can I help you with, sir? I need to speak with Elder Elijah. Unfortunately, Elder Elijah is not authorized any contact. And what exactly is he doing in there that's so important? I'm not sure about the details, but he seemed to be looking for something. Acknowledged. When you are able to get in contact with the Elder, let him know that the NCR is mustering for a large-scale offensive. Yes, sir.
I'll take a look at your message after the stream.
God damn it. No, it's okay. Yes, I just need to find it. I can fix everything.
Well, I am looking to the left. I have to keep looking to the left to see OBS's chat log so I can see what you guys are writing. The screen is in front of me, but I think my camera might be slightly off. There we go. All right. Night 1 was a total loss for the NCR. Let's see how day 1 goes. Why are you flipping me the bird, Brandon? I love these shots. And you can see everybody getting ready. You can see the NCR. They've got snipers. They've got marksmen. The Brotherhood does have some other advantages, though. They do know how to repair robots, so they will use robots as frontline combatants to support their units. There we go. Now, most of these kind of weapons were pre-war salvage, but the NCR did figure out how to make the rockets for them. So the NCR's military has largely provided its weapons from a corporation called the Gun Runners, which is basically a group of weaponsmiths who survived in a weapons, like a factory for munitions, and eventually were absorbed into the NCR as kind of a de facto member of its military. They handle all of the construction of weapons and war material for the NCR. If I recall correctly, they don't know how to make more rocket launchers, but they do know how to maintain the ones they have, and they do know how to make the rockets. Oh, we'll get to these guys eventually, because this has no support in the lore, but what Sodaz uses these guys for is so good that I basically consider it canon. And I do love these shots. You've got everybody lined up on both sides. Everybody's ready. They all know it's coming. And here we go.
Are the troops in their positions?
Yes, sir. They are in position.
Their status?
Our men are ready to attack.
Colonel Cassandra Moore's final approval of the operation.
Yes, sir. We have received the General's approval to commence with the operation.
Funny thing is, Tenwin, is that aside from Liberty Prime, the Brotherhood is actively, because of how they were founded and because of who their founding members were, the Brotherhood is actually very much against using mini nukes and tactical nuclear warheads as part of their arsenal. They do have them. They have used them on occasion, but it's one of the areas where the Brotherhood is very careful to only use it if they have no other choice, which means that expeditions like the Mojave chapter were not equipped with such weapons. The only choice they would have had from Lost Hills would have been Fat Man, but it's highly implied that what few they did have, the Brotherhood didn't want to use unless it was emergency. And unfortunately, again, the politics of Lost Hills comes into play with this. Most of the elders hated Elijah, and they wanted him to succeed, but they also would not have been upset if he had died in the process. So his expedition went to the Mojave very undersupplied in a lot of areas.
All right. Commence the attack.
And here we go. Yeah, you see what I mean? The NCR having like platoon or company level radio makes a lot of sense given the way their army's designed. Why the Brotherhood never thought to invest more in communications equipment, I can only chalk up to they were just so used to only having to send paladins, who do have that equipment, that they never bothered to really equip their knights with it until it was far too late. And here we have a good charge across no man's land, World War I style.
Contact!
Okay, so they do have, okay, I might have missed that in some of Soda's. They do have some radios. Again, it's one of those things that's never shown on the Brotherhood in the game, so. They have mines. Big Victoria admitted that they tended to lack interest in non-military tech. Yes, they did have a bad habit of seizing it from people who had it, but the Brotherhood had a horrible time of actually implementing it. We've got a solid defensive line. It does look like they weren't able to pull everything back, but there's a lot of wreckage in the wasteland, so that's
Those idiots are trying to break through the defensive line head on.
Next step.
Yep. Of course, that's just to draw the enemy's attention.
Target!
Because they did mention the NCR had the numbers to flank around the side. And if you can't kill a paladin, you can kill the guy who's bringing him more ammo. Also, I love Sodaz's animation here because that's not the animation for the reload in the game. Your character just kind of pulls out Like you can kind of see it. There's this handle here. You're in the game, your character like pulls that open and then shoves more rounds inside. But I love how Soda's animated it here, where it's just the whole thing gets detached and it has a new belt that gets plugged into the mini. It's such a nice touch. And there we go. And now they're starting to hit the sides where there are no paladins right now.
A Viking attack from the hills!
Enemies over there!
And a second attack from the eastern side.
Looks like the NCR is smarter than you think. 4th Company, defend the eastern front! Lucius, I want you to lead the assault squad to defend the western front. Yes, sir. Martin, this is HP. Lead your squad to support the eastern front. Copy that. Squad, follow me.
Again, we see one of the major advantages with power armor is just the ability to carry incredibly heavy weapons on a single soldier. They don't have to worry about crew-served weapons or anything like that. They can just pick it up and move it. Oh, and here I was mentioning the different types of power armor. Now, it's still T-51B, but we're about to see what again, one of the choices that Bethesda made that actually I do like. Jump packs. Like, on the one hand, it's not exactly something that people really thought about before Fallout 4, but it makes a lot of sense, especially when you see that this team is equipped with lighter weight weapons than the miniguns. You've got a flamethrower, you've got a light machine gun on the guy in the back, and the lead is using an automatic pistol. So they are compensating somewhat for the fact that they're going to have to use these jetpacks to jump up and down by carrying slightly lighter weaponry on all of them. Even the M60 light machine gun is way lighter than the minigun in game. And while the flamethrower might also have fuel issues, it's probably going to be lighter once they've used it. Again, those soldiers must have shat themselves. Yes. I mean, it's one thing to know that power armor can move fast. It's another to see it flying through the air. But, as we'll also see, the NCR does have veteran troops of their own, and they know how to deal with this.
Only one side took the bait.
It doesn't matter. They just need to buy us time.
All of that was just the diversionary force. And here's where we're going to start seeing part of the problem with the Brotherhood is the NCR has the ability to wage a war of attrition. The Brotherhood does not. They straight up can't. Oh, these... Okay, I'm going to have to gush about Sodaz's use of these guys. Because it's so brilliant. Because the NCR does have a very World War I, World War II aesthetic to them in terms of how they use their infantry. This kind of armor was developed in World War I as an attempt for like people on machine gun nests or people infiltrating enemy lines. Some of the early German and Italian stormtroopers used stuff like this when they were infiltrating trench networks. But it does work even more so in Fallout because for a reason we're about to see. So yeah, you've got NCR anti-armor specialists, you've got their heavy infantry. They do know how to use smoke because that's what you would use in order to try and get across an open field. You need to put some kind of smoke out. But then they do this. So that is Psycho. It is a in-game drug that is basically a potent cocktail of adrenaline and methamphetamines. At least that's the best way I can describe it. It also functions as a quasi-painkiller and an aggression amplifier. So you give that to your shock troops and you charge the enemy with it, which, yes, in real life combat, probably not exactly the best spot. But as far as Fallout themed combat goes, this is exactly what the NCR would use it for. My personal headcanon, Sodaz hasn't said anything about these guys, but my personal headcanon, these are all ex-raiders who were basically given the choice of you can serve in the military, we'll keep giving you drugs as long as you fight for us, or we can, you know, hang you because you're raiders. And what I'm gonna, there's also gonna be another scene I'm gonna need to show with these guys once we get a bit closer. But yeah, they're equipped with light melee weapons and light firearms so that they can advance on an enemy position and engage. Now I do like that. Hold on, let me back it up so let's see if I can pause it at the right moment. Also, I just love that. I love that. They jump, they swing. You can see the light armor is enough to deflect the lighter caliber munitions. I think all Raiders being druggies may be Bethesda thing. Well, yes, but if you're going to be giving well, here's the thing you have to remember, Lord Brember. Even if they weren't addicted to Psycho before, Psycho is highly addictive in the Fallout canon. If you're giving that to troops that you're using on the front lines, they're going to end up addicted to it regardless. And Psycho is probably the worst one you could be addicted to because Psycho amplifies aggression even once it's left the system. These guys are dangerous even outside of combat, so them being ex-Raiders would make a lot of sense. But you do see it a few times. The armor isn't strong enough to really deflect the worst of the blows, but it plays into the NCR strength versus the Brotherhood's weakness versus the NCR. The Brotherhood is very much used to, we fire around, the enemy dies, because most enemies aren't wearing armor. If that armor, as weak and pathetic as it probably is, because it's based on World War I trench armor, even if it just deflects 1 or 2 10mm or 5.56 or 9mm rounds, you've immediately thrown the Brotherhood off their game because they're still very used to one shot, one kill. I shoot you with a 5.56, you go down because I'm trained on how to use it and I hit you center mass. But if they shoot, they hit you and you keep going, even if it's just for 1 or 2 more shots, that's all you need to throw off the Brotherhood's game. Which allows your other infantry to move up and support.
All right, concentrate fire on that turret.
And there's the first recon. I know we're going to be showing that. Okay, this is what I love. You can't punch through the armor. He does have a 308 bolt action rifle, which is capable of damaging power armor in this game if you're using an armor piercing round. But what he does with it, I love. He knows he can't take on 3 power armor troops by himself, so he shoots the jetpack. Because of course, it's the Brotherhood. They always have to use their fancy tech. But a jetpack is still just a fuel container for your jet engine. That's all that is right there. If you disable that, suddenly those troops can't get back to their position at all. Now it doesn't matter. You don't even have to fight those 3. They're out of the fight. Oh, and here we go, first recon. These are the dedicated marksmen for the NC. Again, don't have to kill the paladins. Just take out the knights, and suddenly the paladins can't be everywhere at once.
Go! We can do this! Let's go through!
Shit. Lucius, we need to move the assault squad back to the front. Assault squad, return to the front lines now. Impossible. They damaged our jetpack. We're pinned.
Yep, see, you can see it there. They're taking glancing blows. If they did not have that armor, that glancing blow might have been enough to stop them. But now it's forcing the Brotherhood to be like, well, I fired at this guy. He should be dead. Oh, no, he's still moving. I have to shoot him again. It's one of those little psychological elements that it's like in modern warfare, we don't think about that much because modern militaries have taken that into account with training and everything. For the Brotherhood, though, they spent almost 150 years knowing if I shoot a guy with a laser rifle to the center of the chest, he's at the bare minimum, he's out of the fight. But now they're dealing with an enemy who does have strategies. Even if it just throws the Brotherhood off by a little bit, that's all they need because other troops can take out enemies from a range as well. The Brotherhood is not built for this kind of attritional warfare, even on the individual level. And given how Psycho is, even a few direct shots may not be enough. Yep, that's before the drugs even kick in. So of course, now the Paladins have to actually come out, and they do have the firepower to do so. Even a laser pistol's more than enough.
Target in range.
Sir, the assault troops cannot return to the front line.
Sapper Company has arrived at the objective.
Good. Let's finish up.
You're clear to fire. Be careful not to hit the building.
And boom. The first one falls. Hold on, I want to see that.
Be careful not to hit the building.
I want to see that. Because I do need to comment on this because I have seen some people who are very much Brotherhood fans. And they're saying like, well, in the game, it can take that. Okay, yes, in the game, you can somewhat take an explosive like that to the face, depending on how it is. Armor ain't broke, but the guy inside will be. Exactly, Lord Brown Bear. Exactly. The power armor might be completely fine, but the man inside has just been rattled and concussed. He is at bare minimum minor brain damage and out of the fight. And more than likely, his brain has been rattled so much, his internal organs pulped by the explosive wave, that he is dead on the spot. All the armor in the world does not matter if the squishy meat bag inside gets hit. And just like that, the Brotherhood has a problem. Oh, the Rangers have arrived. We'll get to them in a moment because their strategies and tactics are perfect.
We've sent units to both sides of the objective to disperse the enemy's defenses, and now our sappers, under the cover of first recon, are hitting the enemy's main force.
Good. It's going according to plan.
Fall back to the rear line!
Okay, so remember what I said. 308 is capable of damaging power armor. So if you, I think this is a great way to showcase this as well, because we have seen the Paladins pretty much deflecting almost all the small arms fire so far. One shot right to where there is a gap in the armor. Because on the power armor frame, this is where there's basically a covering to cover the back of the knee so that it can still function, which of course, if you know anything about armor, there have to be openings in these areas so that the armor can move properly. And look, lo and behold, 308 round, might not even have been armor penetrating, might have been a regular one. Hits right there, tears it apart. And again, it doesn't matter that the armor's intact. It doesn't matter that the frame is easily fixable. The soldier inside is now a casualty and cannot function, even if he's still alive. Now, you see, that was a more glancing blow. The guy, even who's on top of him, might still be alive, but he's definitely concussed from the blast.
Are you okay, sir? Yeah, I'm fine. Let me move you to cover.
We also see smart play by the NCR here. They're not firing as one. They're ripple firing. They're one after the other, volley fire. They're making sure that they keep a constant barrage up. Even though a coordinated barrage might be more guaranteeing of individual kills, they just need to keep the Paladins out of the fight.
There's no way we can beat those sappers if we retreat to our rear lines now. There's only one option left. HQ, this is HP. Current status, code red. Reactivate the prototypes, now.
But sir, if we reactivate the prototype, we won't get the data.
It's not up for discussion. Do it now.
Yes, sir.
Now this I also like. So in the same way that the shock troopers with the psycho and the armor was something that Soda's completely made up, the sentry bots are in the game, but the way he portrays them here makes so much more sense compared to how they usually operate in the game.
Move it now!
Also, the scale. Like, yeah, in game they're about that size, but they feel so much more devastating and heavy in this. Because unlike the Protectrons, which are basically almost civilian grade robotics, sentry bots are military grade robots.
Let's finish them. Keep going.
Yep, NCR's trying to move up under the cover. They know they've got the advantage now because the Paladins had to fall back. And here we go. Once they get close enough, they do have explosives they can use. This I love because in the base game, the sentry bots have missile launchers and miniguns. Here, though, he's given them mortars, which not only fits for the Brotherhood more because they have ways of using missile launchers. In fact, in the base game, missile launchers were a common equipment for Paladins to use for taking out enemy positions. Having mortars, however, gives the Brotherhood something the NCR doesn't have in this engagement, which is indirect fire. And if you know anything about the history of artillery, infantry don't win against indirect fire. The miniguns are just a nice touch.
Attack formation!
This is another one that he... Okay, we'll get a better shot of it here in a moment. No, that... Oh, back it up a little. Hold on. If we back it up to a bit. Because if I recall correctly, in Fallout 4, which is where this type of power armor was first used, Yeah, the sentry bots are not this big. I think that soldier's head just popped. Yeah, that one NCR trooper tried to take off a rocket shot and immediately got shot in the head. I want to say in Fallout 4, the power armor usually comes up almost to like their head. So these are obviously much larger, or they're also, the other issue as well is those treads can kind of rise up. So they might also be just kind of propped up a little bit to look bigger. But the end result is still the same. You've got heavy armor. These things actually can take more damage than power armor can, because again, there's no squishy human being inside this thing. It's just a robot. It can take a hell of a lot more firepower and keep going as long as nothing punches through the actual defenses. And now with the sappers coming under fire, they can't get those rocket shots on these things because there's too much room. And of course, the regular infantry, this was not what they signed up for. They're pulling back. And this, I can't believe I didn't think about how this would be how the Brotherhood would use standard infantry. They're literally using power armor like World War I tanks. Line up your infantry behind it and use them as mobile cover. But it fits, and it makes sense with how the Brotherhood uses their infantry. They know their regular infantry don't have the ability to advance like this, and they don't have the weaponry usually to do advance and fire, or they don't have the numbers to do advance and fire, where one squad covers another squad advances. It's much easier to use one paladin to essentially utilize as mobile cover, while that paladin can also shoot back.
Keep up the pressure. We're pushing us back. Lock the bastard down.
Now, yes, if the enemy has the flank, like they're trying to do here with the NCR snipers, that's more difficult. But combined with the chaos of the battlefield and everything, they are able to get shots up. Like, look at this. If you replace this with a tank with infantry behind it, this is World War I. This is World War I tank tactics. This is World War I trench assault tactics. The sentry bots basically function as mobile emplacements as well. In fact, if I was Sodaz, I probably would have put a couple of infantry behind the sentry bots as well, because that would have also made sense. They have even more armor, and you can see that their legs are actually even heavily armored as well. So you could even use those as well. And of course, once you have that indirect fire, the NCR can't keep their snipers in the location either.
Retreat. The enemy's retreating.
All right, we are going to pause here for a moment. I might end up editing the this reaction into an actual video that I can put up, but so if I do, I'll need to edit this out. But I'm going to take a quick break. Let me refill my water and take a piss real fast. We'll be right back with this. Again, Sodaz does such a good bloody job with all of this. I'll be right back. I'm not even going to lie. Part of the reason I also wanted to react to this at the end of my, what was that, almost an hour and a half long rant about everything the TV show I feel is doing wrong is just because this feels more like Fallout than anything they've done in the TV show so far. I'm not even going to, it just feels more like Fallout than anything they've done in the TV show. And I kind of want that because, again, after seeing all the discourse about season 2, after seeing the discourse going back to season 1, part of me doesn't want to play Fallout at all on stream anymore. Like Fallout 1 and 2, maybe, but nothing else. But seeing this reminds me why I like the universe and it does the opposite. It makes me want to play it again. At the very least, it makes me want to play New Vegas again. Not so sure about 4, aside from, again, the power armor, because I will admit that Bethesda got the power armor exactly right in 4. All right, ad is over. Let's keep going. We still have, oh wow, we still have a little under 30 minutes to go. I'll try to not talk as much in some of these games. But yeah, I mean, look at this is how the Brotherhood would fight, especially when they have to involve their knights rather than just their paladins. Keeping them covered, keeping them protected. The paladins acting as a living shield. Giving me a to play Fallout 4 try again. You'd have to get a good mod list.
Enemy heavy armor is breaking through the lines.
What heavy armors? Nature, you didn't say anything about enemy heavy armors.
Our scouts didn't report anything like that. They were probably inside of Helios 1.
Damn it. Stupid.
See, the NCR did try to gather enough information. They just didn't know.
Left. Even if the AT team is wiped out, those weapons must be recovered.
And here we see Colonel Cassandra Moore. She's the bloodthirsty one I mentioned from the actual Fallout New Vegas gameplay. And I think Sodaz portrays her pretty well here. She's one of the few, if I recall correctly from her backstory and what's mentioned in the game, she's one of the few NCR officers who survived the entirety of the BOS of the Brotherhood War. So she has a great deal of insight on how to fight the Brotherhood. But also, it is deeply personal for her. She has lost a lot of troops to the Brotherhood. But she's also very willing to sacrifice more if it means winning. She despises the Brotherhood.
Major, I'm taking command of this operation.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the remaining rear line troops to stay where they are and cover the AT team to the end. And that anyone who retreats will be shot.
Yeah, we're going full Stalin here. Anyone who retreats is going to be shot. You actually lose reputation if you form an alliance with. Yep. Well, I mean, in general, that's kind of to be expected. The NCR did just get done fighting a war with them in the events of the game. But Cassandra Moore adds a personal level to it because if I recall correctly, she straight up gets angry at you if you do so. The only reason she can't countermand you is because, well, she ordered you to deal with the Brotherhood and none of your orders told you couldn't form an alliance. And by the time she learns about it, you've already gone over her head to, I believe, either the ambassador or the general and basically bypassed her, which makes her only even more angry.
Damn.
Like, I don't think there's any canon that she was in charge of Operation Sunburst, but it's fitting that what she saw as the last battle of the war is not going her way.
Colonel.
And these are the NCR
This
veteran
is an
Rangers.
emergency. The front line's been overrun by enemy war machines. Both flanks have fallen back, and the first recons are retreating. In the process, our ATs have been surrounded. We need to save them. At the very least, we need those weapons.
You're not even a soldier. She doesn't have total authority over you. That's true. Because as a civilian contractor, essentially, you're technically under the ambassador who hires you.
Just need fire support.
And he doesn't mind you building a reputation with the BOS.
Move troops to those positions. Bring the weapons.
Understood.
Also, this is from cut content that was in New Vegas that they never showed, but the NCR army does employ both ghouls and super mutants in its ranks. There were a lot of super mutants left over from the events of Fallout 1 who, while many of them did turn to crime and various other things, a lot of them did try to integrate themselves into the growing NCR. And there was even a cut content of a super mutant ranger who was working with the NCR Rangers and operated in a high radiation zone. In fact, there is a higher proportion of super mutants and ghouls in the Rangers precisely because the Rangers need people who can operate in the really dangerous environments of the wasteland. And both super mutants and ghouls have natural immunities and natural capabilities for dealing with them. And here we go. The weapon that pretty much rendered the Brotherhood's advantages completely obsolete.
Status report.
Because here's the thing. The NCR doesn't have the full industrial capacity to manufacture things like rocket launchers and things like that, at least not to the level they'd like. But the gunrunners do know how to make firearms, which means all it takes is a proper scaling up and you can build what is essentially a World War II era anti-tank rifle.
Whiskey, ready. November, ready.
Had to give the Desert Ranger gruff voice. If you listen to this guy, there's a lot of speculation, and so does his videos, that he's actually a ghoul. Like, listen to his voice.
God, let's get to work.
He does have the gruff voice, but he also has that slight rasp to it that a lot of the ghoul characters in the game have. So there's a lot of speculation that he's not just the leader of this squad of Rangers, but that he's a pre-war ghoul, possibly with military training, which would explain why he's so skilled. Almost looks like a 50 cal. You said that. In game. So here's the thing, Kataka. In game, it's a 50 caliber. It is still an anti-materiel rifle, yes, but it's a 50 caliber armor piercing rifle. Its base, the weapon that it's based on, though, is a combination of what is a 50 caliber rifle, but also off of a Soviet anti-tank rifle that's chambered in 20 millimeter. So most people assume that it's a specialized anti-materiel rifle because it is very much meant to be like an American 50 cal Beretta anti-materiel rifle. Unfortunately, it's the perfect weapon against the Brotherhood, as we're about to see, because something that's designed to knock out light vehicles doesn't really have much of a problem with power. Especially when you have the ability to put it directly on some of the weakest parts of the armor.
Decoy team, get ready.
And suddenly, now 2 squads of knights are completely exposed because the thing they were using as cover is now dead. That broke the armor, yes. And then, of course, immediately, they also put down regular fire on the regular troops to try and draw the paladins back out again.
On the flanks! Suppressing fire! On them! Friendly approaching! Come on!
You do see the Rangers taking full advantage of that. They exposed multiple squads of knights by killing the paladins who were with them, then had regular troops shoot at them to draw the rest of the Brotherhood's attention because, of course, again, you have to remember the Brotherhood isn't just a military organization. They are largely family. They're all descended from the same families that survived the war with Roger Maxson. They are like, there are many cousins, nieces, nephews, people who are related to one another, even if distantly. Like, the Brotherhood is large enough that they never really had to worry about incest. They had several thousand members at their peak, so they never had to worry about that. But these are people who have lived, raised, trained together literally since they were children. Even if you're not literally their cousin, you're treated as family. So the Brotherhood tends to respond very harshly when people start killing the non-paladin members of their order. So, of course, the decoy team runs because they can't handle that.
All units, fire at
But
will.
now, the snipers know exactly where all the paladins are. And to be fair, it doesn't even necessarily have to break the armor. As you can kind of see, you can hit it, and look, you can actually, I'm glad I paused right there. You can see it split. The force of it split the helmet. Because you do have the Rangers are professionally trained snipers. By the time of the end of the Brotherhood War, the NCR had gone from a standing but somewhat inexperienced military to having dedicated special forces in the forms of the Rangers, 1st Recon, and a few of their other units. The Rangers in particular are trained as marksmen first. They have to be snipers first. Everything else is built on top of that. Their survival skills, their CQB skills, everything. That one round took out his whole leg. If you hit that weak point, then yeah, you're basically hitting a leg with a 50 cal. It's going to tear it off. Again, part of the advantage of power armor is that a lot of the things that are decent against it, not good against it, but decent, is stuff that hits a wide area, which means the armor can take a lot of hits. But once you have something that can punch through that armor and do it in a precise manner, power armor becomes a death sentence if the enemy can get a good shot on it. That is some sucky power armor. Something as basic as snipers can easily take out a frontline fighter. These are dedicated snipers, Tenwin. Remember, the armor is capable of holding up against 308. 308 is the most common marksman unit that you'd run into. Yeah, anti-material is anything but basic. The disadvantage the Brotherhood ran into is that the gun runners, again, the most common problem for power armor is stuff like high explosives, like we saw with the rocket launchers. But the gun runners can only do so much with that. 50 caliber rifles, though, can be manufactured and even handmade to a certain extent. Because as long as you keep them to bolt action design, they're far simpler than explosive methods of dealing with heavy armor. This is why early anti-tank efforts focused on large bolt action rifles, not just because they were looking for not just because they needed a answer now, but because it was familiar to the troops who were using them, and a lot easier to maintain and build using pre-existing industry. If you can build a rifle, even a 5.56 or a 308 rifle, you can theoretically build a 50 caliber anti-materiel rifle, even if it's a shitty one.
Sniping at our paladins. HQ, have the sentry bots target the AMR's firing position.
Now the Brotherhood does have some answers to that. Of course, immediately put mortars on those positions. Get the snipers out of it.
We've been detected. Squad, move locations after taking a shot.
So now the Rangers have they can't put up as much fire. And you see here, that was a glancing blow. They do have to put a precise shot on the weak points, because even if we go back to those other shots, they were aiming for things like the knee, the elbow of the arm, the neck, and the upper head, where the armor has to be lighter, it has to be thinner in order to accommodate things like the vision point. You saw that was a direct hit to the shoulder, and while it did knock him down, he's still alive.
All squads, take cover and avoid sniper fire.
I want to see if I can get a good shot on him. So you can see that there are spots where you'd still need to aim with an anti-materiel rifle. You'd aim for the neck, you'd aim for the visor, you'd aim for the knee, anywhere where that armor's going to have to bend, anywhere where that armor's going to have to move, because that's going to be the easiest way to get a shot. Now, if I recall correctly, with the way T-51B is designed, there is a lighter portion of the armor in the lower section of the torso because it has to accommodate being able to move your torso. But otherwise, the actual central plate on the chest can take this AMR rifle round and deflect it because of its curved nature and the way it's built. But these other areas, the joint right at the edge of the shoulder and the chest armor, and right around the neck, the elbow, the knee, these are going to be areas where an AMR 50 cal armor piercing round is going to be able to punch through. And I should mention, Tenwin, since you're saying that a sniper can take it out, again, these are not just snipers, these are anti-materiel rifles. There is a difference between a sniper rifle and an anti-materiel rifle, a very big matter of caliber. The other is that a armor penetrating 308 round is dangerous to a paladin because it can hit some of those weak points and cause damage. An armor piercing AMR round, 50 caliber and above, is going to actually be able to potentially punch through the weaker portions of the helmet. Hell, you can even see it. There is a reinforcing band on the T-51B's helmet in order to try and shore up the defenses up here to keep it from taking heavy damage. But you'll notice if we go back to that shot where the Paladin did get shot in the head, he aimed right above the visor, which is going to be where the visor's plate meets the rest of the helmet plate, which is going to be one of the weakest sections of the helmet. Pretty damn sure anti-materiel rifles were experimental things done in low dozens over the USA. They're not experimental nowadays. You have dedicated anti-materiel rifles in the US military to this day, but they're not used the same as sniper rifles. Most modern militaries have sniper/marksman rifles on either the squad or platoon level. Anti-materiel rifles are much more a special forces unit is sent in and a dedicated unit with the anti-materiel rifle is assigned to them, or to cover them, or to assist them. Anti-materiel rifles are the next step up from sniper rifles because they can be used to actively stop light vehicles and the like, which a sniper rifle simply can't do. At least not easily.
Fire!
Again, if someone is a firearms expert and knows what I don't, please feel free to correct me. But I'm just going off of what I do know about the systems. And here we have the wild card. That one surviving anti-tank trooper decided, yeah, I see I have a chance at this. Fuck getting back to my own lines. I'm going to take my shot. And he gets very lucky here because while it seems he was aiming for McNamara, the guy with the red stripe on his armor, he ends up hitting the weakest section of the sentry bot. Now here we also do see, because again, power armor is meant in the traditional way of most infantry armors. It isn't meant to take a direct hit from a weapon designed to punch through it. But an explosion off to your side is going to rattle you, yes, but it's mainly going to pepper you with shrapnel, which is something that power armor holds up exceptionally well with. And we see even the Rangers didn't realize, how do you back up like a frame? I don't know how you do that. Hold on. Even the Rangers weren't expecting that. They assumed whatever remained of the anti-tank troops would just pull back because, well, who wants to get involved in a shootout between Rangers and power armor when all you have is one rocket and all of your friends are already dead? So even the Rangers didn't realize that was going to happen, but it gives them the perfect opportunity now because now, in addition to the Paladins they've already killed, one of the 3 irreplaceable sentry bots is now dead.
Sir, are you all right? One sentry bot is down. We must fall back.
AT team secured. Falling back.
Commander down. Retreat.
Fall back.
Retreat. Protect the commander.
Let's go.
Day 1 is complete. Now we move on to night 2. Since despite everything, the NCR did take a lot of damage.
At a tactical disadvantage.
I think Moore also gave the order not to damage the bots. She's told the Rangers to do whatever was needed to win. I think the Rangers decided the Paladins are more dangerous in the long run. Or just the facility itself. I think it's the facility itself. Because again, they just assumed the anti-tank team was either pinned and unable to fight or already dead. And as Moore said, she didn't really care about the troopers carrying the weapons. She needed those rockets intact, or the rocket launchers intact.
You must make a decision now, Elder.
Are you planning on making the noble sacrifices of our men meaningless? It is our mission to safeguard technology. We must hold this place to the very end.
Elder, if our chapter falls, preserving our technology will be impossible. We are on the brink of destruction.
McNamara is right. Since we have civilians with us, we should retreat from Helios 1 for now, regroup in a safe location, and then recapture this place.
I'm glad they did mention that because I completely forgot. So yes, while this is all going on, please remember that there are quite a few civilians, children for the most part, the children of the Knights and Paladins, as well as older members of the Brotherhood who can't serve in direct combat, who are all huddled inside Helios 1 right now. Technically speaking, the Brotherhood doesn't really have civilians since no one leaves the Brotherhood unless you're exiled from it, so to speak. But younger and older members are usually not counted in the order of battle. And sometimes so this is a weird one because as far as I know in the canon, the Brotherhood was not while they wouldn't accept someone as a member of the Brotherhood, nothing stopped a Brotherhood Paladin or Knight from pursuing a husband or wife outside the Brotherhood and bringing them in. Those people were not trained as Brotherhood soldiers, but there was nothing stopping a Brotherhood member from marrying outside the Brotherhood as long as any children they had were raised in the Brotherhood. The Elder has the look of, I will do anything to keep this facility to hell with you. Yes, that's Elijah. Elijah is a dick. Elijah is a massive dick who has a messiah complex. This is a common thing in Fallout. Who thinks he can find a way to save the world and also to find a way to defeat the NCR because Elijah hates the NCR.
Silence! We will defend the technology. That is our top priority. Dismissed!
And unfortunately, see, in Lost Hills itself, other elders might have been able to gainsay him. But unfortunately, Elijah was placed in charge of the entirety of the Mojave chapter, and there are no other elders in the chapter. He has sole power over its military appointments. Meaning, while McNamara as head paladin can advise him as much as he wants, Elijah has the final say in all things. And you can see the definitive difference here. I think eventually McNamara does just fuck off. Well, you'll see. I think Sodaz does a good job of presenting it. You'll see exactly. You also see here the Brotherhood is basically have to give up everything that isn't directly near Helios 1. They have already been pushed back to the entrances of the building. Now, yes, they do have defenses set up here, but they've already lost. They already had very little control of the ground around Helios 1. Now they have almost none. Welcome to night 2.
Hostile targets detected.
And I do like this. Having the ability, the ability to fire flares from the sentry bots is actually really smart with this. Because outside of the Paladins, the Brotherhood doesn't really have access to night vision. Neither does the NCR, really.
Companies, sir.
This is just a scouting attack. They're testing our defenses. Keep the alarm off.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that didn't work very well. Just a probing attack, trying to see where the Brotherhood's defenses are.
I don't have much more ammo.
I got half left.
How long left in this video? It's a long reaction. We are at 27 minutes out of 47. We got 20 minutes left.
The NCR's night attack earlier this morning has just ended. There have been a total of 3 today.
Their aim is to deplete our ammunition reserves and bleed us dry.
And here's where they basically just lay out that the Brotherhood can't fight an attrition
we
battle.
barely managed to keep the sentry bots operational by replacing their depleted energy fuel with various other equipment. We've also deployed a few counter snipers to keep an eye on the surrounding ridges. And due to ammunition shortages, the fire team's paladins have rearmed with captured light machine guns.
All right. That should hold us over for now.
So, you weren't able to get his approval then?
I'm hoping not. I would like to actually finish. I'm probably not going to do gameplay today, but I will be back to gameplay
I tried
tomorrow.
to convince him too, but it was no use.
Our chances of winning this battle are extremely low. And even if we do, the cost will be enormous. I'm not sure how valuable this place really is, but
what about our chapter's casualties?
Over 60% of our forces, including officer-level paladins, are down. The assault team managed to return on foot after their equipment broke down, but the remaining paladins are either wounded or too damaged to mobilize effectively.
See, that does lead me to believe that some of those explosions from the rocket launchers weren't kill shots, but they definitely knocked the paladin inside around and basically made him combat incapable. It would still be classified as a casualty because people get this confused a lot where they hear casualty and assume dead. But in military parlance, a casualty just means the person is no longer capable of fighting. So there were probably some paladins who took glancing blows both from the AMRs and the rocket launchers who did survive, but are now either concussed or have broken limbs or something else to that extent and can no longer serve as frontline combat personnel.
At this point, we have almost no combat-ready squads left.
If an officer-level paladin is killed within the company, appoint the next lower-ranking paladin as acting commander. If necessary, promote knights to paladins and deploy them. Expedite their power armor training so they can be deployed as quickly as possible.
This is also something that I do agree Fallout 4 kind of hand-waved, is that especially making power armor more of this big, bulky suit, it would have made more sense to have to actually go through the training in order to acquire the ability to use it. They hand-waved it in Fallout 4 because, oh, your protagonist is a former U.S. serviceman, so he already had this training, which is kind of annoying because if you play as his wife, she shouldn't. So, yeah. But in every other game, you had to get specialized training even just to use power armor because it does require a certain level of training in order to operate it properly.
That's not the only issue. After their large-scale assault, the NCR has completely sealed off the area surrounding Helios 1. Our supply lines are cut, and we're running dangerously low on ammunition and resources. Desertions are also increasing.
That's one that I don't fully agree with. We have yes, morale is a thing. I'm not sure about Sodez's interpretation here, because as far as we know, the Brotherhood has never really had a problem with desertions. Again, the Brotherhood is very much bound by the links of loyalty they've had in the fact that they're all, to one extent or another, related, and they've basically been raised together their entire lives. I don't think desertions would be a problem so much as just low morale in general. You might even have some Brotherhood forces who might become a little more suicidal, more willing to throw themselves at the enemy if it means buying the rest of the chapter more time. I'm not saying it can't happen. It's just that based on what we've seen, it wasn't. And yeah, where are they going to desert to? That is another issue, because the NCR at this point was kind of a shoot on sight if they saw someone in Brotherhood equipment, even if it was captured Brotherhood equipment.
Damn it. Those Rangers. Have you found anything out about them?
Not exactly, but they're definitely different from the Rangers we've dealt with before. We analyzed some of the rounds embedded in our fallen brother's power armor.
Now, you see, that one I don't quite agree. The even if it was anti-materiel rifle, it should not have punched through that section of the helmet. That is not just the main section. It has a reinforcing band built into it. That's one of the cases where if it had showed like it was embedded and it's like, yeah, the paladin inside didn't die, but he's now got a concussion and we can't use him in the fight, that would be somewhat understandable, because you're still basically getting hit in the head with a sledgehammer. You might survive that, but you're not going to get back up from it very quickly. The idea that it punched through the most heavily reinforced section doesn't really make sense to me.
They seem to be using custom-made rounds of a much larger caliber than the AMRs Rangers typically use.
Oh, right. I also completely forgot. So this was also around the time that the NCR Rangers merged with the Nevada Rangers. The Nevada Rangers, or the Mojave Rangers, were their own faction for a while, who had actually been fighting Caesar's Legion for a few years before the NCR showed up. A part of their promise with the NCR agreed to assist the Nevada Rangers with defending the Mojave and fighting Caesar, partly to get access to some of these higher end weapons. The Nevada Rangers had a combination of weapons and technology, largely based around sniping, largely based around high caliber rifles, that the NCR did not have access to.
You're right, Lucius. But even if they weren't here, fighting under these conditions is next to impossible. Our chances of winning are dwindling by the moment. They've been reinforcing even after the last major battle, dragging us into a war of attrition that we can't win. And here we are, trapped, unable to find a breakthrough. If only the Elder wasn't so stubborn. Are the recon teams I ordered still being sent out?
Yes, sir. And it does appear to be the weakest point in their encirclement.
Good. Start gathering valuable weapons and technology. We're preparing for a full-blown retreat.
See, McNamara is doing his best to get prepped, because he can't imagine a world in which Elijah would actually force them to stay.
Contact over there!
Because McNamara is a soldier. He's still a paladin. He knows his tactics. He knows that they can't keep holding this at the rate they are.
Under fire! It's counterattack! Keep attacking!
So they got the first Rangers picking off targets as they can. And then you just see the scale difference. The Brotherhood can kill 5, 6, 7 NCR troops for every one of theirs that falls, and the NCR can bring in twice that number by the next day.
Major, Charlie Company's just arrived.
What's the casualty report?
21 KI, 25 wounded, 5 missing in action.
Prepare the remaining personnel to be reassigned to other companies for redeployment.
Understood. Sir, how long are we going to keep grinding ourselves down like this? Our troops are exhausted.
Reinforcements are on their way. Once they arrive, we're launching a full-scale assault. Colonel Moore is being cautious because we've lost most of our anti-tank weaponry.
Well, I heard we suffered heavy losses during the last offensive, and not just anti-tank units, but entire battalions.
That's affirmative. Some companies were completely wiped out. The objective this time is to reclaim Helios 1 using troops personally trained by Colonel Moore. Losing our anti-tank arsenal and needing outside reinforcements must have made her furious.
They also imply some stuff here. So that's a Deathclaw egg. So why he's extracting stuff from that to put in a bullet, I've heard two different theories for what he's doing here. One is that they're making essentially a poison round of some kind, something that's designed to kill one, even if the initial impact does not. But the theory that I saw that I agree with more is that because, no, FEV maybe, but I do think it has more to do with just regular radiation. So if I remember correctly, Deathclaw's eggs are highly radioactive, or at least they're implied to be highly radioactive or partially radioactive because they're a mutated species. So the only thing I can necessarily think of is that he's using the substance as a additive to the gunpowder to increase its penetrative force, basically making the bullet go faster. Basically, he doesn't have access to better metallurgy to make a better bullet, so he'll develop a better homemade concoction for the fuel that will allow the bullet to fly faster. Which, given that the Rangers are hand-loading their ammo, makes more sense to me than trying to use the poison angle of things, which I didn't think made any sense.
In any case, the assault will begin soon. Make sure everything's ready.
Yes, sir.
And of course, because the NCR has more marksmen, the Brotherhood can't even put that many people on the top of the building to keep an eye on things, because those people would just get picked off by the snipers. You also see here, you're seeing a lot of the Brotherhood soldiers having to use captured NCR equipment because they, again, the Brotherhood can't fight a war of attrition. They don't have the ammunition and weapon repair capacity in order to do so. We've got more of the shock troop. Oh, and this. So there are implications in the game that the NCR has cavalry, but it's not shown anywhere in the games. So Sodaz just made some up, and I am totally here for it. You also see you've got NCR troops. These are, I guess, implied to be Colonel Moore's veterans, who are equipped with much heavier pre-war style combat armor. And this is actually, so you've seen the veteran Rangers. But this is the standard Ranger equipment, which is based off of the pre-war combat armor. There's a canon comic where the Khan has a flashback where he sees NCR with horses. Yeah, as I said, they've been implied and kind of shown in supplementary material, but nothing shown in the actual game. So this is, again, Sodaz just doing exactly what this universe needs to show the NCR as a competent military force. And basic vehicles. It makes sense as well that you need a sidecar motorcycle would actually have the stability to handle the more rough terrain because it's got the third wheel alongside the cavalry, and it can basically function as fire support for the cavalry, which otherwise are more mounted infantry. We'll see this later in the video, but they don't use the cavalry to charge enemy positions. It's much more in the classic dragoon style, which is mounted infantry. Using the cavalry to reposition the infantry quickly and then allow them to function as infantry once dismounted. And you've got two of the veteran Rangers with snipers and two of the veteran Rangers with cavalry force.
All units are ready. We've completed our final reconnaissance of the enemy as you ordered, and as expected, have confirmed their ammunition is nearly depleted.
All right.
Yep. And every single one of those probing attacks was quite literally just to wear down the Brotherhood's ability to counter.
What's the situation? Sir, it's an emergency. A huge NCR force is coming.
Hitting the Brotherhood with everything they got. You can even see the heavy infantry interspersed in the lighter infantry to try and get closer to the enemy. Yep, not much energy weapon fire anymore, despite that being the Brotherhood's mainstay for most of us.
Sir, give me a sit rep. They hit us under the sandstorm. We're low on ammo and won't hold out for long.
And here come the cavalry. But again, they're not charging the enemy position. I do like that Sodaz took the time to do it, because otherwise you would just get comparisons to why would you charge a machine gun nest with cavalry? But you don't. But you do use the cavalry to move your infantry faster.
Enemy cavalry on both sides!
Lucius, get posted on both flanks. Yes, sir. Hardy, status support to Elder Elijah.
Range! Heads up!
Contact! Open fire!
And you can see the machine guns they're using are not quite as effective as the miniguns, even if they are allowing them to make use of whatever ammunition they have left.
Our cavalry's in enemy range, but the sandstorm's making cover and fire difficult.
Suppress both sides of the building. Aim for the muzzle flashes.
Now they don't even care who they're hitting. It doesn't matter. Yeah, and there we see the ablative armor as well. He took the hit directly to the shoulder pad and it popped right off in order to help decrease the amount of damage that that otherwise probably would have shattered his shoulder.
Aim for the muzzle flash! Rapid fire! Sniper! Take cover! Sniper!
You don't have to necessarily kill them if you can just keep them suppressed.
We need sentry bot support on both flanks. Requesting immediate fire support. Negative, we're barely holding the main line. Enemy AMRs are pressing both flanks. We can't stop the cavalry. We're about to be surrounded.
And of course, it wouldn't be the Rangers if some of them weren't using revolvers, because they love those things.
I'm out of ammo!
Both defense lines are collapsing. Machine guns 1 and 3 are out of ammo. The enemy's pushing in. All units, move inside. Prepare for the final stand.
Yep, mounted infantry. Not cavalry, so to speak, but mounted infantry. It's a distinction that most people forget even happened because they think of cavalry and they just assume people are going to charge straight at something. Oh, can't believe I missed that. You do see the Rangers do have armor as well. If I remember correctly, it's supposed to be based off like SWAT riot group from that they captured in LA. But you saw that some of the lighter caliber rounds from either they're using 5.56 or 10mm just gets absorbed by the damage. That's also why, as I said, there's some speculation from people who watch Sodaz's stuff that this guy, or maybe even that the leader of the team is a ghoul, and at least one of these assault team members is a ghoul, because he took that hit like a champ. He barely moved, even despite getting hit in the shoulder with an actual firearm. Could be a case where it's just like, hey, Fallout, we're going to let some of the Fallout silliness leak through. But it is interesting because the Ranger armor, the veteran Ranger armor, is the best light armor in the game. So it is kind of telling that it's a combination of, I think, it's supposed to be a combination of both soft and hard body armor with like a hard outer coating and a softer interior to absorb more of the blow. And yes, that hammer fan. I mean, he's a Ranger. The revolver is one of their preferred weapons. And of course, they can't really pull the sentry bots back in because there's not much room for them, so they just leave them out here to buy the rest of the Brotherhood, which, as you can see, they're doing quite well. And again, we see the regular Rangers who do still have access to better equipment. They've got EMP grenades, or pulse grenades, I believe is what they're called in Fallout, which temporarily disables them. And so you run up with an explosive charge, a freaking satchel charge, and just detonate it right underneath them. But I do like this. The sentry bot realizes that's what happened to the first one and shoots the second guy before he gets a chance to get it off. But, and this I think is good because this is something that was shown in Fallout 4, which is that the sentry bots, one of the main sentry bot weaknesses is that they overheat if they keep fighting for too long. What happens to something that's overheating and gets covered in fire? Well, the ammunition cooks off. It's actually like, do I think that's necessarily the most realistic way to show them defeating it? No, but it fits so well. We know this is a design flaw with the militarized sentry bot, is that it does have a tendency to overheat in prolonged combat. Combine that with a weapon designed to cause something to melt on ammunition and explosives built into the thing's chassis, and it makes sense that the ammo would start cooking off and blowing up the sentry bot from the inside.
Squads, check your members and prepare to resupply the fire team. And focus defense on 3 sectors.
Sir, we've got trouble.
Later, Hardin. You've got to get ready for the final stand.
The Elder is gone.
What?
And there it is.
What the hell? The Elder's missing?
Elijah left. He did quite possibly what is, and this is why I say I don't get the line about desertions earlier, because the Brotherhood doesn't really do that, so to speak. So the idea of an elder, especially an elder, just abandoning his position and running is something that there's a reason they're stunned. That's, as far as I know from the lore, there's never been a case in the Brotherhood's history where a elder has just abandoned their position. Elijah pusses out like a bitch. Yep.
With the Elder gone, you're next in command.
Gate's about to be breached.
And then McNamara is like, okay, only one option.
Effective immediately, I assume full command of the Mojave chapter. As the chapter commander, I hereby order all units to abandon Helios 1 and retreat.
Sir, we can't pull back all our forces. If we do, the enemy will easily track us down.
We'll hold them off. Get the chapter out of here.
See, I do like this. So McNamara and Hardin, the red painted helmet and the blue painted helmet, are characters in New Vegas. Lucius is not. Lucius is an entire creation from Sodaz, but it fits so well that there was another high-ranking paladin and he stayed behind to buy time for the rest of the chapter to escape.
Lucius.
Sir, you can't save everyone. If sacrifice is necessary, let my squad have that honor.
Ad Victorium.
Ad Victorium.
Ad Victorium. Ad Victorium.
This upcoming scene, I'm going to try not to comment too much on because I think Sodaz did it beautifully. It's probably one of the best scenes. It's one of the best sequences in the whole film. Let's be honest, the short film that he made.
The pounding stopped.
Here we go. We've got Rangers with CQC now. They're using revolvers and shotguns. We've got some of Colonel Moore's veterans armed with submachine guns. Block the strike, kick him in the balls, kick him in the face, and then shoot him in the head. Yep, that's the Rangers. That's what they do in close combat. Either side had courier. This assault would have been one night. Of course, but that's because the courier's insane. The courier's a monster. Even in canon, it's acknowledged the courier's a monster. Also, again, this is another scene. It's like, oh, out of ammo. Fine. Melee it is then. Boom. Boom. This is another case where it's like, yeah, the flamethrower isn't going to damage the armor, but it is going to hurt the person inside. Then you knock him over with explosives, and then... I love how brutal this is. I hate that this is how this guy goes out, but I love how brutal this is because you know that that's not punching through the armor. That is not punching through the armor, but that is the equivalent of someone beating you in the head with a hammer over and over again because the inside his head inside that armor is being pounded against the armor itself, and he's probably already brain dead from the first couple of shots. And they're not stopping. The NCR is just not stopping at this point. They know they can win this.
Everyone check in! Report!
Second defense line. Good choice. Does manage to take out a whole squad. Immediately counteracted by a single pulse grenade. Oh, and this guy walks right up to him, tilts the helmet, fires a shotgun round into the guy's neck. You can tell that they know what they're doing. They know how to fight power.
Go, go, go!
All that's left is 2 paladins.
Area secure.
Nope. That's all they had left. A few explosives and some 50 cals. I mean, technically, I don't think they're actually firing 50 cals from that, but the model, I believe, is from an M2 Brown, which should be a 50 caliber. But it's probably more of a 308, most likely.
Now, move! Go, go, go! Enemy smoke.
Another squad down, trying to save the other Ranger because, yeah, even Ranger armor isn't going to hold up against a 308 to the chest. The fact that he's even still standing or kneeling is a testament to his skill, or to his hardiness, I should say. Draws the Paladin's attention, takes 5 or 6 rounds to the chest, but draws just enough time for the 50 cal to get lined up.
Go, 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 go!
Since we have a moment as well, the music that was playing throughout most of that scene was from the Dead Money DLC, and which is widely considered one of the worst DLCs from like a mechanics perspective, but yeah. At this stage of the warfare, do you question the point about it? The point about what? Wait. Oh, the point of when I was talking, the Brotherhood can't win. No, but they're buying time. And to be fair, here's the thing. The NCR by this point was well acquainted with Brotherhood final stands. There had been a number of bunkers throughout Southern California that the NCR had to clear room by room, bunker by bunker until they were completely cleared out because the Brotherhood refused to retreat. So the Brotherhood putting up a final stand like this is not surprising. For what? Reinforcements aren't coming unless I'm wrong? No, reinforcements are not coming, but you'll see in a moment. Pulse grenade. Doesn't get the whole armor, but does knock out his right arm. Ranger moves up. That's what I'm talking. See, you can see there's a section of the armor here that's weaker in order to facilitate proper torso movement. And that's exactly where he fired.
Hit Silver, Paladin. You've lost. Stand down and surrender.
We haven't lost. All we did was give up Helios 1. And you're coming with me.
And the last little bit.
Damn it!
Now, this was something that Sodaz doesn't mention, but if you've played the game, you know. When the Brotherhood took over Helios 1, they did send in some of their tech experts to turn off the internal security system. And when they retreated, they turned it back on.
They're on us!
Intruder.
Also, props to Sodaz for making the Mr. Gutsies look more intimidating than they ever have at any point in the game. Having a trio of Mr. Gutsies armed with flamethrowers, plasma pistols, and a saw blade descending upon you from above is horrifying. You'd think you would hang a plate over the midriff then. Some of the versions have more armor there. The T-45 and T-60 have more built-up torso, but and while it doesn't have a gameplay effect, in lore, they were notable for having less articulation in that area, which did make it harder to maneuver in tight spaces. The T-51 was the standard armor. All of the other armors did have certain strengths and weaknesses. The other problem with the T-51 is that it is very maintenance intensive, which is why the Brotherhood, by the time of Fallout 3 and 4, has switched over to the T-45 and T-60 models, which, despite not having quite as much radiation or energy weapon protection, are still very good against ballistic weapons, the majority of what the Brotherhood fights, and exceptionally easier to maintain.
Assault squad, come in. Assault squad.
The rest of the Brotherhood punched through, leading into the hills behind Helios 1. And this is something I have seen some people ask about, like, why didn't the NCR fully enclose the whole area? They tried. However, something that Sodas did not show, which you only know from the game, the backside of Helios 1 is a huge field of solar panels. The NCR could not fully enclose that area because the solar panels were something they wanted. They don't really have the ability to repair them very easily. They wanted control of the solar panels because Helios 1 is a solar power station. So they couldn't fully enclose the area without risking damage to the part of Helios 1 that they wanted. The Brotherhood took full advantage of that when they retreated by retreating through the field, breaking through the weakest portion of the line, and escaping into the hills behind Helios 1.
The war is over. Our losses were severe, but in the end we succeeded in taking Helios 1. Yet, because of the internal security systems the Brotherhood activated, the facility remains inoperable and abandoned in our hands. Whether this victory and the lives lost to claim it held any real meaning, I still cannot say.
Yep, that is addressed in the game. They took Helios 1, they were able to turn it on as a power station, but they couldn't access any of those systems, which means they lost hundreds of men for very, very little. Wouldn't you be able to construct armor where there are loose metallic plates hanging over the weaker armor, not constraining but covering and adding extra protection? Against most small arms fire, that area is still fine. It's just against heavier armaments, it's the weakest section of the chest plate. It's kind of the same thing with a lot of plate armors that you see in medieval portions. Yes, you do have armor there, but you do have to weaken it somewhat. It can't be as tough as the upper torso. And to be fair, as you saw from the way the Brotherhood fights, most of the time they have a heavy weapon covering that portion of their body. The Lucius was not able to have that because he just had the pulse grenade knock out his right arm and thus was reduced to using only his one-handed pistol sidearm. He couldn't cover that part of his body with the arm armor like the Brotherhood usually does in those situations.
I led the remaining brothers into Hidden Valley.
Another part of the issue, Tenwin, is we just don't see customized power armor outside of like the various armor marks in the game. So in lore, maybe you could justify doing that, but in terms of anything we've seen and anything that we've seen related to power armor, no one's done that. It is what it is.
Here I must rebuild the future of the Mojave chapter.
And this was what the Brotherhood was
retreating to.
Whether
we can rise again or fall once more to this endless attrition, that uncertainty weighs heavily on me. And facing that reality, I'm reminded of one truth. War never changes.
And there we go. The rest is just credits. I will play that in a moment, but you did mention the courier, Lord Brown Bear, and look who showed up outside the bunker. But so you did mention where they were retreating to, Tenwin. So there's an area, there's a region of hills and mountains behind Helios 1. In the middle of it is a region called Hidden Valley. Here's the thing. If I remember correctly from the lore, the NCR knew the location was called Hidden Valley. They didn't know what was there. By contrast, the Brotherhood was aware of a series of bunkers that were in Hidden Valley that they then fell back to because it was the only secure location they had. There's a series of underground bunkers in Hidden Valley that the Brotherhood turns into their headquarters by the time of New Vegas. The NCR does surround the region, but the Brotherhood stayed inside the bunker. I want to say it was a 3 or 4 year gap between the events of Sunburst and the events of Fallout New Vegas. In that time, the Brotherhood never emerged from the bunker. They purposely did not come out. By the time the NCR thought to go into Hidden Valley to start looking for them, they were in the middle of their war with the Legion, and they just didn't have the manpower to do it. The courier, which is your main character, as you see over here, by the time he finds the Brotherhood, it's been several years, and you're finally one of the first times they've had contact with the outside world. Let's go ahead and snooze that ad. We're probably going to be done here in a moment. As that one dumbass place in 4 about the greasers with power armor. Honestly, I don't even mind them so much because there's there's no organized technological faction in the Boston Commonwealth that uses power armor. The Institute sees it as primitive and sees it as too clunky. The Raiders have some of the suits that they've mothballed and jury-rigged. But the Greasers are actually just like, you don't see them as Greasers. See them as a tribe that is emulating Greasers, and they make a bit more sense. Literally, hey, we found some power armor, and we actually have figured out how to build it back up. Can you find those guys who died in the facility after the defenses came online? You do find bodies inside. Not those specific bodies, but you do find bodies. You find the robots. The quest for Helios 1. Okay, so here I can reveal, because as you said, Tim, when you're not as invested in Fallout as much, there is a reason Elijah wanted Helios 1. So the public reason for Helios 1 was that it was a solar power station. In classic Fallout fashion, that was not what the US military pre-nuclear war was actually using it for. It was a testing ground for an orbital-based solar laser. Yeah, so what Elijah was trying to find was what was known as the Helios 1, I think it was called Archimedes. Thank you, Lord Bramber. I couldn't remember. It's been too long since I played New Vegas. The Archimedes program, which was the US military's attempt to devise a solar-based laser weapon, basically. That was what Elijah wanted, because if he had Archimedes, he could theoretically use it to vaporize entire formations of NCR from safe distances, and the Brotherhood wouldn't even have to get involved. You could literally, it was a laser pointer system, essentially. All you had to do was have line of sight. So as long as you could point it at the enemy, you could vaporize them with an orbital laser. Unfortunately for Elijah, 1, he never figured out how to turn the power on properly. 2, he couldn't find the targeting system, which was lost in the wasteland at the time. And 3, he was just out of time because the NCR was coming. So Elijah had a decent idea. He just had no follow through. And quite frankly, when McNamara first told him, he should have bailed, because quite frankly, if Elijah couldn't figure out how to get the system running, there was no way in hell the NCR was going to figure out how to get it running. You can send the power to change the laser. It's an okay weapon. It scales off of energy weapon skill and perk. Yep, I know. Again, that's one of those cases where you kind of have to imagine what it would have been outside of video game purposes, very much story and game segregation. In real life, you could easily imagine it as a powerful orbital support weapon that could have wiped out entire formations of enemies. What do you mean, the NCR Dr. Fantastic? We can talk about Mr. Fantastic if I ever play New Vegas, because he is... They asked if I had a degree in theoretical physics. I told them I had a theoretical degree in physics, and they said, welcome aboard. That is the only quote you need to know from that man. If we encounter him in-game, I am shooting him in the head. He is like Swanwick. I see him, and I immediately want to shoot him. But I think we're going to call it here. It was a nice 5-hour stream. We had a nice time reacting to everything. So if I do end up putting this on YouTube, I hope everybody enjoyed that. If not, I mean, the VOD will be on YouTube, but I might actually edit the file if I get the chance, and just put up the reaction as its own. Did he also win the lottery? I mean, he won the lottery of life because he was able to bullshit his way through it. I hope this will be a highly modded run of New Vegas. You kind of have to, 90. You kind of have to. I mean, I still stand by the fact that vanilla New Vegas is still a very good game. But at the very least, you want some bug fix mods, because as per usual, Bethesda's engine is crap, and Obsidian is unfortunately a company that also has problems with bug fixes from time to time. Swanwick ain't done nothing wrong, but Lord is he shootable. I saw someone do a Swanwick cosplay, and it's literally his outfit. And then he put a fishnet over his head with a cardboard sign above it that said 99%. I saw that. Yeah, it's great. Mr. Fantastic is what you get with luck 10, charisma 10, and int 1. No, 90. Remember, anything below an int of 4 has a definitive effect on how someone acts in the Fallout universe. So he has to have an int of at least 4. But he is what happens when you have luck 10, charisma 10, and int 4. Yes. He is what happens when you do that, because he doesn't caveman speak. If you have below an int of 4, you caveman speak in the Fallout universe. But I think we'll call it here. I'll get this uploaded. Thank you for coming to my surprise Saturday stream. I questioned his charisma, as everyone knows he's an idiot. Charisma in Fallout is a bad stat for many reasons, and part of that is because it doesn't play very well. Actually, hold on. Before we exit, I'm going to let the credits play, because obviously Sodaz and the small number of voice actors and other people who got to work on this absolutely deserve it. Nolan McNamara, the veteran ranger, Ryan Negron. There's all his stuff. Did an amazing job. I think he did a great job as McNamara specifically, because it's nice to see McNamara have some really good characterization here. And yet he managed to bullshit everything. Yep. Sandra Moore, Aaron Nicole Lundquist. Thank you for providing a suitably intimidating Colonel Moore. Eric Howells as Lucius and the NCR captain. Did a great job with both of them. Edgar Harden by Nick Gaikas. I'll be honest, I thought that was Harden's actual voice for a second, because he actually sounds a lot like him. Elijah and the Veteran Ranger were done by Nathan Riddle. Veteran Ranger and NCR Soldiers done by Dandelion, who apparently just has a link tree. We also had some BOS and NCR Soldiers, BOS Assault Team. All of them did a great job, but all of the animation, all of the animation and art stuff was all Sodaz. That's his avatar. He's got a Patreon. SODAZ. His animations are all great. I really hope he does more Fallout stuff in the future, because god damn, this was good. This was so goddamn good. It took him over 2 years to make this, and I am just nothing but impressed with everything he was able to put together. There's a lot of people really hoping he does an NCR Legion animation next and actually showcases the Legion being dangerous, which would be really nice as a contrast to everything that happened in the CV show so far. But I think we're going to call it here. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me, especially on this, our surprise Saturday stream. I'm going to get going. I got stuff I got to do. I will see you tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday. We're going to be doing extra long streams on Monday and Tuesday as well. I have to get back to my regular schedule on Wednesday, but Sunday will be a 6-hour stream. I'll try to shoot for 5 or 6 hours both Monday and Tuesday. Again, try to make up a little bit for the fact that we lost so much time there at the end of December because of my vacation. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you tomorrow, and have a glorious rest of your day. Bye-bye.